Chapter 572. We have to tell the emperor about this first. Otherwise, people will think that Zhang Zhong didn't do a good job. This is too hateful. We have to think of a way. We can't just watch the local people suffer. Old Man Pai wasn't in the mood to fish anymore. He sat there drinking tea and said to the two old men. He had never encountered this kind of situation before. He had to think about what to do slowly. They had to block it, but how to block it? It was hard to say if they could block it. Compared to the flood on the Yellow River, the Yangtze River was much worse. Old Man Chang was also trying to think of a way. He suddenly said, "How about this? Send more people to transport stones over. Block it bit by bit first, then seal the opening. It's best if we can find a way to make the water smaller." "How can the water be smaller?" Old Man Pai asked gloomily. "Why not? Didn't the people by the river use the river water when they irrigate the land? Let's get them to water the land again. Starting from upstream, the more water they use, the less water there will be. It's so clogged. It's not like there hasn't been a flood in the past. What should be flushed has been flushed. Let's just treat it as a flood like before," Old Man Chang added. Old Man Yao disagreed. "How can that be? The food of the people upstream is almost ripe. If we ask them to let the water go, the food will be soaked in the water again. They absolutely can't do it, even if we give them money. After all, the amount of food they have is related to their political achievement. It's true that there have been floods before, but when has it ever been good? Now it's man-made. The Zhang family can't bear such a big loss. If we don't think of a safe way, we won't be able to recover in 3 years. The water might even reach the state capital." The news was quickly spread to the imperial court by Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. The entire imperial court was shocked. It wasn't because of the flood. Since the flood had already happened, the Zhang family and Wang family would think of a way to make up for the loss. Everyone was shocked. Who was so crazy? If all the local officials were like this, then wouldn't it be impossible to arrest people and punish them in the future? How many rivers were there in the Great Tang? When it was the rainy season, it was impossible to guard against them. If they were to dig up the rivers, didn't that mean that as long as it was the rainy season, even the local officials would have to tolerate their mistakes? Otherwise, they would start digging up the rivers. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen. They had to use torture to let all the officials know that if they dared to do this, their entire race would be wiped out. After the discussion of the punishment in the imperial court, everyone began to look forward to what the master of the Zhang family would do under such circumstances. Here, this place is low. And here, it has always been low. This place is slightly higher. That's great. It's fine as long as it's higher. Zhang Xiaobao was still studying the map when the people who went to check the situation came back. Just as everyone thought, almost all the villages near the river were gone. It was a vast expanse of water. Many people ran out with their families. It was still unknown how many people had died. The rescuers had also gone over. They rowed the boats to look for people who were still alive. The gap was a little bigger, but no one went to plug it. The water was spreading to other places very quickly. All the fields passing by were flooded. There was no hope for any harvest. After studying the military map in detail, Zhang Xiaobao finally showed a hint of joy. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiaobao, do you have a good idea? Do you know how to plug it?" "Yes, I know. I'll go and arrange for people. Li Sun also needs to send people to call the people in other places. The road can be repaired later." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He had a very bold idea in his heart. After talking to Wang Wan, he took her to find his father. Zhang Zhong had lost weight. In only 3 days, he had lost more than 5 kilograms. He was worried. The news should have reached the imperial court. He didn't know what they would do. And here, he had sent people to rescue, but the water had not been plugged. The local people only cared about escaping and couldn't organize. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't seen his father for 2 days. He had been thinking about how to minimize this disaster. Now that he saw his father's appearance, he was distressed. If this went on, it was likely that he would fall ill. Fortunately, he had a way. Xiao Bao, cuckoo, do you have a good idea? When Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law coming, the first thing that came to his mind was this. The two children were his last hope. If even the gods couldn't do it, who else could he turn to? Zhang Xiaobao nodded fiercely. Father, there is a way. Didn't you mention that you wanted to repair the bridge last time? It was an official in Wangjiang County who said that we should take this opportunity to repair the bridge and connect the north and south of the river. This can be considered a political achievement. Now, let's arrange for people to do things and get people to gather enough steel. Repair the bridge? Xiao Bao, it's a flood now. It's not normal. Zhang Zhong didn't expect his son to mention repairing the bridge at this time. This didn't seem to have anything to do with disaster relief, right? That's right, father. It's to repair the bridge. While doing disaster relief, we can repair the bridge at the same time. It won't be delayed and will be repaired very soon. I reckon that when it's frozen, a bridge will be able to connect the two sides. At that time, transportation will be convenient. As long as there's more production here, we can raise the rent tax. Zhang Xiaobao said firmly. Wang Wan couldn't figure out how to repair the bridge. When Zhang Xiaobao began to issue orders and post notices in the name of his father, Wang Wan finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao saw from the map that the place where the Wangjiang River burst was at the lowest point. After the water rushed out, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to continue digging along the line and create a road for the water. Finally, it connected to a section of the embankment in front and dug the embankment there. The water from the upstream would flow back into the Yangtze River from the excavated area. What they needed to do now was to get more people to dig in the front and build a river embankment in the open space in the north. They would block the water from the embankment in the front between the undamaged embankment and the newly built embankment so that the water would flow directly into the area that was going to be blown out. In other words, they would artificially build a bridge for the water and let the water flow along this road. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaobao wanted to repair the bridge. In the past, when they built reservoirs, they would first dig a river and lead the water over. Then, they would first block the dam on the other side. When they were done, they would blow up the blocked area and block the other side again. Then, the water would come back. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to lead the water away at this time and block the normal river channel. He wanted to use cement and steel to repair the bridge. This bridge was easy to repair. It didn't need to carry large vehicles that weighed tons. Using cement and steel to build the bridge piers at the bottom, it wouldn't be a problem even if they used wood to build the bridge. It was indeed fast. After Wang Wan figured out this matter, she hugged Zhang Xiaobao's head and kissed him hard on the cheek. Xiaobao, you really didn't disappoint. You're never the kind of person who compromises in the face of difficulties. At this time, you can still think of making use of this opportunity. That's great. If the bridge is repaired, then this political achievement will be huge. Let's go and take a look. Basically, everyone in the province started to move. Those who had money contributed, and those who had power contributed. The money naturally came from the Zhang family, the Wang family, and Li Sun. The strength came from the bodyguards and the people around them. Zhang Zhong personally went there to take charge. As long as the people had someone to command them, it would be much easier. They didn't lack the spirit to fight, but they were afraid that there would be no one to lead them. The people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family began to arrange people according to Zhang Xiaobao's plan. They started to build the embankment from where the water was shallow. After the embankment was built a little, they pushed it forward again. Bit by bit, they forced the water between the embankment of the Yangtze River and this side. There were also people digging a little further away. The people in the province started to move, but the three old men still didn't understand Zhang Zhong's intention. To be precise, they didn't understand what the experts of the Zhang family wanted to do. After asking Zhang Zhong, the three old men stared blankly as Zhang Zhong left to organize the people to work. It can actually be done like this? They diverted the water instead of directly blocking it. Then they took the opportunity to repair the bridge. They knew that the embankment was destroyed first. If I didn't know, I would have thought that it was Zhang Zhong who ordered people to dig up the embankment for the purpose of repairing the bridge. Old man Chang said in surprise. He really admired this. If it was someone else, it would have been over long ago. However, the experts of the Zhang family made use of it. Not only did they block the water and prevent it from continuing to rush to other more important places, they also made use of this disaster to make some achievement. If the Zhang family wanted to repair the bridge, they could have waited until winter to fix the embankment here first before blowing it up. They couldn't have let the water rush in. He really wants to repair the bridge. I don't know if he can do it. If he can, then he will be the first person in history. No, the experts behind him will be the second person in history. Old Man Pai was also shocked by this plan. At the same time, he deeply felt the tenacity of the Zhang family. No matter how difficult the situation was, they would not admit defeat. And the more difficult the situation was, the more they would do. It was the same over and over again. Ever since he started raising chickens to help Old Man Yao deal with the locust plague, he had done this. No matter how many obstacles there were in front of him, he would go through them all. Old Man Yao stared at Zhang Zhong's back as he left. After a while, he finally said, as expected, he is quite capable. It seems that there is really no way to deal with the Zhang family in the future. People like him are not afraid of being banished at all. In the face of such a situation, they can still gain benefit. What can they not do? They can immediately think of a solution without any preparation. That is to say, as long as they have time to prepare, they don't have to worry about anything. This is a good idea, especially since the Zhang family now has cement. If they want to build a bridge in the future, they can do the same and build another dam in advance. When the time comes, they can start building bridge piers there. It will be much more convenient for people to travel between the two sides of the river. In addition, they can also build the land road. When the time comes, they can transport goods together with the water route. The food from the south can be quickly transported to the north, and the things from the north can also be transported to the south. It will also be convenient for people to travel between the two sides. If it is the Yellow River, the speed of transportation by boat can't compare to the speed of transportation by bridge. If there is a war, the bridge will be a great contribution. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao thought differently from ordinary people. As long as they found something good, they would want to lead it to the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about what other people thought. If they wanted to build a bridge, they could do it. The most important thing was that they could afford to pay for the steel. The two of them had already decided that if the cement wasn't up to standard, they would add copper pillars to replace the poor quality steel when building the bridge piers. This was all money. If they wanted to build a bridge from the Yangtze River to the other side, it would cost at least 100,000 strings of cash. It was money. They had to spend it. Even if they spent it, they couldn't charge anything like before. Even if the money was paid by their family, they couldn't charge people a penny after the bridge was built. Fortunately, the transportation capacity wasn't that high now. It wasn't a railway bridge, so they didn't have to worry about overloading large trucks. The bridge deck didn't cost too much. After the bridge piers were built, they could use ropes to connect the bridge. Finally, they laid wood. If they wanted to build it better, they could use iron chains to connect the bridge piers. Money, it's not like my dad caused this. Why does my family have to pay for the repairs? We can't even collect a toll. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled as he looked at the commoners working in full swing. Wang Wan suddenly laughed. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was muttering because he was bored. Not to mention that it was because of Zhang Zhong. Even if there wasn't any reason, he would still take the initiative to build the bridge. He didn't care how much money his family had to spend. There was a big difference between having a bridge and not having one. People who came and went didn't have to risk their lives. If the bridge here wasn't too important, then if they could build a bridge upstream, the dangers of the three gorges would be reduced. The really big cargo ships there rarely had accidents. Usually, the dangerous ones were the small boats or small cargo ships that carried people across the river. If there was a bridge, there was no need to use it. They could just walk on it. Now the bridge here was built for Zhang Zhong's political achievements, and also to help Li Sun. There was also a more important reason to build a bridge through this disaster. If it was successful, they could do the same in other places in the future. Xiaobao, why don't I pay for the bridge too? Li Sun, who was standing behind Zhang Xiaobao, heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and said aloud. Zhang Xiaobao looked back at Li Sun, shook his head, and said, "No, you don't have to pay for it. If you want to pay for it, when this bridge is built, you can build one on the Yellow River and directly connect it to the capital. It seems that the cement needs to be studied. What if it doesn't work?" Li Sun nodded seriously. "Okay, let's see how your bridge is first. Don't let it be washed away by the water. In fact, it won't cost much. Give me the cost of the cement. When the time comes, I'll use the marble stones to build a bigger yard for our brother and sister." "That's my brother and sister," Zhang Xiaobao corrected. "It's the same," Li Sun replied, but his heart was touched by Zhang Xiaobao's words. He was looking forward to the Zhang family's bridge being built so that people could pass through it normally. When the time comes, he would really go to the Yellow River to build the bridge. He would use some of the money from the transaction to build a few more bridges. It was just that steel and copper were a bit expensive, but cement was not worth much. Wang Wan also smiled. She admitted that the current environment was really very good. They could spend as much money as they needed. There was no such thing as buying a few bags. In the end, they only needed a little money, so how could they build something of good quality? No one could be greedy with their own money. Especially the price of the raw materials was very cheap. There were many times when they didn't even need to spend money to buy them. They just needed to find a place to pick them. For example, the materials used to make cement were very cheap. If a road could be built for the local people during the process of picking, the local officials would be very grateful. Usually, there wouldn't be officials coming over to ask for money. The big officials wouldn't bother to do that, and the small ones wouldn't dare. Li Longji was doing a good job now. Now that there was a way to solve the problem, the people didn't panic. Even the local people who were washed away by the flood didn't run around and beg for food like before. They all joined the operation. Naturally, the Zhang family and the Wang family paid for food and other things. This wasn't considered a salary, but it was the salary for 20 days. If they worked for a long time, all the rent and transfer would be waived. It wasn't that the Zhang family and the Wang family couldn't afford it, but that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't prepared to pay for it. If everything was measured by money, then this nation would be finished. There would only be money in their hearts, and there would be no morality or family. The current situation was to resist the disaster. There was also a period of post-disaster reconstruction. It was necessary to show the unity of this nation. If other businessmen were willing to pay to help, then it would be better. Zhang Xiaobao promised that he wouldn't embezzle any of the money. All of it would be used on the victims. After following them for 5 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that they didn't need to take care of this matter anymore. They were ready to go back. Someone had already sent them a letter. The 4 little brats had begun to make a fuss because they couldn't see their brother and sister. Zhang Zhong also asked if the 4 little brats mentioned him. The result was naturally very disappointing. His children only knew to call him father when they saw him and endure his beard being kissed twice. They didn't usually think of him at all. Their brother and sister were the best. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ready to go back, they also asked the 3 old men if they wanted to go back with them. They also made watermelon dumplings for the 3 old men to eat. The three old men thought of the food Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan made. They swallowed at the same time, but insisted on staying. They wanted to take a good look at this matter, and see what was going on. When the time came, they could use it in other places to gain more experience. The canal could continue to be repaired, and then a bridge could be built on it to connect the two sides. This way, transportation would be more convenient. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the others didn't move, so they had to go back by themselves. Even Li Sun wanted to stay here and see how the water was blocked elsewhere. He also wanted to see how the bridge looked like, especially how many materials were used. He was afraid that others would cheat him. A caddy of iron was a lot of money. What if he didn't know and someone else bought more, or bought normal iron but used less? After the bridge pier was piled up with cement, it couldn't be seen from the outside. Who knew what it looked like inside? He had to be on guard. Li Sun still didn't know. What he was thinking about was what happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan at that time. Just like what he thought, since it was piled up with cement, no one could see the situation inside. If there was a flood and it suddenly collapsed, he would say that it was the water behind it. It wouldn't happen once in 10,000 years, or even once in a million years. It couldn't even be compared to the Ice Age. Anyway, he would say it as shameless as possible. Even if everyone knew what was going on, it was just like the Emperor's new clothes. After hearing and seeing more, he got used to it. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have such concerns. After all, it was still the time to talk about morality. After all, if someone fell to the ground and saved him, he wouldn't say that it was you who hit him. After the two of them arranged things properly, they rode back quickly. They didn't know what the little guys were doing. If they didn't know how to go, wouldn't they turn the sky upside down? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the younger brother and sister's courtyard, the four little guys had turned the sky upside down. Even the two sisters were making trouble. The maids in the courtyard were washing clothes for them, and they began to make trouble there. In fact, it was not right to say that they were making trouble. They kindly wanted to help wash. Each of them pulled a washboard and imitated others, making water everywhere. They didn't know whose clothes were, but they were distributed and put in basins for them to rub. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already used good soap powder. It was very convenient to wash clothes, and the clothes were easy to clean. The six little guys were avoiding the maids who were wiping their faces when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their younger brother and sister, they were happy at first. Then they laughed and made bubbles all over their bodies. It seemed that they had rubbed more vigorously just now. As soon as the six little guys saw that their relatives had come back, they opened their small hands and ran over. Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother ran and fell to the ground with a plop. He sat there and pondered for a while. Finally, he found the problem. His belt buckle was open. Just now, he stepped on it with one foot. He looked up at his brother and sister, got up angrily and continued to run over. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their younger brother and sister like this, they were very proud. This was what they taught them. When they fell, they didn't cry. Instead, they thought about why they fell. It took them a long time to develop such a habit. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surrounded by their younger brother and sister. They came to the place where they washed their clothes. It seemed that they wanted to let the two of them see what washing clothes was. One by one, they squatted beside the washing board that was placed horizontally. They took the clothes out of the basin and put them on it. Then, they threw their whole bodies on it to wash. Good job washing. Zhang Xiaobao immediately praised them loudly. He even used his strength to rub his hands twice. This time it was amazing. Xiao Bei directly rushed over and took off the only piece of clothing on Zhang Xiaobao's upper body. With a splash, he pressed it into the water and rubbed it. It was unknown how much soap they had put in. Every time they rubbed, a lot of bubbles would come out. Wang Wan looked and said, "Why don't you put some glycerin in it? It's a byproduct when making soap." It's just right for them to blow bubbles for fun. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, but his eyes were staring at the hands of the maidservants who were washing the clothes. He watched them rub there. Their hands were indeed good and well maintained, but Zhang Xiaobao always felt that something was wrong. Why are you looking at their hands? Haven't you seen washing clothes before? Now we can only wash like this or use a stick to hit them. There's no washing machine. Wang Wan stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, if there's no washing machine, then make one. I don't expect it to have all kinds of functions. As long as it can turn, it's fine. We can make a generator. Is it difficult to make an electric motor? Zhang Xiaobao finally knew what was wrong. Turned out that it was missing a washing machine. It's not difficult, but there will be leakage. Wang Wan followed. Then don't use it. Use manpower, the kind that uses feet. It's better than washing by hand, right? It's even better if it's placed by the river. The maidservants only need to be responsible for pouring water into it. There's also an additional job of washing clothes. Zhang Xiaobao decided to free the maidservants' hands and not let them continue to wash clothes with their hands. Wang Wan nodded and then shook her head. Who will let you wash clothes? Won't they wash clothes in their own house? There's no market at all. Normally, that's the case. However, there are many rich people who do get others to help them wash their clothes. Don't some commoners rely on this to earn a living? That's settled then. In the future, build more washing machines to help those who cannot find work. Zhang Xiaobao insisted mainly because he thought that there was something attractive about this matter, and that was the things used to wash clothes. It would be better if there were some spices to add to the fragrance. Many people might not worry about not having enough clothes to wash, but they came to wash clothes out of curiosity and identity. Even if they were not successful in the end, they could still sell washing machines. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression and guessed what he was thinking. She said, "Do you want to sell washing machines? This can't be sold. It needs good materials and a lot of money. People who don't have money won't use it. Rich people have maids and hired old women. Who would spend money to buy this? Why not? If you sell it as a product, no one will buy it. You can just sell it as a fashion trend. Let those people feel that if they don't buy a washing machine at home, the clothes they wear will be different from others. Add some spice. Use different plants to distill, and then spray the washed clothes with a variety of fragrances and the pure natural ones. Get it to the key cities of the better states and a place like the capital. There should be a market. How do you know if you don't try?" Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked to his yard. He wanted to go back and find a craftsman to make a washing machine. Wang Wan also followed behind to help with ideas. The 6 little guys were washing happily. When they saw that they were gone, they were stunned and found that they were about to walk out of the yard. They put down other things and ran with their legs tight. Zhang Xiaobao heard the footsteps and looked back. Only then did he remember that there were 6 little guys. Zhang Xiaobao paused and winked at Wang Wan. He clapped his hands and walked in front of her. He said, "Please do this with me." Wang Wan was a little stunned and immediately understood what Zhang Xiaobao was doing. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She followed Zhang Xiaobao and clapped her hands while walking. She said, "I'll do this with you. Please do this with me. I'll do this with you. Please do this with me." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kept repeating this process. As they talked, the 6 little guys also began to follow. They also said, "I'll do this with you" with Wang Wan. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked in front, and the 6 little guys followed behind. It was like a mother goose walking with her baby geese. Everyone who saw it was confused. They didn't know why the young master and the young lady were walking with the 4 little ancestors. In this way we can add poetry and other things in the future. They will be very willing to learn. They will even organize themselves to play like this. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the yard and asked someone to find a craftsman, they hugged the 6 little guys together and said softly, How can you come up with so many ideas? The little guys are so pitiful. They don't even know that they are being schemed against. Wang Wan really understood Zhang Xiaobao's intention this time. Guidance. The learning method of guidance in the game was the best way. After waiting for another 5 days, the 3 old men realized that they couldn't build the bridge yet. They hadn't found enough things to block the bridge, so they finally came back. Staying outside was indeed not as good as staying at home. The main reason was that they didn't have a group of little guys. When they came back, they saw Luer Xian Er, Wei Wei, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the others installing things. There was a man-made river in their yard, and there was a windmill connected to it. The 3 old men were now in the old man Pai's yard. They were very puzzled when they saw the thing. They wanted to ask, but seeing how serious the little guys were, they didn't want to disturb them. They could only wait by the side. After the things were installed, someone directly took a lot of clothes and threw them into the box. They didn't know what it meant. The 3 old men watched the group of little guys add water to the box and put in soap powder. When the other end was connected to the windmill, there was a rumbling sound from the box. It wasn't too loud. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands. The 6 little guys also clapped their hands, although they didn't know what this thing was for or what benefits it would bring them. Old Man Pai saw that everyone was done, so he came over to look at the situation in the box. It had already started spinning, and it was spinning quite quickly. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in confusion and asked, "This is?" "Grandpa, Bai, you're back. This is a washing machine. It's used to wash clothes. With this thing, you don't need to rub it with your hands or hit it with a stick. Can wash a lot of clothes at once. It's very fast and convenient. Grandpa Bai, how much are you willing to pay if I sell this to you?" Zhang Xiaobao introduced it to Old Man Pai and asked about the market demand. "I won't pay a penny. I already have someone in my family who specializes in this job. I have a lot of money and nowhere to spend it. Why would I buy this thing to wash clothes?" Old Man Pai didn't give him any face at all. Wang Wan laughed softly at the side. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was too embarrassing. He smacked his lips and said, "Grandpa Bai, it's like this. As long as you buy this thing, I can give you the materials to add fragrance to your clothes for free. There are many kinds of fragrance and you can wear it. People will laugh at an old man like me if I wear it. I won't buy it. I definitely won't buy it." Before Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Old Man Pai interrupted and refused. After he finished speaking, he turned around to look at Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao. The 2 old men nodded cooperatively, meaning that they wouldn't buy it. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a while. He said to Wang Wan, "You see, I told you that Grandpa Bai and the others don't need this at all. You just had to bring it over. Tear it all down. Take it back to our own homes." Wang Wan laughed even louder. The others also laughed. Even the 6 children, who still didn't know what was going on, laughed like flowers. Old Man Pai quickly stopped them and said, "There's no need to tear it down. It looks okay and can be used. Keep it. Later, I'll give one to your Grandpa Yao and Grandpa Zhang. As for the fragrance, I don't need it. I'll help you this time. Give it to someone else." "Ah, this old man is easy to talk to." "Grandpa Bai, then should I thank you?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he pulled his brother to his side. "No need. I'm also very happy to be able to help little guys like you this time," Old Man Pai said with bright eyes. His gaze was fixed on the washing machine. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in admiration. "Grandpa Bai, you are really too noble. Then do you think I can still sell this washing machine? I've decided. If the important thing is that you buy a washing machine, I'll give you a good iron." "Yes, you can sell it. What does the iron look like? Is it better than a soldering iron?" "Xiaobao, how about this? If you sell it directly, you don't know what other people will think after they use it. Why don't you let me have a few first? I'll find someone to help you use it. I'll tell you the pros and cons. What about you too?" Old Man Pai knew that the things from the Zhang family had always been good. How could he miss out on this opportunity? Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao nodded at the same time. Old Man Yao had a lot of good friends. Old Man Chang wanted to give it to his family's master, Zhang Jiuling. The things from the Zhang family were definitely comfortable to use. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, "I'll take out a total of 5. You 3 can split it." "Aya, Xiaobao, why don't you take out 2? We happen to have 3 people. If you take out 2, wouldn't the effect be better?" Old Man Pai didn't fall for it at all. "Little guy, you want to kill 3 with 2 peaches?" Chapter 573. Danger, the flood washes away misfortune. Winds and clouds change, the people who leave have no return. Danger, who points to the blue sky to reverse the tide. Autumn arrives, the crabs are full, the fish is fat. While others were fixing the dam, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were free, began to research the items at home. Ever since they made the semi-automatic washing machine, the two realized that there were more comfortable things to make. For example, the solar shower. It was the kind that placed a large water tank at a high place. It was made of aluminum and coated with a layer of black paint. When the sun was shining, it would start drying early in the morning. When it was sunny, it could be used to bathe the younger siblings in the afternoon. It was very practical. Another example was the spray iron. First, it was enough to make a spray iron. Once it was sprayed, it would be ironed a few times. While making this, there was some unforeseen circumstances. There was no mist, only water jets. After some slight modification, it became a spray gun. The 6 little ones could each have a water fight. After solving the daily games of the younger siblings, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had a new research direction. Building a biogas pool had many advantages. There could be biogas fertilizer, a biogas stove, and a biogas lamp. The biogas stove was easy to make. They just needed to make a stove to light it up. As for the biogas lamp, they just needed to remove the stove and light it up directly. It was more convenient to use than an oil lamp and brighter than candles. As for other things, they did not care. The 2 suspected judges had not been caught yet. There was no way to prove that they were the ones who dug the dam. Their families were still living under the supervision of the provincial government. The interrogation officer only knew that there were people above, but he did not know who they were. They all had a fixed contact point in another province. Only when there was trouble, the people above would ask for the help of one or a few officials from the imperial court. The list of suspected officials who had helped had already been sent to the capital. This kind of thing should not involve Zhang Zhong. They had already sent people to the other provinces. Needless to say, the place that used to be had long been deserted. If they wanted to find traces of the transportation of ores and marble, it would not be Shuzhou's problem anymore. Whoever owned the territory would be responsible for it. The only thing that made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel a little better was that the imperial court sent someone to deliver a decree, asking if Shuzhou needed any food aid from the imperial court. After all, a lot of places were flooded. Even if they had arranged for people to repair the dam, it was impossible to do it overnight. The water was still flowing. More and more houses were destroyed, and the fields were also soaked. Fortunately, before the water came later, the people in the areas that could be flooded had already moved away, and no more people died. Zhang Zhong did not even use Chongpingsong. The people in the disaster area could not get back the money they owed. This time, he did not directly wipe it off. After all, there were other people who had also taken loans. He only extended the repayment time and took out money to give them another loan. This was conditional. Within 10 years, the livestock and poultry produced by the people in Shuzhou who had taken loans had to be sold to the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce at a price slightly lower than the market price. It was considered a long-term investment. Of course, the matters asked by the decree had to be rejected. Did the imperial court need to deal with such a small matter? The imperial court only needed to arrest those who should be arrested and kill those who should be killed. The problems of the people's livelihood were not a problem. As long as the officials were good and sincerely worked for the people, no one would cause trouble, and there was enough money for basic construction. It would be difficult for a place not to become prosperous. Even the poorest place had its own advantages for development. It depended on officials and early development funds. Moreover, Shuzhou was not poor. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not need to go elsewhere to experiment. They could just build a methane pool in their own courtyard and collect the materials to produce methane from the prefectural city. After not seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for 2 days, the 3 old men missed them. After searching for a while, they found 2 people who were directing people to work in a courtyard that the Zhang family usually used to store sundries. Xiaobao, this is? Old Man Pai looked at the place and asked, not knowing what it was for. He now admired the 2 masters of the Zhang family even more. He could not see them even once. Where were they hiding? Basically, everything had to be done by Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The 2 children were exhausted. They could not cultivate talents like this. Since they were in Sanshui County, they had seen the 2 children busy. Only Xiaobao and Cuckoo were sensible. If it were the other 2 children, they would have quit long ago. Old Man Pai had told Old Man Chang about this before. At this time, Old Man Chang also sighed. He envied the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. Since they saw Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they were always smiling when they saw them. They had not cried even once. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the people in charge of the Zhang family and Wang family were the 2 of them. They were directing people in and out, and it did not affect their studies. How did they give birth to children? Zhang Xiaobao was ordering people to make cement. When he heard Old Man Pai's words, he looked back and whispered to Wang Wan, "It's over. Cement can't be sold at a high price in the future. Later, help us cooperate. Let's earn money from the rich first." Wang Wan and Wei Wei were stunned. When they saw what the 2 were doing, they thought it through and nodded. "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, Grandpa Zhang, how did the 3 of you have time to come here? Come, serve the 3 grandpas good tea and freshly boiled melon seeds. Grandpa Bai, you should rest first. Cuckoo and I have nothing to do, so we came here to play." Zhang Xiaobao's face instantly turned into a flower, making people feel that it was more pure than Xiao Bei's smile. If they did not believe him, then they would be struck by lightning. Unfortunately, Old Man Pai seemed to have the means of a god. He was not afraid of being struck by lightning. He was indifferent to Zhang Xiaobao's words and did not go to the side to drink tea. The 3 old men firmly believed that tea and melon seeds were definitely not as important as what was in front of them. "It's good to play blindly. Xiaobao, tell us, what are you playing?" Old Man Pai continued to ask. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just putting feces, grass, and other things together. After fermenting it, it can be used to make fertilizer. There will be a burst of air coming out of it. That air can be lit with an open flame." Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to lie to the 3 old men. If he did not want to say it, then he would not say it. Since he said it, then it was the truth. Old Man Pai and Old Man Pai knew that this kind of thing would appear in swamp. They did not expect it to be man-made. They explained it to Old Man Chang, who was next to them. Old Man Pai moved forward and carefully looked at the others working. Just as Zhang Xiaobao had said, Old Man Pai looked and indeed said, "Xiaobao, this thing of yours is good. It can be used to boil water and cook, and it can also be used to light lamp. I don't think there's much here. It's just cement and copper pipe. The pipes should be used to release air. In this way, as long as one followed the instructions, even the common folk would be able to save on oil lamps, let alone candles. Once the gas inside is almost used up, the excrement will ferment and truly can be used as fertilizer." Xiaobao, the people of the Great Tang are suffering. After Wang Wan heard Old Man Pai's words, she immediately said, "Grandpa Bai, our family is also suffering. Now is the time of the man-made disaster, and we have to take out a lot of money. What should we do?" Grandpa, I've decided to do this. That the rich usually use the most oil lamps and candles. The more they use, the less other people can eat, especially candles. Why don't we start with the rich? Our family can provide after-sales service. For example, we can transport feces and grass to places designated by the rich. When the air is gone, we can help to clean it up. We won't charge more, we'll do it for free. We'll even help to transport the things that are cleaned up to places far away. Old Man Pai looked at Wang Wan's aggrieved expression and laughed. He said to Old Man Yao, "What do you think? Isn't it easier to talk to the two kids?" Old Man Yao nodded. It was indeed easier to talk. There was no need to make things clear. The benefits that should be exchanged were all exchanged. It felt like he was not talking to the two kids, but communicating with people like himself. It was very interesting. Old Man Chong knew how the cement was made. He had seen the process and estimated the price before. It was very, very cheap. The common people could also use it. He then asked, "Xiao Bao Cuckoo, how much is your family preparing to sell it for?" "I don't know yet. We're experimenting. We'll know later. I don't think it's too expensive. At least it won't exceed 30% of the oil lamps and candles used by the rich." "Yes, it won't exceed 30%. Zhang Xiaobao said very generously. However, the three old men did not feel that he was being generous at all. Was 30% too little? Cement was not valuable. If one had to say that it was valuable, it would be the technical costs that the two little guys had been emphasizing. In that case, we'll talk about it after the experiment is done. Xiaobao, there's actually another reason why we're here today. The dam in Wangjiang County is being repaired, but many fields are flooded. We have to think of a way. Otherwise, this year's rent tax, Old Man Pai was reminding him out of goodwill this time. The tax was easy to deal with, but the rent could not be sent to the imperial court with money. The land was already flooded, and no one else could do anything. He believed that the Zhang family would have an idea. Zhang Xiaobao had not considered such a thing in the past few days. At this time, when Old Man Pai mentioned it, he fell into deep thought. It was indeed so. He could not lose such a large area for nothing. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Did the fish, prawns, and crabs in the river rush into the fields?" The three old men nodded. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaobao said again, "Then let the people who escaped from the original area go back and raise prawns, crabs, and fish in the fields. When autumn comes, let other places exchange food for it. It's also part of the rent. We can't just leave it there. If the quantity is not enough, we can go to the river to fish again." Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. Originally, there was such a way to raise them. Now that the others had been washed away, he would directly raise them with water. The output was higher than when he was raising them in the field. It was just that there was less food. When autumn came, he would think of a way to sell it. After the three old men heard this, their eyes lit up, but they were a little uncertain. Old Man Yao asked, "It's feasible. If it really works, then there might be more people who will specially raise them in the future." Chapter 574. Yesterday was a hurried day. At dusk, the moon hung in the east, and the sky was full of stars. The silence was thick. It was always late autumn, and the leaves were red when the wind blew. It was getting colder, but the temperature in Shuzhou did not change much. When it was hot, it still made people want to hide in the water. The golden rice stood in the field, and the birds were ready to have a big meal, but they were scared away by the moving scarecrows with small windmills on their heads. Zhang Zhong, who was adopted by Lu Zhou, had gradually adapted to the current weather. He was only a little weak, but he could come out and play with the others. He was the oldest, and he had just learned how to speak. He could say short sentences of less than 6 words. He was a little worse than his younger brothers and sisters. The 4 little ones could say, "Please do this with me," very fluently. It would be better if they were not missing teeth. As for the other 2 sisters, they could only say that they were proficient in this sentence. The difference in education was immediately apparent. When autumn came, the 7 little ones liked to sleep more. They did not make any noise when they woke up. They let the servant girls play with them for a while, and then they sat by the river in the courtyard, staring at the fish in a daze. Occasionally, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the time to come over and play with them, they would stand in a row and follow behind the 2 of them as they walked out leisurely. Around them were more than a dozen guards, whether in the open or in the dark. They would go to the streets to look for dough figurines coming out, or to find someone selling pancakes to buy an egg pancake each. Zhang Zhong had handed all the affairs in his mansion to the people in the inner court. Until now, the imperial court had not found out who ordered people to destroy the river embankment. Many of the officials in Shuzhou had been dismissed. From the top to the bottom, from those in power to those with no duties, all the officials involved in the secret mining were dismissed. Some were even escorted to the capital, including those who knew about it but did not report it. In the capital, they had originally planned to arrange for a few more people to be promoted to Shuzhou, but all the people who were chosen did not want to come. They were all afraid. They were afraid that wherever Zhang Zhong appeared, they would not be able to do well and lose their positions. Luoyang had sent 3 people to take over Taihu County's county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and registrar general. In the end, they were transferred away after half a month. It was truly not a place for people to stay. Every day there were tasks from the magistrate court. The workload was too heavy. They, who had developed a lazy habit in Luoyang, could not keep up with the Zhang family's pace. Not only them, but all the local officials in Shuzhou also resigned from their positions one after another. They couldn't take it anymore. If they continued to work, they would die of exhaustion. Their vacant positions were directly occupied by the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family. All of them were substitutes. By autumn, 60% of the officials in Shuzhou had been replaced. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would find useful information from the news reported by fast horses every day. Then, they would make adjustment. The people in the inner courtyards also did their best to cooperate, allowing people to see what the Zhang family's speed was. The people of Shuzhou could see fast horses running back and forth every day. Sometimes there were even pigeons flying in and out. Even in the farthest county, if something small happened, it would be resolved within 3 days. Others could not compare to such efficiency. Their overall planning could not keep up, and the reaction speed of the officials under them could not compare to the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family. It was not an exaggeration to say that the people of the Zhang family and Wang family supported the entire Shuzhou. The river was still surging, but it could no longer cause any disasters to Shuzhou. Even though it rained for 5 days in a row at the beginning of autumn, and several places upstream and downstream were washed away, Shuzhou still stood firmly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not deceived people for a long time. They spent all their energy on internal affairs. Wang Wan also handed over the work of the garment workshop to her subordinate. She accompanied Zhang Xiaobao and sorted out the information like a secretary. Such a fast development speed was still too slow for the 2 people. The communication was too poor. Even if there were carrier pigeons flying back and forth in the sky, it was still slower than the speed of a phone call. Xiaobao, here is a message from Susong County. It says that a group of beekeepers came from Huangmei County in Linzhou. They stung a few people and asked what to do. Zhang Xiaobao had just put down a thing in his hand when Wang Wan took out a set of materials that had just been delivered. She was not asking what to do if the people were stung. The people in Susong County would not ask such a thing. What she was asking was whether the beekeepers were useful. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished dealing with the matter of burning the mountain and changing the farmland. The county magistrate of Huailing County felt that there were too many trees in Qianshan, so he wanted to turn that area into terraced fields. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reply was not to agree. They could look at the trees, but they had to cut them down in batches. The trees would be used to build bridges. They had to plant fruit trees in that area immediately and give them to the people who had a lot of free time at home. They had to build a fruit powder factory there to process the fruits into powder. Part of the powder would be left for the sailors, and the other part would be sold to areas with less fruits according to the temperature. At this moment, when he heard Wang Wan's voice, he thought for a moment and said, "Our Chamber of Commerce does not have beekeeping yet. We need honey for medicine. Let the people in the Chamber of Commerce contact them and ask if they can join the Chamber of Commerce. We will expand the scale. The Chamber of Commerce will provide them with all kinds of guarantees. We can even set up a place from the south to the north to raise flowers, sell flowers, and provide raw materials for honey." "That's good. They will be sent back and forth from the south to the north. On the way, they can also help to collect information from various places." Also, Wangjiang County said that the crabs and mandarin fish are almost done. Ask if they are selling them. Wang Wan wrote down a thing and took out a piece of paper. "Yes. First, find the merchants and rich families near the 2 banks of the Yangtze River and send invitations. They say that there will be a crab tasting party in Taihu Lake. The people who come will receive a beautiful item carved from marble and be the first to walk on the Yangtze River Bridge when it is built. After setting the date and writing clearly on the invitation card, whoever had the best crab tasting ability would be able to obtain a medal issued by the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. With this medal, they would be able to enjoy a 5% discount on any purchase in Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. After the people who come set the time, get someone to pick the crabs first and make them into drunken crabs. In addition, the merchants who come to participate can use their own flags as advertisement. They will not charge the advertising fees for the flags. If they want to advertise in Taihu County's restaurants, they will get a 20% discount. Tell Wangjiang County that after the crab tasting party ends, they will hold a fish tasting party in succession and take out the mandarin fish to sell." After a pause, Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Tell Taihu Lake to prepare for the reception. Get Li Sun to sell marble and decorate the restaurant there to be grand on the outside and relaxed on the inside." Wang Wan wrote down this matter and asked, "How do you calculate the cost?" "Help Wangjiang County sell things. Taihu County has to get some benefit." "Cost? Wangjiang County will pay half of the money to build exquisite shops in Taihu County and outside. This money will be paid by Li Sun first. Set up a cruise ship on Taihu Lake and let the local merchants bid. 40% of the money will be given to Wangjiang County, 40% will be given to Taihu County, and the remaining 20% and 10% will be used to let the people who receive the invitation taste local snacks for free. This has to be written clearly. It is free to taste local snacks on the ship. The snacks from outside are not free, and the snacks from outside are not free. The other 10% will be used to hire geisha and scholars. That's it. What else is there?" After Zhang Xiaobao solved this problem, he asked again. Wang Wan took out another piece of paper and said, "There's one more thing. The people at the foot of Yan Gong Mountain reported that there are wild beasts coming down the mountain to hurt people. 4 people are injured, and one of them had his foot bitten. They asked what to do. Train the soldiers. The soldiers of Shuzhou Prefecture have not trained for a long time. Organize a drill. The location is Yan Gong Mountain. Equip them with crossbows. Let them go to the place and kill some of the large wild beasts on the mountain. It should be because there is not enough food for the carnivores on the mountain. That place belongs to Wangjiang County, right?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "Yes, it's Wangjiang County. Send a message to Wangjiang County. Let the people of the inner court prepare a hunting ground. Put chickens and ducks in it to attract some wild beasts to eat. After 2 activities are held in Taihu County, tell the merchants that they can advertise in the hunting ground. They will also have a 20% discount. Also, hold a hunting competition on Yangong Mountain in Wangjiang County. According to the team, the number of people is less than 10. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, they are not allowed to bring their own defensive weapons. They can be rented locally. The team in first place will be awarded the title of the First Warrior. Anyone who obtains this title will hunt and play in Yengong Mountain for free in the future. Every year, they can accept challenges from others. If they successfully defend their title, they will receive another medal. When they do business with Hai Yunjian, they will be exempted from 5% of the fees. Taihu County will provide all the poultry and livestock. This time, 30% of the money will be given to Taihu County. Tell Li Sun to release the news in private that whichever team wins will have the opportunity to be recommended to participate in the Imperial Clan hunting activities in the winter. Zhang Xiaobao could not do anything about someone being injured, but he could immediately connect the matter there to Lake Tai. Wang Wan also remembered this matter and said, "Xiaobei doesn't like to eat these few days. He's lost weight. What should we do?" "Deal with the current matters and take them out to play. They've been in the courtyard for a long time, and they don't have much to eat. It'll be fine if they go out to relax. Has the doctor checked?" When Zhang Xiaobao heard about his sister, his face was not as serious as before. He had been too busy these days, so the number of times he played with the little ones had decreased. His father was still supervising at Wangjiang, so it was time for him to relax. The matters here were temporarily handed over to the people from the inner court. After the autumn harvest was arranged properly, there was no big deal. The people from the inner court should be able to handle it well. Yes, there's nothing wrong with them. Where are we taking them to play? Wang Wan was also tired these few days and also wanted to go out for a walk. "Let's go to the construction site at Wangjiang," Zhang Xiaobao said after thinking for a while. As a result, the orders were sent out one by one. Other than the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, the others did not expect that the people who had arranged Shuzhou so well were actually the two families' young ladies and young masters. Such efficiency left others in the dust. When the 7 little ones were put into the house and headed outside, they were no longer in a daze. They all looked very excited and leaned against the window to look outside. Xiaobei also ate more at noon and even ate a big crab. He was only fine after being fed a lot of ginger water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each rode a horse and walked around the house. The little ones ran left and right from time to time and made funny faces at their brothers and sisters. After the group left the prefectural city, the 3 old men also appeared outside the prefectural city. They looked at the group in a daze. "Master, young Master Xiao Bao and the others are leaving. Should we follow them?" A person beside Old Man Pai asked. "No need, they are taking Xiaobei out to play. There's nothing interesting at Wangjiang. The people arranged there just need to record the steps of the bridge construction. Are you sure that the orders were sent out from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's courtyard?" Old Man Pai shook his head and asked the person beside him. He was not stupid. He always wanted to know about the 2 masters of the Zhang family, so he would definitely send someone to watch over them. Zhang family and Wang family seemed to know, no matter what his people did outside. At this time, he and Old Man Yao were the most shocked. It was mainly because the orders were sent out from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. The 3 of them stopped and looked. If it was said that Zhang family and Wang family used tricks to make money in the past, then what they saw in the past 2 months was the other side. When all the orders were issued, it could be seen that there were no tricks. All the orders were the most correct orders. From this, it could be seen that Zhang family and Wang family's true strength, especially the inner courtyard, sent out. As long as it was in Shuzhou, everything, no matter how difficult it was, would be properly solved in 3 days at most. "Master, we are sure that the orders were sent out from young Master Xiao Bao's courtyard. Should we send someone to go in and take a look?" The person who spoke just now suggested. He meant to go in and look for the 2 masters of the Zhang family. Now Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as the people in the courtyard, were not there. It was an opportunity. Old Man Pai waved his hand and said, "Absolutely can't go in. Just pretend that it didn't happen. If we really go in, it will cause trouble. Maybe the Zhang family and Wang family will turn against us. Don't think that we can take advantage of every opportunity. It works for other people, but not for the Zhang family. That person listened to the order and hurriedly went to arrange it. He was also afraid that someone would not be able to resist going in, thinking that he could make a contribution. For the Zhang family and Wang family, Shuzhou is still too small. They can do things with ease. We should find a way to find a better place for them to play. Old Man Pai said with emotion. Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao also agreed with him, especially Old Man Yao. He had been the Prime Minister several times, so he was very clear about the current situation in Shuzhou. In the words of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, it was efficiency. Yes, very powerful means. It gave people the feeling that with the two masters in charge, even if the sky fell down in Shuzhou, there was no need to worry. If it were not for the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family, ordinary officials would not be able to cooperate at all. Orders were passed down one after another. If one didn't know that this was a busy political matter, it would be easy to misunderstand that this was a general who had always been victorious in battle. Unexpectedly, when dealing with political matters, he gave people a kind of elegant and wonderful feeling. Thinking of this, Old Man Yao also sighed with emotion and said, "Good ability. Using justice and surprise to win. This is the real all-rounder. Unfortunately, I have no chance to see it. Now I wonder if there is anything that they can't do. If such a person is put in the position of Prime Minister, I think the Tang Empire will go further." Old Man Chang was also frightened by the orders sent out by the Zhang family during this time. Were they still human? No matter what the problem was, as long as it was sent, a solution would be sent out immediately, as if the people inside knew everything. Especially the 16 orders that were sent out in succession just now, he could only say that it was fear. Using everything that could be used, or using all the resources that could be used, the whole Shuzhou was at his command. He believed that anyone who knew about this would be full of yearning for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mysterious courtyard. They would want to go in and see what kind of person had such ability. Old Man Pai also admitted that this person was powerful, but he did not agree with Old Man Yao's words so much. He said, "The main reason why the Zhang family can arrange the autumn harvest in Shuzhou so quickly is not because there is a master in charge, but because of the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. Without them, no one else could carry out such orders, and they would be busy to death." From the orders, it could be seen that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's courtyard was only in charge of making a proposal, and there were not many details. Only the people they arranged could fill in the details themselves. If it were someone else, not to mention filling in the details, they would be so busy that they could not complete the task, and they might be exhausted to death. If all the original officials in Shuzhou were replaced by people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, Shuzhou's current development would be faster. It's hard for a normal person to get even one of these talents. I don't know how the Zhang and Wang clans taught them, but they're even better than those who passed the imperial examinations. They're able to adapt to all positions. This is the true strength of the Zhang and Wang clans. As long as the people of the inner court don't disperse, no one can beat them down. Old Man Pai was very envious of the Zhang family and Wang family for having so many people who were proficient in government affairs. The talents cultivated by the imperial court could not be compared to the Zhang family and Wang family, let alone the people in his own family. With a sigh, Old Man Pai continued, "This kind of person is impossible for others to rope in even if they wanted to. He actually managed to support an entire province. There are also those from the inner courtyard who did not participate in this. They have all gone to the villages to provide technical guidance to the commoners. If those people could be used as well, I reckon that all the officials in Luoyang are dead. As long as the people from the Zhang family and Wang family are around, they can directly fill in the gaps and allow things to continue as usual. Without waiting for Old Man Pai to finish speaking, Old Man Yao interrupted. That's right. It's no wonder that when Zhang Zhong's official position was arranged, his family always had to move to other places. It turns out that it wasn't just for Zhang Zhong to accumulate political achievements, and it wasn't just for him to open up businesses and earn money. It was also to nurture the people of the inner court to adapt to government affairs. Old Man Pai finally understood. However, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he felt. The experts from the Zhang family were too far-sighted. In the future, when they really entered the imperial court and became officials, they would rely on the people they sponsored and the people from the academy. Whenever Zhang Zhong made a decision, such people would definitely be able to smoothly execute it. Even if the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family could not become officials, they could still be sent to help others. This was how aristocratic families were formed. Other aristocratic families were formed through the efforts of generations of people in the family, but the aristocratic families of the Zhang family and Wang family relied on the people from the inner courtyard to complete it. Old Man Yao also thought of this matter and said worriedly, "Then if the Zhang family and Wang family want to rebel, will there be any problems? The people from the inner courtyard can help them support the entire country. Don't worry about this. If they wanted to rebel, they would have done it long ago. The newly discovered island is not small. As long as they bring the people of Luzhou there, it will be very easy for them to establish a country. After a few years, after they have dealt with the local people and settled down, they will fight back. By then, not just any general can deal with them. They have a map of the entire Tang Empire in their hands, and it is the military type. It is very detailed. Who can stop them? Moreover, since they can develop such a powerful weapon, give them a few years, won't they be able to make even more powerful weapons?" Old Man Pai was very confident in the Zhang family and Wang family. At least he knew the strength of the two families. With such strength, if they did not have other thoughts, how could they rebel in the Tang Empire's territory? While the three old men were sighing and admiring, Zhang Xiaobao's team had already walked a few miles. They were not moving slowly, as they wanted to reach Wangjiang as soon as possible. The 7 little fellows wandered around the house for a while and looked at the surrounding scenery. It was too monotonous. One by one, they fell asleep. At this time, the speed of the team slowed down a little. "Cuckoo, when we get there, we can eat crabs as much as we want. It's a good place. Maybe we can continue to develop like this in the future. Why do we have to farm?" Zhang Xiaobao rode on his horse and went around the house. When he was side by side with Wang Wan, he said, "That won't do. The grain is still not enough. It has not reached the level of the Kaiyuan era. No matter what, we have to continue to farm. However, we can raise crabs in the field, and it can also increase the current rice yield. It's not a good hybrid breed. Unlike later, when it affected the grain yield, we need to use crabs to make up for the price." Wang Wan did not agree with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She felt that it was better to farm. Only when the people had enough to eat they could do other things. Zhang Xiaobao did not refute. "Then let's farm. See if we can find more people from the capital's agriculture temple. There are many good seeds, but because of the transportation problem, if we want to use such seeds to plant, the cost is too high. Therefore, many places keep their own seed. There should be no problem. As long as we succeed in raising seeds here, then even if we don't say anything, there will be people who are willing to come here to study and learn. Do you want to rope them in?" Wang Wan could not think of Zhang Xiaobao's plan. "No need. If that's the case, some people will not be willing. I just want to give them some advice and let them take less detours. We can't monopolize the matters of the people's lives. Otherwise, we will face the attacks of those in power." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "Others could travel faster on horseback, but now it was impossible for a large group to arrive at their destination in just a few days. It seemed that even at the fastest speed, it would take at least 10 days to travel. Moreover, this was under the condition that the road was easy to travel. The 7 little ones could not stay in the house all day. They had to take some time out to play every day. If they encountered something curious, they would have to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to play with them. Therefore, the group traveled for half a month before they arrived at their destination. At this time, the invitations had been sent out. Zhang Zhong's reputation was not small. Everyone who received an invitation agreed to come. Even the local people who had some influence did not refuse. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that they did not come to see their father. They came to establish a connection with the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Currently, Lu Zhou's things were no longer transported to the capital to be sold. About 1/3 of the amount was left in Shuzhou. Now, the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce was still in charge of the transactions. They did not ask for the help of other merchants. Of course, this kind of management method was not good. It was a waste of talent. Any knowledgeable merchant knew that when Zhang Zhong was almost done with the construction here, it would be time for him to leave. Once he left, there would not be so many people from the Sea Cloud Chamber of Commerce working here. They would have to give many of the transactions to the local people. They were waiting for such an opportunity. When the group had just arrived at Wangjiang County, Zhang Xiaobao received a gift from Sanshui County. It was impossible for them to go back this year. Even if the farmers wanted to, they could not do anything. They could only send the best things they thought to the main family. Smoked chicken and roasted chicken could not be kept for too long, so they could not send them. Then, what they could send was the local grain. They picked the best rice ears and shipped them with the ship to let the main family see how the harvest was in Sanshui County. The plump rice ears made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very happy. This was the real high yield. Although the rice that was sent this time was the best, they thought that it was not bad. It seemed that it was a good idea to let the people from the Sea Agriculture Temple go over. Compared to the previous yield, the current yield was more than 2 times. This was the average yield. If it was better land, it could even reach 3 times the original yield. If this grain was used as seeds, then according to the theory of genetics, the seeds that were researched in the future would yield even more rice. Generation after generation, in just a few years, the grain output of the entire Great Tang would increase by a large margin. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request was actually not too high. They only wanted to increase the grain yield of the entire Tang dynasty by 1.5 times. This way, they would have more than half of the grain, which was not a small amount. The only pity was that the 2 of them did not know the technology of hybrid rice. Otherwise, not to mention the current few people in the Tang dynasty, even if there were 10 times more, there would not be any problems. Wangjiang County was still a large construction site. After the dam that helped to guide the flow of water was repaired, a portion of the people continued to repair the road, and the rest began to repair the bridge under guidance. The speed of the bridge repair was not dependent on how fast the workers were, but on how long it would take for the cement to solidify. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that with the weather here, it was impossible to reach the speed of Shenzhen. If the cement did not dry, was he going to continue to repair it? Although they had used fire to dry it, the effect was not very good. When the 7 little guys came to this dam that had no water, they went crazy. It was the first time they had seen such a big pit, so they were very excited. As long as one of them ran around, the other 6 would follow behind. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they did not let anyone inform them in advance. When Zhang Zhong saw his son and daughter-in-law, he was also shocked. When he saw the group of little guys, he frowned and called Zhang Xiaobao over. "Everyone here is busy now. Why did you bring them here?" "Father, you do your thing. We won't cause trouble. With someone watching them, you don't have to worry about their safety. Besides, the people now have a different opinion of you than before. They can also help to ensure the safety of our younger siblings. I just brought them out to play," Zhang Xiaobao explained to his father. In fact, he had other things to say. Zhang Zhong had not seen his younger siblings for a long time. If this continued, it would be easy for his younger siblings to alienate Zhang Zhong. That was not a good thing. Seeing that his son insisted, Zhang Zhong could not drive his son back. He looked at the progress of the construction below and said, "Watch them carefully. Don't fall. Otherwise, both families will be finished." "Father, I know. Don't worry." "Father, shouldn't we get someone to transport the wood here now? It seems that the bridge will be built in another half a month. As long as the water doesn't fall, people will start to pass on it." Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with the progress of the construction below. The working people were indeed the most hard-working and the wisest. Originally, they had to see how dry the cement was before they could continue the construction. Generally speaking, there was no other way to do this, especially in this era. However, when the commoners were working, they could think of letting a portion of the cement dry a little bit, and then mix it with steel and copper to add to the pile. This way, the cement connection would not be too bad, and at the same time, the pier would dry faster. "Xiao Bao, can they do this? The cement is not directly poured in. If they dry it outside, it will be easy for something to go wrong. It's just that the adhesion is not good." Wang Wan asked worriedly as she looked at the people below who were busy. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Even if it's not good, it's better than what we built at that time. At least we didn't pull a thick steel bar into a steel wire. The pier is so clumsy. There's no beauty in it. It's just a little bit of cement. It's not a problem in terms of adhesion. Can it withstand a once-in-a-century flood?" Wang Wan had never studied civil engineering, and she knew that Zhang Xiaobao also did not have the opportunity to learn. She did not understand the current situation. Was it really possible to use such methods? Once-in-a-century flood? There's no such thing as the Three Gorges Reservoir now, so don't worry. At worst, we can just build another one. It's just a matter of money. We don't lack money, and the people working are not the construction team after six-pack. I'll tell you this. Although the construction is not as good as what we built at that time, the quality is definitely not as good as what we built at that time. Haven't you read the information? When the Japanese invaded, the houses built were still in use a few decades before our time. They were very sturdy, and the sewers were not easily blocked. After a flood, the new houses collapsed, but the houses left behind by the Japanese were still fine. Was it because the Japanese were better at that time? That's not the case at all. The most important thing is how much material you use and what kind of steel is used. Our construction team should continue to develop. When the time comes, we can take on all of Tang Dynasty's construction projects. I have already decided on Zhengzheng Construction Group. Not only does it show the quality of the buildings, but it also shows the attitude of the people in the construction group. I don't believe that we can't change the atmosphere at that time. It's all about money, and there's no morality. The more Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, the angrier he got. Every time there was a flood or a small earthquake, the houses would collapse one by one. It was fine if it was something that had not happened for many years, but the problem was that there were other countries to compare. The same scale of flood, same magnitude of earthquake, and other countries were fine. Even the government had to apologize when they were injured. But when it came to their country, many people died, and they were still bragging about how good it was. How shameless was that? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression changing as he spoke. She hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and said, "You also caused a lot of trouble. You didn't stay in China for long, right? I'm talking about after you started scamming people. Why do you have to do that? Who do you blame? Can you guarantee that ordinary people will also serve the people sincerely when they reach that position one day?" Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. Wang Wan's words made a lot of sense. Why blame the officials? The officials also worked their way up from being ordinary people. If those black-hearted businessmen didn't earn more money, wouldn't they be ordinary people? This kind of thing was too complicated, and it was impossible to explain it clearly. Every citizen might have been a part of the formation of this system. It was just that the citizens had pushed this system out, but they were hurt by it. If they really wanted to blame someone, they should blame everyone in the Chinese nation. No one should think that they were innocent. Perhaps this was the case for this nation. However, this nation was the only one that still existed after all the other ancient civilizations were gone. How could it be so chaotic? Perhaps it is because of such a race that such a system was introduced. Or perhaps it is because of such a race that others cannot see through that they are still standing strong when other ancient civilizations have fallen. If so, what can we do? Zhang Xiaobao felt lost. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Us? What we have to do is not to waste our time in this world. We have to try our best to realize our ideas. We are not saviors, and you don't have to put yourself in such a high position. As long as our families are safe, as long as we can help those who need help, we will have succeeded. Chapter 575. The arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not affect the progress of the construction of this place. The people were still working hard. The autumn harvest was coming. They wanted to finish everything as soon as possible before the autumn harvest. Once the autumn harvest was over, they could continue to work. Zhang Zhong had stayed in this place for a long time and had not returned home. It would be a lie to say that he did not miss home. Now that his children were here, he was very happy. His whole person seemed to have changed. He always had a smile on his face. At noon on the second day after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived, Zhang Zhong still had a meal with the people here. He called his son and daughter-in-law to accompany him. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you think this place can be used again? Why do I feel that building a bridge is not the best way? Zhang Zhong suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when he was halfway through the meal. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He thought for a while and shook his head. Dad, it's not possible. We really can't do anything unless we have better technology. We haven't figured it out yet. We can only decide if we should do other things here after we come out. What technology? Zhang Zhong asked with concern. The technology of the dam. If this technology is mature, we can raise a lot of fish and shrimps in the river. At the same time, it can provide a lot of electricity, just like the electric lights in our house. This is an idea. It will probably be realized in a few decades. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the food in his mouth and said to his father, when that time comes, we can build a big dam at the most dangerous place upstream and raise the water level. Then, the boats that come and go won't have to worry about hitting things, right? Zhang Zhong had also learned a lot of knowledge. When he heard his son's words, he immediately thought about the matter of the upper reaches. Zhang Xiaobao was scared, and so was Wang Wan. She said, no, we can't build a reservoir on the surface. If we do, it won't just be a problem of floods. We can't just ignore the country for money. If we build a large reservoir, the water in the reservoir will cause great damage to the land. Especially that pressure, it would cause the surrounding underground to change. That kind of thing shouldn't be done by us. That's something that only people who don't care about the lives of ordinary people would do. People who treat the entire country as a chessboard would build reservoirs on top of it. In their eyes, the lives of the common people were insignificant. They were like generals in war. In their eyes, there was no loss of soldiers, only victory. For victory, they could sacrifice some soldiers to lure the enemy. We can't do that. We just need to live an ordinary life. If others want to play chess, they can leave it to others. If we really build a reservoir, it will cause the Earth's crust to move. We don't know when there may be earthquakes. Will that really happen? Can't we make use of it? Zhang Zhong didn't doubt Wang Wan's words. After all, in addition to the identity of the daughter-in-law, in the hearts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were gods. How could gods be wrong? We can make use of it, but we can't make use of it like that. If we can build more small reservoirs, it won't be a problem. If we want to make that waterway unblocked, we can use explosives to blow up the obstacles below. We can blow up a little every year. We don't have to worry about money. After a dozen years, maybe the waterway there will be unblocked, and there won't be too much danger. In addition to this, we also need to build better boat. Dad, don't worry. We have a lot of resources here. As long as they are not robbed, as long as they are not sold at a very low price, we can definitely support the power generation. There will be a day when we can realize this dream. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also said to his father. He was really worried that his father would do something there and then send this matter to the imperial court. No one knew better than him, and Wang Wan the consequences of building a large reservoir on top of it. Now was the time for him to prepare to change. What investment? What foreign exchange? No, no, no. The things in the country should always be left for their own use. If they were not enough, they should invade others and use the lives of other countries to serve their own country. Wang Wan also nodded at the side. She also thought of this point. Now was the time to take advantage of the fact that other countries had not developed and had not even formed their own countries to plunder resources. The resources they seized would be put aside and used slowly in the future. They would try not to mine their own country's resources first. For example, coal, oil, and rare earth. Such good things must not be allowed to flow out. Otherwise, they would be condemned for eternity. They could not ignore the lives of the people and treat foreign businessmen as their ancestors for the sake of their own political achievements. If Xi and Zhang Xiaobao did not have a chance at that time, then the opportunity was in front of them now. There was still a long time before Columbus came out, so long that Xi and Zhang Xiaobao could not see that day. Zhang Zhong still did not understand the meaning of his son's words. After thinking about it, he found that he could not figure it out and said, "Then do as you say. In short, we can't let anything happen to our country." Zhang Zhong now regarded himself as a member of the country who could control resources and power. Zhang Xiaobao did not say anything this time and agreed to continue eating. After waiting for the meal to finish, Zhang Xiaobao walked elsewhere with a thoughtful expression. It was not until he came to the construction site that he stood there and looked in a daze. Wang Wan did not disturb Zhang Xiaobao just now and followed Zhang Xiaobao out. After waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to stand there for half an hour, she said, "Xiaobao, did you think of something?" "Yes, I have. That is, how should we plunder? This is what I'm thinking now. Since there is still a long time before the development of other places, why don't we seize the good resources as early as possible? For example, the Luzon island that we found now, we can occupy it first. When I said plunder, I wasn't just talking about coal, oil, and other resources. Even the soil had to be taken into account. Let the local people dig for it. When the time came, the useless soil and sand would be transported back by ship to fill the sea, filling up their own land bit by bit. Once the Great Tang has more people, we can also send them there to excavate. In a few decades, I estimate that we'll be able to fill up quite a bit of land. In the process, all sorts of resources will be discovered one after another, and then brought back and placed in the desert. Zhang Xiaobao said a very crazy idea, which was to dig up other people's land and make it their own. The useful resources were also the same. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you talking about the foolish old man moving the mountains? That will waste a lot of manpower and material resources. I don't think it will work." "I think it will work. During this process, there will definitely be people who want to improve their efficiency because of the tools. If we provide some help to such people, I think they will be able to research better things, such as digging tools and ships for transportation." To put it simply, the essence of this world was the utilization and storage of resources. There was no need to be afraid of wasting manpower and material resources. These were all things that could be recycled. Ships were trees and steel. What humans ate was food. They could continue to expand and plant food in other places. Wood was something that could be planted. As for steel, we can't care too much. We will plunder from the outside. As long as we can guarantee our own, I don't care what will happen to other places in the future. First, we will crazily mine the useful resources, and then we will dig up the land nearby. I don't believe it is impossible for the foolish old man to move the mountains. The technology will not be leaked out, and we will not colonize other places. Otherwise, the people who colonize there will likely become independent as the technology improves. Plunder, plunder everything. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed a little crazy. His idea shocked Wang Wan. She pondered for a moment and said, "Then we should start from the places near us, right?" "Yes, that's what I mean. First, we will start from the places near us, and then we will go to other places to plunder. While you still have time, try your best to write down the resources and choose the good ones to plunder first." Zhang Xiaobao now set his target on Luzon Island. This was the first place he wanted to plunder. After saying these words, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly smiled and said, "Do you think I am talking nonsense? In fact, I think that I may not have so many chances, but if we can make the people of Tang think of such things, it will be enough." "So what?" "You have to know that in the world, when separated for a long time, it will unite, and when united for a long time, it will divide. We have been glorious before, but didn't other countries also become glorious later?" Wang Wan sighed and said, "Perhaps this was the helplessness of many emperors. They could do a lot of things when they were in power, but they could not make others do what they wanted. No wonder Qin Shi Huang always wanted to find the elixir of immortality." Now she understood. It was not that he wanted to live a long life, but he wanted to do more things. "Do you want to find a way to live a long life?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, and I know that it is possible, but it is definitely not a day we can wait for. In fact, what people are afraid of is not the death of the body, but the disappearance of consciousness. In that case, we will never know what will happen in the future. The fear of death is actually the attachment to the development of this world." Zhang Xiaobao exhaled and said, "But this matter did not affect his view of this world. He still had to plunder." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally came to this place to relax, but they did not expect to become depressed. The more they thought about things, the more it affected them. In order to improve their mood, the two began to play with the 7 little guys all day. The 7 little guys did not care about what their brother and sister were thinking. Fa Zheng and the others were happy now, and Xiao Bei could eat a lot more. Their bodies were not as thin as they were a few days ago. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were relieved. At this time, the invited businessmen came to Shuzhou one after another. They were all businessmen from the surrounding provinces. Needless to say, they had received the invitation. Even those who did not receive the invitation came with them. They wanted to see what the Zhang family could do here. What attracted them here was not the business itself, but the method. They also wanted to learn. Compared to those students, businessmen like them were the easiest to learn. As long as there was a way to make money, they would definitely not miss it. At this time, a few businessmen came over to Lake Tai. This place had not been completely built yet. The houses that were supposed to be demolished had not been demolished yet. They were not in a hurry. They just waited here. It just so happened that they could see how others did things with their own eyes. In the process of watching, they kept discussing. Some said it was good, some said it wasn't. In short, there were all kinds of opinions. As for whether it was good or not, they didn't know now. Everything would have to wait until this matter was over before they could come to a conclusion. If it was good, they would naturally learn. If it wasn't, they would think of ways to avoid it in the future. "Boss Zhang, look at how busy they are right now. What if they don't get anything when the time comes? Will they just sit there and do nothing? If it were me, I wouldn't do that. If they lose, it won't be a problem of losing dozens or hundreds of strings of coins." Among these people, one of them felt that what he saw in front of him was not so reasonable, so he said to another person beside him. When he spoke, it seemed that he came here to belittle Zhang clan. At this time, Wei Wei smiled and said, "That's why you can never reach the achievements of the Zhang family and the Wang family. It's because you can't even see their current arrangement clearly. This is not a simple matter of business. There are more things involved." Things? What things? Can you tell Boss Zhang in detail? At this time, another person was very curious and came over to ask. Boss Zhang seemed to enjoy being questioned like this. He continued to maintain his smile and said, "They said they wanted us to come over and eat. In fact, their real intention is to use this opportunity to let us compete with each other. This is the most important thing. It's not ordinary. They are really not what we can think of. If it were me in such a disaster situation, I would never do such a thing. This time, it will probably cost a lot of money. There's no other way. There's really no other way." Boss Zhang looked very helpless when he spoke. His eyes looked at the faces of the other people as if he wanted to see something from their faces. His words immediately made the others feel disgusted. The person who spoke just now said, "So what? Can they make us voluntarily pay now? We are not people from Shuzhou. No matter how powerful Zhang Zhong is, he can't control us, right?" This person said and really thought so. He now looked down on the Zhang family's methods even more. Wasn't it just to let other businessmen compete with them so that they could get their own benefits? If he didn't participate, what could they do? He believed that there were many people like him. When everyone thought like this matter would be a failure. The two people next to Boss Zhang also thought so. They also decided not to participate. Not only that, they even thought about it. When other businessmen came over, they would tell them about this matter. Everyone would join forces to boycott the Zhang family. They would let the Zhang family know that there was no need to use such methods on them. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Dongjia also knew what they were thinking. He shook his head. How could he not know about this matter? The problem was that he was looking further ahead. If they wanted to resist the Zhang family, it would be too difficult. They shouldn't even think about it. How could ordinary people see through the Zhang family's methods? Before he could speak, another person who thought more deeply said, "Do you really think that the Zhang family can't do anything to you? As long as they take out a new good thing and say that this thing will only be given to the person who spends the most money this time, don't you want to get it?" "What new thing? Do you already know, Bosley? Hurry up and tell us. We still know a thing or two about the Zhang family. As long as it's from them, it definitely won't be bad." A businessman who just wanted to stop the Zhang family from getting what they wanted couldn't control himself anymore. He curiously asked the person who just spoke. It seemed that he was ready to get some benefits from this. It wasn't just him. Several other businessmen also came over curiously, wanting to hear the news that others didn't know. Seeing them like this, Bosley shook his head. "Actually, I don't know. I'm just saying. You haven't really seen the thing yet and you're already like this. If you really see the thing, can you still think of a way to boycott the Zhang family like you did just now?" These words made several people feel embarrassed. Indeed, it would be a lie if they said that they weren't tempted. Even if they felt uncomfortable, they didn't want to miss out on something that could make money. At this time, the person who first spoke said, "Then should we unite after the Zhang family really takes out a new thing and not let them get what they want? This should be." The person who just echoed his words was obviously not confident at this time. Everyone knew that if that thing could be obtained by anyone, it wouldn't be valuable. Everyone wanted to keep it for themselves. "Everyone, please listen to me. Don't always think of boycotting the Zhang family, and don't insist on getting too many benefits from this matter. What we need to think about now is not this, but how to build a good relationship with the Zhang family. If we support them, then even if we don't get too many benefits this time, they won't forget about us when there are benefits in the future. That's all I have to say. If anyone wants to deal with the Zhang family, you can do it yourself. Don't involve me. I don't have so much time to do such a thing. I'm really afraid. I'm afraid that the Zhang family will deal with me after I deal with them. Although my family has a lot of money, I'm still worried when facing the Zhang family and the Wang family. I don't even think about any possibility of winning. Just do as you see fit. The alliance that the others were thinking about just now hadn't been formed yet. With his words, it was announced that it was broken. One by one, they no longer wanted to deal with the Zhang family. As he said just now, if they dealt with the Zhang family this time, the Zhang family wouldn't suffer too much loss. But when the Zhang family turned around to deal with them, things wouldn't be so simple. Then what should we do? Do we really have to spend money to advertise ourselves? The person from just now said at this time. He seemed very sad and pitiful, but at this time, no one was willing to get involved with him. It didn't matter whether they were advertising or not. What was important was to let the Zhang family remember them as people. Boss Li also said on the side, "Anyway, I've already thought about it. I'll give them the money as soon as the advertisement is released. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive. You can do whatever you want. Remember, don't drag me into this. I also don't have the ability to deal with the Zhang family." As soon as he said this, more people became discouraged. At this moment, they also thought clearly that they had to spend money. Otherwise, they might not even have the opportunity to spend money when the time came. They could control themselves and bring their friends to deal with the Zhang family. Not to mention the possibility, even if they succeeded, would many people from other places listen to them? Originally, there was already competition. Now, there was no need to talk about it. As long as one person was in the limelight, the others would have no choice but to follow suit. After all, the Zhang family had arranged for people to wait for them. Yes, I don't care if they spend money or not. I just want to know if the Zhang family can come up with something new this time. If they do, I hope that everyone will show mercy when the time comes to snatch it. A person who had been silent all this while started to discuss with the others at this time. He wanted to get a share of the good stuff that the Zhang family really came up with. He had a good idea, but when others heard his words, they were dissatisfied. Why did he not let them participate in the competition for the good stuff? Was he going to share the benefits after he got the good stuff? Sure enough, the person who had been the most troublesome spoke again at this time. What you said is wrong. Don't tell me that the new thing that might come up with really belongs to you? Isn't this a discussion? We all come from the same place. If we can help each other, please help each other. When the person who had a good idea heard that someone was unhappy, he smiled and started to play the emotional card. But the person who had spoken just now did not give him face. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued, "Since that's the case, we all come from the same place and should help each other. How about this? When the Zhang family really comes up with something new and I get it, you guys help me out." Why should I? The person who had played the emotional card got angry. Yeah, why should I? How can you not let others get involved? I don't care so much. When the time comes, I will definitely get it. Don't you think so, Mr. Li? The person said again. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere among the crowd changed. It was as if everyone around them was a competitor. They no longer looked like they were about to join forces to deal with the Zhang family. Li Dongjia sighed. In the beginning, he also wanted to unite everyone so that they could share the good things together. Now, it seemed that this was not possible. Each and every one of them was very selfish. For their own benefits, they would absolutely not care about others. When the time came, it would be a competition of who had more money and who had the guts to compete. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. The reason why we came so early is because we want to see how the Zhang family is doing. It's good that we all have a look. I think we should look at it separately and not together. When Li Dongjia said these words, he seemed very helpless. He didn't have a better way. If others wanted to compete, he would definitely not give in. Since the words had already been said, there was no meaning in staying together. It was better for everyone to do their own things. Those who wanted to watch could watch, and those who didn't could rest. At this time, people with different thoughts didn't need others to say more. One by one, they found a very bad excuse to leave. Even Zhang Dongjia didn't know what to say. He also followed behind others and gave a reason to leave. The people who separated not only wanted to see how the Zhang family was doing in this place, but also wanted to find a way to contact the Zhang family and talk to the Zhang family in advance. Each of them had their own judgment. While they were wandering around with the people around them, most of them were inquiring about how to handle the advertisement this time. Their thoughts were pretty much the same. As expected of people who came from the same place, Mr. Zhang first found someone who was familiar with the situation here and gave him 20 copper coins. He wanted to ask the other party to help him. However, the other party sneered and said, "This money is too much. It's a bit of a burden to hold on to. You should find someone else." How could Mr. Zhang not understand the meaning in his words? The other party was saying that he gave too little money. 20 copper coins, how many things could he buy with that money? How could he be so dissatisfied? If it was a normal time, he would definitely not care about this person. However, this person was said to know the most in Taihu County. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he asked the person next to him to take out a stack of coins. When he handed it over, he said, "You have to see this. When my matter is done, it's all yours. If it's not done..." He did not say the rest of the words, but the meaning was very clear. This was a commonly used method, and it was very effective. He had already thought about it. Even if the matter was done in the end, he would not give this person so much money. It was already good enough to take out a few dozen copper coins. How could a piece of information be worth that much? His idea was good, but the other party did not compromise. He said, "Pay me the deposit first. If it's done, then you have to give me the other one. If it's not done, it's not that I can't do it, it's that it's too difficult. There's no need to say anything else. I think you're looking for death." Before Zhang Dongjia could say anything, one of his followers stepped forward and grabbed the man's collar. It seemed that if the man didn't compromise, he was going to beat him up. "I think you're the one looking for death. You can try to touch me. Look carefully where you are. This is Shuzhou, not your territory. If you touch me, I'll make you regret being born in this world." This person did not care at all. Shuzhou was now very strict in terms of public security. If anyone caused trouble here, then the bailiffs would have to deal with it. Mr. Zhang did not stop him just now because he wanted to see the other party's reaction. Now that he saw it, he immediately called him back. He said with a smile, "If that's the case, then it's settled. I'll give you the deposit first. After it's done, I'll give you the other one. Give me the deposit first. I was scared just now and I feel uncomfortable. I won't do anything without the deposit. If you have the ability, then do it in Taihu County. Let's see who loses in the end." This person was also insatiable. He did not care whether he could get the money or not. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw this person, they would admire him very much. He was able to fight for more benefits for himself according to the changes in the situation. He was a talent. If he was properly trained, he could definitely be sent to the outside world. He was the kind that they would be more assured of. Just as Zhang Dongjia was infuriated and hesitating, a few more merchants appeared behind him. He had never seen them before and did not know which state they were from. These merchants also took out money to inquire about the situation for the local people as they walked. Seeing this situation, Mr. Zhang did not dare to hesitate anymore. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, we'll give you the deposit. Take us to find the person first. Someone, give him the deposit." The person next to him was very dissatisfied and stuffed the deposit into the hands of this person. He did not forget to glare at him, which meant, "If you dare to lie," this person was satisfied. He weighed the copper coins in his hand and said, "No problem. Follow me. I'll take you to find the person." Isn't it the person in charge of the Zhang family here? It's simple. As he spoke, he walked in front with the large string of copper coins. He did not care about the other people who asked him. He gave people the feeling that he had professional ethics. Mr. Zhang waved his hand and signaled for the others to follow him. They walked forward behind this person. After walking less than 30 steps, the group stopped. What's going on? Mr. Zhang's follower ran to the front and asked this person. What do you mean, what's going on? We're here. Look, it's this house. The person in charge of the government is inside. You can go in. I'll continue to wait outside. This person said confidently. The others hated that they could not bite him to death. It was just a few steps. Could it be that they had reached the place? Zhang Dongjia looked at the house in disbelief. As he looked, he nodded his head. He couldn't say a word. It was too infuriating. Who was this? The sign was erected, but why was the paint on the sign and the base of the sign the same color? The words were not small, but one could not see the date. Even if a random person strolled around, they would not find this place at first glance. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? This is the place. Why aren't you going in? This person said as he looked left and right. He came to a door at the side and went in. Mr. Zhang and the others could not say anything. They could only follow him in one by one. After entering, they saw that the person who brought them here was standing at the side with a smile on his face. Why did you come here? One of Mr. Zhang's followers asked puzzledly. Why can't I be in this place? I'm a helper in this place. I'm here to help other people. This person did not have the slightest bit of embarrassment as he said with a smile. This time, Mr. Zhang and the others knew that they were tricked. They wanted to say something, but they found that no matter what, they could not say. Who told them to be willing to spend this money? This person seemed to know what Mr. Zhang and the others meant. He said, Isn't it just 2 strings of money? I know you won't give me the rest of the money. At the beginning, I was not prepared to ask you for the other 2 strings of money. This is not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. Why are you blaming us? The follower continued to fulfill his duty and asked from the side. Of course it's your own business. Who told you not to take the normal route? This activity is fair and just. If everyone is like you, then what's the point? I am a local, and I want to be a better local. When I heard the person in charge here say that people like you will appear, we came out to find something to do. Since you are here, then take this thing. Don't say that you didn't gain anything. It's just one, and I'll give it to you in advance. Otherwise, you will have to wait for 3 days before it will come to you. Take a look yourselves and see if you can find any tricks in it. If you can, then that's your ability. If you can't, then don't blame me. As this person spoke, he took out a few beautifully printed pieces of colored paper from his arms. He reached out and handed it to everyone. At the same time, he did not forget to weigh the 2 strings of money in his hand. Mr. Zhang took the paper and looked at it carefully. There were pictures and introductory words on it. He nodded. His heart was balanced. At least he got it earlier than others. But the follower beside him was not comfortable. He looked at the person who led the way and asked angrily, Don't you think that you are going too far? Can't you be a little more reasonable? Do you have any morals? Don't you feel uncomfortable spending the 2 strings of money? Thank you for the compliment. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Is there anything else? Do you want to give me the other 2 strings of money? Then I am even more grateful. This person smiled and did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed as he said to Zhang Dongjia and the others, Let's go and find a place to have a good look. Mr. Zhang got the thing and did not want to talk nonsense. He had seen many people like this. It was useless to talk about morals with such people. It was a waste of time. After speaking, Mr. Zhang turned and left. The others also left with him. The remaining person who took the money had a smile on his face. Zhang Dongjia looked at the promotional materials as he walked. He wanted to find something that he could use. Since the person just now said that it was impossible for him to use other means, then it must be the Zhang family that requested it. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't do anything to them. It was better to honestly look for something useful in this material. As they looked and walked, they found a good inn. This inn had just been renovated and looked very beautiful. After paying the money, the group stayed in. They did not go to the second floor. They directly found a good place near the window in the hall and ordered a few dishes. They waited for a while to eat and study the content of the information together. "Master, why do we have to do it in this hall? It is too messy. Why don't we go to the second floor?" A follower said with concern at this time. "Stupid. Can we hear anything useful on the second floor? All of you listen carefully. As long as you hear something that is useful to us, remember it or go and ask carefully." Zhang Dongjia said to his sidekick and began to look at the information there. The person who followed him here understood that he wanted to inquire about useful information in such a place. Master was indeed master. He was much smarter than others. Not long after, the food and wine were served. The few people ate together. As soon as they ate, their ears stood up. In fact, they did not need to stand up. They could hear it. The three people who were talking were at the table next to them. "Boss, do you think that Wangjiang place will be washed away by the water? When spring comes next year, will they still be able to live a good life like us?" One of the three people asked another person. The person who was called boss nodded and then shook his head. He said, "I don't know. I think that place should be good. Aren't they raising fish now? It is a pity that some people's family members died. Today, the government only provides them with a portion of food. It is hard to say about other things. What I am worried about is how they will survive this winter. Even if we are not as cold as the north, what if it snows? They are quite pitiful. I don't know what to do." At this time, the person who spoke just now said, "Boss, I think we should help them. Isn't there someone in our place who said that the rich people should donate money? Why don't we not drink this meal and donate the money we save? We can't watch them be sad." Second brother is right. I don't want meat. I just want to eat some dishes and rice. I will save money to give to the people who need it. I heard that this matter was organized by the government. I don't know if it is true or not. Could it be that the government has no money? I heard that the Zhang family is very rich. How did it become like this? Another person chimed in from the side. Who knows? Third brother, you really don't want meat? Then I won't order it. Don't complain when the time comes. Who can guess the government's matters? It is good that the Zhang family is rich, but we can't let the Zhang family pay for everything, right? Their money doesn't grow on trees. In fact, I think this is really good. There are so many people in Shuzhou. If one person takes out a few copper coins, it will be a few thousand strings of coins. It should be no problem to help Wang Jiang buy some clothes in winter. The old man didn't know what was going on, so he said to his two brothers, "Big brother is right, I also agree. We won't eat meat today, and we won't drink wine either. We'll donate the 10 copper coins we saved from the meal. Today we've helped them. If one day we're in trouble, I think they'll help us too. Who hasn't met with difficulties before?" The second brother made up his mind. Even if he wanted to eat meat and drink wine very much, he could only save a dozen copper coins per person. This money could at least buy a set of winter clothes for a family in Wangjiang. The words of the three people were heard by Zhang Dongjia and the others. They were very surprised. They didn't expect that the people of Taihu Lake, which was so far away from Wangjiang, would be willing to pay. They had never seen this before. It was really strange. They didn't know how much money they could get. "Master, if one person takes out a copper coin, it's not a small amount. Do you think someone will embezzle this money?" the attendant said to Zhang Dongjia. He blinked his eyes and seemed to be very concerned about this money, even if he didn't have a share in it. "Don't talk nonsense. What others do is their business. If you say something wrong, be careful of being punished. However, I don't think anyone will embezzle this money. After all, Lord Zheng's family doesn't lack money. If the people below dare to embezzle, then they can only wait to be arrested. Eat, don't think about anything else, listen more. Zhang Dongjia didn't dare to talk too much about this matter. He said to the attendant and began to bury himself in eating. His attention was on the three people. When the attendant saw that the master didn't allow him to say anything, he didn't say anything. He listened to the dishes ordered by the three people. They were really vegetarian dishes, and only 2 of them were ordered. The rest was rice. Looking at the 3 people, they didn't seem to be the kind of people who didn't eat meat. The 3 people looked very strong. Boss, why is this dish so delicious today? I didn't think so before. When I think about how the money saved can help others, I feel comfortable eating it. The second brother soaked the rice in the vegetable soup and ate quickly. He didn't even swallow the rice in his mouth before he began to talk. The third brother also nodded fiercely. His mouth was already stuffed with rice and he couldn't speak. The eldest brother didn't eat like his brothers. The boss didn't eat like his 2 brothers. He slowly chewed and said after a while, "Of course I'm happy to be able to help others. Let's eat. If it really doesn't work, we can save money tonight. 1 more person means 1 more person. Sigh, it's not easy for them either. Someone actually dug up the embankment. If I find out who did it, I'll cook that person and eat him." His words were scary, but no one around him felt that he was going overboard. The person who was really going overboard was the person who destroyed the embankment. He was really too hateful. Such a person should be bitten to death by each of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to vent their hatred. Just as the 3 of them were talking, 4 people came in from outside the restaurant. One of them was holding a box in his hand. Many people didn't recognize the donation words written on it. When the 4 of them came in, they didn't go to any of the tables. It was obvious that they weren't here to eat. One of them looked at the people in the hall and said, "Is there anyone who is willing to donate money to the people of Wangjiang? It's almost winter. The people there don't have it easy." After asking this, he didn't say anything else. The people in the hall looked over. The 3 people who said they wanted to take money immediately came over. They took out money from their arms and threw it into the box. The third brother even reminded, "The money we donate must be used on the people of Wangjiang to buy clothes for them." "Thank you. We'll remember your words. We'll definitely buy clothes." The person who spoke nodded in agreement. With someone taking the lead, the others also took out money. None of them regretted it at all. At the same time, they weren't worried that someone would embezzle their money. They knew what kind of person Provincial Governor Zhang was. If someone really dared to do that at this time, they would die happily. In the end, everyone in the hall had basically paid for it. The only people who hadn't paid were Mr. Zhang and the others. They couldn't understand why these people would pay for it. It was obvious that some of them didn't come from rich families. Before they could react to whether they should donate or not, the 4 of them had already thanked them again. They turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a person came in from outside. When Boss Zhang and the others saw the person who came in, they were so angry that they couldn't eat. It was the person who had cheated them of their money. The lackey muttered, "Humph, he came to eat after cheating us of our money. What kind of person is he?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the person take out 2 strings of money and put them into the box. Then, he took out a small string of 30 to 40 copper coins and threw them into the box. The weight of more than 10 kilograms made the person holding the box bend down. After all, there was already money in the box. The person in charge of receiving the donation looked at the person's clothes and found that he was not from a rich family, so he said, "Mr. Zhang, you're not from a rich family." He said, "This brother, you don't have to take out all your money. You still have to live. Just take out a little bit and you will be grateful." "It's okay. I got this money happily by cheating others. Those people are very silly and interesting. I donated it. In fact, when I was cheating them, I thought about it. They are so rich, so it's better to give some to those who need it. It's not my money. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the people who were cheated. AI. It's just them. The person shook his head and didn't mean to take the money back. When he was talking, he suddenly saw a few people sitting there eating. He pointed his finger and pointed at Boss Zhang and the others. After he finished speaking, he left. The person in charge of donating heard the person's words, turned around and said to Boss Zhang, "Thank you. We will definitely use your money well. We will never waste a single copper coin." When these words were said, Zhang Dongjia's face immediately turned red. Just now they didn't pay, but the person who cheated them took out their own money as well as theirs. Moreover, he wasn't greedy. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that the person in charge of donating was about to leave, Boss Zhang immediately shouted, "Wait, we will also pay. Take out 10 strings of cash and give it to them." The last sentence was naturally said to his subordinate. In fact, the subordinates didn't bring much money with them. It was too heavy, but it wasn't a problem for them to gather 10 strings of cash together. The follower who always liked to talk wanted to remind him, but after seeing the old man's eyes, he didn't dare to say anything. They all took the money and gathered 10 strings of cash. The person in charge of donating saw the 10 strings of cash and smiled. "You are not local, right? Can you tell us why you are here? What else can we do? Of course, we received an invitation, so we ran here. Otherwise, who would come to Taihu County for no reason?" When the follower talked about the invitation, he was very proud. It seemed that being able to receive an invitation was a very honorable thing. "Is that so? Then I have to thank you even more." "Thank you." The person in charge of donating thanked him again, which made Boss Zhang's expression change again. He could only say, "I didn't bring too much money with me today. That's all. Bring more money tomorrow. I promise here that it will be at least 100 strings of cash. My surname is Zhang." As he spoke, he took out the invitation and showed it to the person in charge of donating. The person looked at it seriously and didn't say anything. He nodded and left. After that, everyone continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. However, they were very happy in their hearts, as if they had done the greatest thing in their lives. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, some people got up and left, and some people came back. 2 people came to the door. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were from the government. When the 2 people saw the house, they looked at Boss Zhang. They walked over with a smile and said, "Excuse me, are you Boss Zhang?" "It's my master." "May I know who you are?" The follower obviously knew, but he still had to ask. "The 2 of us are officials from Taihu County. We have heard about what happened just now." "Thank you, Boss Zhang. I didn't know that Boss Zhang was also free. My master would like to invite you." One of the 2 came over and said with a smile on his face. He even made an inviting gesture. "Who is your family's master?" This time, it was not the follower who spoke, but Boss Zhang. He was very curious and wanted to know the purpose of the other party. "My master is the person in charge of this matter. He wants to talk to Boss Zhang about this advertisement." "Boss Zhang, don't worry. The money for this advertisement will definitely be less than others. My master said that because of your kindness you should do this," the official explained at the side. Zhang Dongjia was stunned, really stunned. He really didn't expect that because of his money there would suddenly be hope for a hopeless matter. How could he not be surprised? He nodded fiercely and said, "Okay, I will definitely go. Is it now?" "Yes, please follow me, Boss Zhang." The runner nodded and said. Now Boss Zhang and the others were happy. It turned out that things were so simple. Why didn't they think of it before? A group of people followed behind the runner and left. This made the people eating in the hall feel that it was a good thing. After all, Boss Zhang did pay, and he paid a lot of money. Under such circumstances, some people immediately ran out to report to their bosses. Among them, there were also people who came later. Especially some people whose bosses were eating on the second floor, they could just run up there. If everyone could gain benefits through such a thing and missed the opportunity because they reported late, they would definitely be punished. Some people thought this way while others thought of other places. They also ran out and prepared to sell this news to people who were not clear about this matter. When they got the money, they thought about it and took it all out. As long as they could help a little, they would help a little. There was strength in numbers. Zhang Dongjia didn't know what the others were thinking. He followed the bailiff all the way to a room. This room was also so inconspicuous. As soon as he entered, a person greeted him and said with a smile, "Zhang Dongjia is indeed a trustworthy person. Many thanks. Please come in, don't stand at the door." Zhang Dongjia didn't know what the bailiff was thinking. Boss Zhang and the others were led in confusion. They looked around and did not know what to say for a while. At this time, that person took the initiative to say, "Boss Zhang, do you have a lot of questions?" "Don't worry, I know what Boss Zhang is thinking." "Yes, that's right. Because Boss Zhang paid, I personally called Boss Zhang to discuss the matter of the advertisement. If Boss Zhang needs anything in the future, you can look for me." "Why is that?" Zhang Dongjia really couldn't figure it out. He really wanted to understand this matter. Boss Zhang should be asking why a lot of people were invited, right? It is to find a lot of people to pay. In fact, it is very simple. It is not that our master can't afford it. Zhang family's money is enough. But the master is thinking about how to get more people to donate their love. Money is a small matter, but if the people in this place do not even have this little bit of love, then it is the most sad thing. So, Boss Zhang, do you understand? That person continued to explain to Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang nodded and understood. It turned out that the purpose of Zhang Zhong here was to let the local people to work with them, not because they were really short of money. It seemed that he had thought wrongly. But the more he thought about it, the more surprised Boss Zhang was. He had never seen such an official. Amazing, not just an ordinary kind of amazing. Thinking about it, with such an official, this place would become better and better in the future. He really did not come to the wrong place this time. Since it was like this, then he could not take out less money. Just consider it as the advertising fee. Boss Zhang thought so and said, "I still want to take out more money. After all, the people in this place are not easy. I don't know if you can give me such an opportunity?" Boss Zhang was obviously taking out money, but he was very afraid. He was afraid that the other party would not agree to his proposal. If that was the case, he did not know what to do. This time, he must seize the opportunity. His followers also had the same idea. It was really difficult to find such an opportunity. "Okay, as long as Boss Zhang is willing to pay, we will accept. But you can't pay too much. After all, this is only a small matter. It must not affect Boss Zhang's business. How about this? Boss Zhang's money will be double the advertising fee. That is to say, Boss Zhang's money will be double the advertising fee. In fact, we don't care how much the advertising fee is, what we care about is the people's hearts." The person in charge of the reception was very good at talking. When he heard that Boss Zhang was willing to take out more money, he immediately linked the money with the advertising fee. In this way, other people would follow suit. Don't they want to curry favor with the Zhang family? Hearing this person's words, Zhang Dongjia let out a sigh of relief. This time, he wasn't worried. He had taken out the money. Not only could he gain a good reputation, but he could also gain more benefits. It seemed that being a good person was better than being a profiteer. After the matter was settled, Boss Zhang didn't continue to stay. He still had to go back and find people to get the money. At this time, he didn't want to go back on his words. If other people knew, where would he put his face? When Zhang Dongjia left, the others naturally followed behind him. This news seemed to have grown wings as it quickly spread among the other merchants. This wasn't something that Zhang Dongjia said himself, but rather someone who helped him spread the news. After these merchants knew about this matter, they were very excited. It was as if a great opportunity was right in front of them. As a result, more people began to look for the person in charge of the donation, hoping to have a relationship with the Zhang family. At this time, the person in charge of the donation was very busy. He didn't expect that there would be so many people willing to pay. It seems that the strategy was successful. It was not easy, it was really not easy. The merchant's donation also attracted the other commoners, and the commoners also came over. Chapter 576. A vigorous donation campaign was launched. Most of the merchants did it for the sake of benefits, while a small number of them really wanted to help the people of Wangjiang County. The people of Shuzhou who were not affected by the disaster also gave their money. As a result, when the crab tasting activity began, the entire Shuzhou had already raised 300,000 strings of cash from the people. The local people did not donate much. Each family donated a few copper coins, a dozen copper coins or dozens of copper coins. Very few people took out a lot of money. The largest number of donations came from merchants and dignitaries who went to Lake Tai. They had different purposes, and they gave at least a few hundred strings of cash. Some even took out thousands of strings of cash. While showing their generosity, they mainly wanted to have a chance to eat crabs with Bai Go and Yao Chong. The three old men were used just like that. They ate and chatted in exchange for the reconstruction funds of the Wangjiang area. When Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao found out that they had been sold for such a high price, they could not describe their feelings at that time. 300,000 strings of cash. Whether it was the Zhang family and Wang family or Li Sun, it was impossible to raise so much money in a short period of time. If they really took it out at once without caring about the consequences, it would be almost like breaking their bones. Before going to Lake Tai to eat and chat, the three old men took a big detour and first found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still playing with their younger siblings. With such a large sum of money, the three of them wanted to ask where the Zhang family was going to use it. Xiaobao, tell me, are you planning to give the 300,000 strings of cash directly to the people of Wangjiang or keep it for the construction of Shuzhou? If it's the latter, you have to tell the donor. When Old Man Pai found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them were fishing with their younger siblings in a water bubble here. Old Man Pai also brought Lure XNR and Wei Wei over. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao had caught a fish, the little guys shouted "Fishy!" and went up to Zhang Xiaobao to ask. The fish was only 3 inches long. He plucked it and placed it in a large basin filled with water. The 7 little guys squatted there and stretched out their hands to catch it, but they couldn't catch it. After putting on the bait again and throwing the hook into the water, Zhang Xiaobao wiped his hands and answered, "It doesn't have to be in the entire Shuzhou. All the money donated to Wangjiang County will be used on the people of Wangjiang County. A small portion will be used to buy daily necessities directly. It's cheaper to buy them all together. Most of the money will be used to build houses." "How many houses do you need that much money to build? Don't tell me your family wants to." Old Man Pai didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. "Grandpa Bai, I didn't think of this at first, but your words reminded me that 20,000 strings of cash is enough to build houses for the victims. The rest of the money can be considered as a reward for my father's hard work. It's only right for you to work hard. Hurry up and tell me, how are you going to use the money? If you don't tell me, I won't go to Lake Tai anymore. Do you think it's easy for me to go there? The people who have the money are either preparing to contact us or the officials in the capital, or they want to give their children to us." Old Man Bai threatened. What he said was not wrong. Otherwise, why would the merchants be so generous? Even if the children at home were to come over and stay for a few days, to be able to let the 2 prominent figures from back then guide them in their studies, it would be a glorious thing to say. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to compromise. "Grandpa Bai, you have to go. If you don't go, are you going to return the money to them? How much money is used to build a house depends on what kind of house is built and where it is built. When the bridge is built, is it just to make it convenient for others to travel between the two sides of the river? The money for the bridge is paid by my family. Even if you want to do a good deed, you can't do that. These words piqued the curiosity of the three old men. Even exhilarating came over. She was now in charge of her own business and had a small net worth. She didn't dare to say how much she had, but if she added up the fixed assets and liquid assets, she could get 10,000 strings of cash. She was most curious about things that could make money. The 10,000 strings of cash didn't include the money for the dolls she made. She was truly a rich woman. With her family background, many people would find people to come over and ask to marry her in advance. Not only could they get official help from the Bai family, but they could also get Xian's own ability to make money. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the dam in the middle of the new river and said, "There will be a big restaurant built in that place. It will be completely made of wood, with 3 floors. It will go from east to west, and it will be 1,000 feet long. There will be a place for entertainment at the back. It will take up the entire dam. In the future, the dam will be widened. The furniture used inside will be provided by my family. We'll sell it at a cheaper price. We'll sell it at a 20% discount from the normal market price. Grandpa Bai, how much do you think such a restaurant will cost? Apart from the restaurant, we'll also build a large market where we're standing. With the bridge, the people on both sides of the river will be able to communicate faster. Those who do business will have stalls, and a certain management fee will be collected. It will be used to maintain the fairness of the trade and to maintain the infrastructure. The people of Wangjiang will have more work to do. The construction of the 2 places, the houses for the people of Wangjiang, and the daily necessities they need this year will cost 300,000 strings of cash. Let alone 300,000 strings of cash. Even if they send us another 300,000 strings of cash, we'll find a way to spend it." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he waited for the 3 old men's comment. In the end, those who heard him, apart from Wang Wan who was already in the know, looked at the surging river in a daze. Exhilarating opened her mouth and muttered, "It's too big. This isn't Lu Zhou's remote place. It's in a bustling place. With such a big restaurant, how much money can they make in a day? We can also sell a lot of furniture. The net profit will be at least 100,000 strings of cash. We'll have the money to repair the bridge." When the old man Pai heard his granddaughter's words, he regained his senses. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said, "That's right. Your family actually came up with such a method to earn back the money needed to repair the bridge. That's ridiculous. Xiaobao, what if there's a flood? Can you guarantee that the Yangtze River won't flood in the future? If we can't earn 100,000 strings of cash, my family is planning to ship some good wood furniture over from Luzhou. Isn't the shipping cost money? There's no need to worry about a flood. This river won't be blocked again. It'll serve as a diversion. If there's a flood, we'll let the water continue to flow to the farmland. The loss will be paid for by the restaurant. We'll only narrow the river. When the time comes, we'll use iron chains to connect a bridge. We'll make the place where the restaurant is built into a river heart island. We've asked the craftsmen, and they said it's possible." Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly complained. Old Man Pai stopped talking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan making money. Instead, he asked, "Who's going to pay for the restaurant's profit?" "Of course, it's going to be Wangjiang County's. The name has already been given. Cuckoo came up with it. It's called Wangjiang Tower. She even wrote the first half of a couplet, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow. Jiangjiang Tower for eternity, Jiangjiang Flow for eternity. What do you think?" This was one of the few couplets that Zhang Xiaobao could remember. It wasn't easy. He hadn't seriously studied before, and now he finally had a chance to show it off. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao didn't know. They thought that Zhang Xiaobao came up with the couplet himself. Not bad, it would be even better if there was a second half of the couplet. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, everyone around who could understand the feeling of eating in such a restaurant started fantasizing. At this moment, Wang Wan's younger brother also blinked his big eyes. He imitated Zhang Xiaobao's words and said incoherently, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow. Jiangjiang Tower for eternity, Jiangjiang Flow for eternity. What do you think? Wang Wan didn't expect her usually quiet brother to have such a good memory. He remembered Zhang Xiaobao's words. In surprise, she hugged him and kissed him hard. Old Man Pai also glanced at Wang Wan's younger brother. He was happy for the Wang family. As for being able to remember such a long sentence at such a young age, he didn't think too much about it. With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two geniuses, compared to them, it was difficult for other children to surpass them. Old Man Yao spoke at this moment. There should be a next sentence to this sentence. Wangjiang County took the money, so how is the money collected calculated? Is it distributed to the local people? Let's wait for others to think about the next sentence. Only a small portion of the money collected will be used for basic maintenance. A portion will be left. When the time comes, it will be used for farming. The rest of the money will be treated as Wangjiang County's tax and handed to the Shu State Prefecture. Then, the Shu State Prefecture will continue to hand it in. Wang Wan put down her brother and explained on behalf of Zhang Xiaobao. Then, the local people won't get any benefits? Old Man Yao didn't understand this and asked again. Wang Wan answered again, how can there be no benefits? The restaurant needs a large number of people to do things, and it's the same for market maintenance. As long as there are no problems with the officials of Wangjiang County, the people of Wangjiang County will be able to enjoy this benefit generation after generation. Our family won't participate. In the future, whether this place is good or bad will depend on what kind of officials the imperial court send. Old Man Yao reacted this time. He thought about it and said, your family has given the imperial court a difficult problem. Money moves people's hearts. It's better for your family to participate. Don't be afraid. Prince Li is here. A part of the money collected is from him. If anyone dares to cause trouble, he will take action. Old Man Pai thought it through. After interacting with him for a long time, he knew what kind of person Li Sun was. The money obtained in Shuzhou would definitely be used in Shuzhou in the end. Now that the matter had been clarified, it was not up to the three old men to worry about whether it was a success or failure. They left the three children behind and prepared to accompany them to eat. They got on the car one after another. Just as the car started moving, Old Man Pai suddenly stuck his head out of the window and shouted at Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, I almost forgot one thing. The prescription that your family promised to hand over can't be delayed any longer. Wait for me to come back and choose one. Zhang Xiaobao thought that Old Man Pai had forgotten about this matter. He didn't expect that the old man had a good memory and still remembered it. He nodded helplessly and waved goodbye. He turned his head and said to the people standing beside the bubble, fishing, continue fishing. Xian Er was very happy to see her grandfather leave. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she asked, can we fish for a prescription? Fishing for a prescription? Yes, that's it. There's no need to take out the original good stuff. Hurry up and fish. After you catch it, see if there are any notes in the fish's stomach. Chapter 577. No one knew what kind of recipe Zhang Xiaobao could fish up. With the 7 little guys around, everyone's attention turned to them. Only Wang Wan was thinking about how fish could become a recipe. She sat down next to Zhang Xiaobao and watched Zhang Xiaobao fishing. She asked, fishing recipe? Do you want to make a good fishing rod or bait? No. Speaking of which, my grandfather is an expert. Besides, Grandpa Bai won't be satisfied with this recipe. It's just to make some money. Do you want the imperial court to open a business to make fishing rods? If Grandpa Bai wants a recipe, it must be beneficial to the country and the people. I'm going to raise fish. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the float move, he immediately raised the rod. He didn't catch a single fish and withdrew the hook. The bait on the hook had been eaten up. When he put the bait on the hook, he said to Wang Wan, "What kind of recipe is raising fish? Didn't you use it a long time ago? Even if you want to trick Grandpa Bai, you can't use this to trick him." Wang Wan also took a fishing rod and gestured a few times, denying Zhang Xiaobao's idea. With a whoosh, Zhang Xiaobao threw in again. He looked at the small fish in the basin next to him and said, "That depends on what kind of fish you raise. I'm going to ask Old Man Pai to organize people to raise pufferfish. No matter how many there are in the Yangtze River, it's easy to catch them all. Besides, transportation is not convenient. It's easy to raise them in other places. As long as it's possible to raise them successfully, let people try raising them. Pufferfish, good stuff. Let's try it next spring." "I'm not eating it. I'm afraid of death." "Can the current technology work? I've never eaten it before. It's not delicious if it's not poisonous. I don't dare to eat poisonous things. I doubt that the antidotes are 100% safe. You're not allowed to eat it, and neither is your family. What if you get poisoned?" Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao would come up with a good idea. She didn't expect that he was preparing to start with the pufferfish. If other people raised all of them, the more people who ate them, the higher the probability of poisoning would be. Eating the spring pufferfish? Wouldn't it be better to find a rope and solve it themselves? It would be faster than dying from poisoning. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to speak, the float moved again. He hurriedly lifted it up. This time, he caught more fish. There were 3 hooks in total. 2 of them bit the hook, and the other one was caught by the hook when he was lifting it up. When it was time to remove the hook, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "Who said we have to let others eat it? The locals haven't seen many deaths from eating it. I used to eat it a lot, and I even know a lot of stories about blowfish. It's said that a long, long time ago, the locals had never heard of anyone dying from eating it. Even so, he still won't eat it. Perhaps he won't take revenge, even if he dies. Unless you can find a way to remove the poison from the pufferfish, I don't think there's any hope." Wang Wan didn't compromise at all. Seeing that Wang Wan insisted, Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. The purpose of raising pufferfish is not to eat meat, but to make medicine. It can be used to make many kinds of medicine. You can tell this to the medical school and let them study it, try the dosage, and see what kind of diseases it can be used on. I know that it can be used to make anesthetics and to treat rheumatism. In fact, most of the time, the reason why pufferfish is delicious is because of this poison. It's very, very little, the kind that won't kill people, but after eating it, it will affect people's nervous system. Do you think it can be used as a seasoning? After it's diluted, it can be mixed with the MSG made from kelp. When it's time to cook, this can be tried. Use your 3 dogs as an experiment. It's beneficial to the country and the people. The people who raise pufferfish will also make money because of this. All the pufferfish raised will be bought by Dei Hospital. Yes, that's what I plan to do. It's a long-term plan. I believe that there will be a day when it will succeed. Many poisonous things have been used to treat diseases. Give it to Grandpa Bai. I believe that Grandpa Bai will be willing to carry out the plan. Why do I feel that this matter is not reliable? You are not allowed to touch my dogs. If you want them, go find them yourself. But don't feed them poisoned food in front of me." Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao said it well, but she always thought that it was too simple. Since it was proposed, then just do it. Even if it failed, she was not afraid. If she didn't take the first step, then she would never expect to succeed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't intend to put the idea forward. Someone would study the results immediately. He put down the fishing rod and said, "Let others do the research. If it's successful, then his or her name will be left in history." Since we don't eat pufferfish, then eat mandarin fish. We can't poison people to death. With the method, Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Old Man Pai and others to come back and ask. He directly wrote it and sent it to the three old men. It was a complete exchange of interest. This is raising pufferfish? That's quite daring. Old Man Chang received the plan written by Zhang Xiaobao and said. They actually came up with a plan after asking their family to come up with a prescription. They are really thoughtful. But if the medical school can really figure out a way, it can really help a lot of people. The people who are raising pufferfish will benefit, and the medicine can also save people. But why do I feel that this matter is not so simple? Don't they have their own goals? Old Man Yao now knew a lot about the Zhang family. Every prescription made by the Zhang family was not as ordinary as it seemed. The Zhang family would definitely benefit from such a prescription. For example, the prescription for growing vegetables in winter did benefit the people in the north, but the restaurant also had fresh vegetables in winter. Old Man Pai took the paper and stared at it, as if he wanted to see some other purpose from the words. He looked at it and said, if they want to use pufferfish in the restaurant, I think they don't have to support other people to raise them. If they directly ship them from the Yangtze River, the price will be higher. Besides, the things that the Zhang family does are not something that can be easily guessed by others. Many times they are puzzling, and when the results are out, they will understand. Since they can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Let's see if they can raise pufferfish in the north. Won't they freeze to death in cold weather? When someone raises pufferfish, let more people raise them. Didn't they say that they will buy them all? Then we will sell them. In short, the people won't lose money. Old Man Pai said this, but in fact, he hoped that the medical school could find a way to use pufferfish poisoning, especially since it was written on the paper that it might be able to treat joint pain. This was a disease that many people suffered from. When they were young, they didn't pay attention. As a result, when they were older, it was too late to regret. He was like this. In the past, when it rained on a cloudy day, his left leg hurt so much that he didn't dare to move. Fortunately, after he met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he drank medicinal wine and soaked in it. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be afraid of rain on cloudy days. However, too many medicines were used, especially ginseng. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. If pufferfish could really alleviate this disease, ordinary people could also use it. It was cheap. All of this depended on the medical school of Huayuan County, which represented the highest achievement of the Tang dynasty's medical school. While the three old men were looking forward to it, Zhang Xiaobao really did what he said. He really did ask people to find pufferfish, even if the season was not right. Then, he would try to see if it could be used in seasoning. If it was successful, then there would be many pufferfish in the future that could be used to make more seasoning. If it failed, then it would be like this matter had never happened. There wouldn't be too much loss. When the weather gradually turned cold, the food in Shuzhou was all sorted out. Although a large area was washed away, the crab and mandarin fish were selling very well. Especially after the crab 8 pieces, many people liked this set of tools. For a time, eating crabs was not just about eating meat but also mixed with some kind of elegant thinking. Zhang Xiaobao did what he said. In addition to letting merchants come to taste the crab, the extra crabs were transported to other places to buy back food to make up for the lost rent. There was also a small success in the breeding. The pigs had not grown too big yet. Compared to the normal size of a pig to be slaughtered, it still took a few months to raise them. The poultry had not laid eggs, but this did not affect people's eating. For those who were bred in the breeding industry, some of them were killed to exchange for money or their own food. The money exchanged was used to pay back the loan. If they couldn't pay it back in 1 year, they would have to wait until the next year to pay it back. According to the practice of the local people, they would never be willing to eat it themselves. However, since Zhang Zhong and Li Sun came to Shuzhou, when the people gained benefits, they changed their minds. In the past, they were short of money and had no good way. Even if they raised a few chickens, they would not be willing to eat them casually. They would leave them for emergencies or exchange them for necessities. Now it was different. With so many chickens, why not eat them? In the future, their lives would be better and better. There was no need to let their families suffer. When autumn passed and winter came, Shuzhou began to transport things to the imperial court. There was money and food. It was all used by the fleet of the Zhang family and Wang family. People went down the river and then entered the canal. When they reached a frozen place, they changed to land. This time, Zhang Zhong wrote and sent the memorial to the imperial court. The officials in the imperial court all knew why the emperor sent Zhang Zhong to Shuzhou. However, they were harmed there. They did not have any thoughts about the rent in Shuzhou this year. But when the memorial was delivered, all the officials couldn't help but admire the Zhang family from the bottom of their hearts. This year's rent and tax had actually reached 280,000 strings of coins, and this was not including the money given to Li Sun and the copper ore shipped to the capital. Even Li Longji said, "That's really amazing." At the same time, he hated the previous officials in Shuzhou even more. They did not mention the copper mine and the marble mine. They did not even think about how to help the people live a good life. The officials stood in the cold wind in the hall. In their hearts, they were thinking about how to let their families find a place to plant cold melons next year. This year, cold melons accounted for a large part of the tax paid by Shuzhou. Chapter 578. When a rare snowfall fell in Shuzhou, the bridge connecting the two banks was finally completed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know if the cement they made could withstand the impact of the river for a long time, but the two of them still built the bridge. It was not beautiful at all. The bridge deck was made of iron chains and wood. When one walked on it, it would sway. If it were two people at that time, there was no point in building such a bridge. It would be a waste of money and would be scolded to death. However, at this time, no one scolded them. Everyone thought of ways to praise them, especially the people near the bridge on both sides of the Yangtze River. After the first batch of merchants and nobles who came to participate in various activities and spent a lot of money and experienced the sound of firecrackers, they rushed to the bridge one after another. All of them seemed very excited. Fortunately, there were iron chains blocking the way. Otherwise, a few of them would have squeezed down. It was as if standing on the bridge for a while was an infinite honor. This group of people did not want to go down after getting on the bridge, so they all blocked the bridge. Zhang Zhong immediately posted a notice and asked people to stand on both sides of the bridge to read to the illiterate people. This rule was set. As for Xianzhou, who was connected to the other side, he did not say a word. He tacitly agreed that Zhang Zhong's rule was applicable to both sides. After all, the bridge was built by him. At the same time, he did not dare to provoke Zhang Zhong at this time. Many people were paying attention to this. The bridge was built, but if one wanted to go from Xianzhou to Shuzhou, they had to take a boat. The water had just been connected, and the bridge here had not been built yet. The diversion of the river would have to wait until next year to build a bridge. Even if it did not snow in winter, it was impossible to expect this bridge to be built before the new year. Taking advantage of this time, the people of Shuzhou began to block the diversion of the river. Unlike last time, they could get a wage this time. After all, they were not helping with disaster relief. Wangjiang Building was also under construction. It was all made of wood, not cement or iron. It should be ready for use next summer. The furniture bought from Luzhou was also on the way. The building was too big. Wangjiang County issued a notice to recruit people from all over the country to work. They divided the work into sections and finally connected the sections. This way, the work speed would be faster. Lu Jiro, the minister of the Ministry of Works, also brought people over to see how the bridge was built. At the same time, she also wanted to see the electric lights. In addition to this matter, he also wanted to see his nephew. His nephew was now working for the Zhang family and was treated well. He was the only one who could enter the inner courtyard without signing a contract. Of course, the places he could enter were restricted. It was impossible for him to enter just any courtyard, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard. There was no need to even think about it. That would expose the two of them. One order after another was issued from this courtyard. When Lu Jiro arrived with a large group of people, there were already a lot of people gathered in the largest courtyard of the Zhang family. In addition to the people from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, there were also the 3 old men and Old Man Pai and Old Yao's families. When Lu Jiro came, he didn't inform them in advance. Therefore, even if the people from the Zhang family who stayed in the capital to collect information sent the news, no one went to pick him up. When he entered the courtyard with his 2 followers, the first thing he smelled was the fragrance of the food. It smelled so good. He didn't eat anything at noon, so he was even hungrier now. After smelling the fragrance of the food, he couldn't wait to rush over and eat without caring about others. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, Lu Jiro finally found Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao. The 2 old men greeted him with their eyes and ignored him. Instead, they set their eyes on the stove used to cook. Following the gaze of the 2 old men, Lu Jiro suddenly widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. The stove didn't burn firewood. Instead, there was a copper pipe connected to the back. The fire wasn't small, and the smell came from the pot when a chef was cooking. At this time, the follower beside him also had an expression of disbelief. It was the first time he saw a fire that didn't need coal or firewood. At this time, the chef had already finished cooking the dish. He looked at another pot that was steaming something and another pot that was stewing something. He brushed the big spoon in his hand and continued to cook the next dish. There were already 11 dishes on the table, but no one ate them. They just let the dishes cool down. In addition to the 3 stoves that were burning, there were also 4 copper pipes with flames on top of them. Lu Jiro wasn't hungry this time. He was already attracted by the stove. It wasn't until someone coughed that he woke up. He put his mouth between Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's heads and asked, "Old Minister Bai, Master Yao, what is this thing?" "Aha!" Old Man Pai deliberately coughed. Looking at Lu Jiro's anxious appearance, he slowly said, "You haven't seen it before, right? Don't you think it's very strange? Think about a swamp somewhere. Someone put a bamboo tube in it and then lit it up." When Old Man Pai said this, Lu Jiro understood. It was recorded in the book. So it was like this. But what was the gas used to store so much? Even if they took the biggest water tank and sealed it, it was impossible to store so little gas in 3 stoves and 4 burning pipes. Lu Jiro didn't understand, so she asked, "Old Minister Bai, what was used to store the gas in the swamp? It had to be something as big as a house, right?" Could it be that Minister Lu thought that the Zhang family had nothing better to do and spent a lot of money to make something to store gas and then come back to cook? This time, you didn't come in vain. You can see the bridge, you can see the light bulb, and you can also see this thing called marsh gas. You might not believe it, but the gas used to cook is made from feces, grass stalks, and other things. As long as the place is big enough and there are a few of them, the gas can be used continuously. At night, you don't need to light an oil lamp, and you don't need to use firewood to cook. Old Man Pai shook his head and said. Lu Jiro was stunned. She was afraid that Old Man Pai was lying to her, so she asked Old Man Yao, "Master Yao, is this true? Why would I lie to you? This thing is good, but it's a pity that the Zhang family still wants to make money. The cement can't be taken out casually, and there's no need to think about the recipe. This thing can be used to build city walls. What if other people know about it? After the Zhang family makes money with the cement for 2 years, they will lower the price and build this marsh gas pool for the slightly wealthier people." Old Man Yao was reasonable. Even if he wanted the Zhang family to immediately sell the cement to the people and teach them how to make it, he couldn't not let the Zhang family make money. Otherwise, they wouldn't make things in the future. Lu Jiro was also used to the Zhang family's way of doing things. If they should take out something, they would definitely take it out. If they shouldn't take it out, they would also not take it out. What a pity. Wouldn't it be better to let the people of Tang use it earlier? It doesn't matter if it's used for cooking, but the oil lamp is very good. It's actually feces. I thought feces have no other use except for farming. Good. Minister Lu may not know, but the feces can still be used to make fertilizer, and it's better than usual. If you raise dozens of pigs at home, you don't have to worry about not having enough feces. It's enough to support a big yard of more than 100 people. More importantly, the Zhang family is prepared to replace the fertilizer for free, saying that it can increase grain production. They want to sell this fertilizer around the rich families. It can also be used to raise fish, but it can only be used in nearby places. It's not convenient to transport it far away. Unless it's dried, it's not cost-effective and can't be bought at a high price. Later, I'll ask them to tell you how to do it, or I can go with you to your house and help you build a yard. I'll tell you, 50% discount. Old Man Bai told him everything that he knew. He also told him about the various twists and turns. Lu Jiro was depressed. Did she also have to spend money? 50% discount? You can just say it's half the price. It's not cheap. Her eyes were still fixed on the stove and she said, "Don't worry, I'm not going back right away. It's not easy to come here." Who told the Zhang family to put on airs? If it were other people, they would just send an order directly to the capital. At this time, the 12th stir-fry dish was done. The steamed food was also finished, and there was still stewing. Lu Jiro knew it was time for her to show up. Just now, she didn't say anything, so they ignored her. Obviously, they knew each other, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to enter the yard. She took 2 steps forward and said to Zhang Zhong, who was standing in the yard, "Provincial Governor Zhang, congratulations, you have another profitable business." "Oh, it's Minister Lu. I didn't know Minister Lu was here, so I didn't welcome you, and, okay, don't talk about it. Don't be so polite with me. Later, you must tell me how to build this methane pool. When I return to the capital, I'll help people build a few more, especially in the palace. There are so many. What's the previous one? It's a waste. I think this one can also be used for heating, right?" When Lu Jiro saw that Zhang Zhong was about to start a polite conversation with her, she waved her hand and interrupted him. Her words were also very casual. She didn't want to distance herself from the Zhang family. Anyone who had a good relationship with the Zhang family would be able to get benefit. The good furniture in her house was sent by Lu Zhou, and it was very comfortable to use. They were genuine goods, not fake. When Zhang Zhong saw that Lu Jiro didn't speak in a bureaucratic tone, he also changed his tone and said, "There's no problem with heating. It's better than firewood and coal, and it doesn't emit smoke. If you really want to build it at home, you'll have to raise a few more pigs. It's better to dig a pond to raise fish, and build 3 ponds in rotation. Originally, it was said that there was no rotation, but I didn't figure it out, so I can only use the stupid method." Zhang Zhong was speaking the truth, but Lu Jiro didn't listen to him. Turning feces and grass stalks into things that could be used for lamps and stoves was a stupid method? He was being too modest. Anyway, it was fine as long as it could be used in her house. It could save a lot of money for lamp oil and candles. If it could be used in the palace in the same way, it would save even more money. It would be a great merit. Thinking about it, Lu Jiro suddenly thought of the most important thing and asked, "Is it difficult to make this copper pipe?" Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Indeed. If it's not done well, it will leak. This is the most troublesome. After making dozens of pipes, you can only find 2 or 3 that are not a problem. As for the rest, you have to put them in water to see where they leak. You can also apply glue to the outside and paint them, but you have to be careful." Chapter 579. Zhang Zhong didn't hide anything. He told Lu Jiro everything about the biogas pool, including what to pay attention to and the safety issues when using it. Even if he didn't tell him this now, he would still tell him when he built a biogas pool for other people in the future. He couldn't let other people be in danger. Lu Jiro was very grateful. This was money and it could be used to raise fish. Even if he didn't like to eat it, he could give it to the servants in the manor. Although he couldn't compare with the wealth and ability of the Zhang family and the Wang family, he could still treat the servants in the manor better. Zhang Zhong didn't accept Lu Jiro's gratitude. He understood one of Lu Jiro's ideas very clearly. Eating fish was good. It turned out that it was the southern fish and the northern sheep. One reason was that it was difficult to make, and the other was that the fishy smell of fish in the Yellow River was too strong. However, ever since his family began to teach others more ways to cook fish and spread the word that eating fish could make people smarter, the people in the north started to eat more fish. In addition, his son had specially given him a few recipes of seasonings and improved cooking wine. Thus the fish was pretty good. Lu Jiro came with a purpose. If he didn't let him see it, he wouldn't leave so quickly. It was almost the new year, but he still came here. It could be seen how anxious he was. After unexpectedly obtaining a biogas pool, Lu Jiro was very happy. He went to see the light bulb and the generator at Zhang Zhong's invitation. It was one thing to see it, but it was another thing to see it. It was amazing, really amazing. It could light up. After Lu Jiro touched the light bulb with her hand and was burned by it, she began to be interested in this thing. She looked at it again and again, but when she asked how to make it, no one told her. If she wanted to, she could take one of the generators back and disassemble it for research. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan promised Old Man Pai to write back, they had this idea. They wanted the Ministry of Works to help improve it. Wang Wan made it too simple. This light bulb is the most important part, right? Lu Jiro looked at the generator and then looked at the light bulb. She knew that the light bulb was made of glass. There were mirrors and small handicrafts made of glass at home. If the Zhang family didn't tell her how to make a light bulb, she wouldn't be able to make one. Zhang Zhong agreed and said, "Actually, the light bulbs are not important. What's important is this generator. It has a wide range of uses, but it's too simple to make. Lord Lu, you can take 2 of them back and take a look at them slowly. In fact, there are only copper wires and magnets inside. The exposed wires need to be wrapped with glue, otherwise it will hurt people. The most convenient thing to do with this is to electrocute fish. Put it in the water and turn it here. The surrounding fish will be electrocuted. There is a pond at home, so you can use it too." Lu Jiro automatically erased Zhang Zhong's last sentence from her ears. After looking at the light bulb and the generator, it was time to eat. Lu Jiro was still hungry. She was in a hurry to get there, so she didn't want to waste too much time. The food was made with methane. Lu Jiro kept praising the food made with methane. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were sitting at another table, heard Lu Jiro's praise and tasted the food again. They found that it wasn't as good as the food made by Chaihua, especially the stew. It seemed that it was just a psychological effect. Lu Jiro ate quite a lot during this meal. She was so full that she ate 2 Dashan pills before she felt a bit better. She then dragged Old Man Bai and Old Man Yao to Old Man Bai's house to be guests. When the sky turned dark, the 3 people came back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the expression on the 3 people's faces and felt that something was wrong. Wang Wan whispered to Zhang Xiaobao, "Why do I feel like they came up with some bad idea again? They probably want us to take out other recipes. What do you think?" "I think so too. It's not that we can't give them the recipes, but we have to see how much benefits they can offer in exchange. Ever since Lu Jiro's news came, I've been preparing. Some recipes are not suitable to stay in my hands. I can take this opportunity to clean them up and make some money." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 3 people who were pointing at the still-burning methane lamp, but their eyes were always looking at him. He already knew that the 3 people must have thought of something to exchange. "Then let's go. As soon as we leave, they will definitely be able to stop us." Wang Wan spent the afternoon with her family. Seeing the three people pretending to look at the lamp, she didn't want to waste time with them. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and prepared to leave. As expected, the moment the two of them moved, Old Man Bai and the other two seemed to be strolling as they blocked the path that the two of them were about to take. Zhang Xiaobao first greeted, "Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Lu, look at this fire. Cuckoo and I are sleepy, so we'll go back to sleep first. We'll study with Grandpa by tomorrow." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao immediately became sleepy. Wang Wan also cooperated with him and yawned. Old Man Pai and the other two people were stunned. They didn't know what to do. Just now, they were pretending to look and didn't come over. Now that they wanted to go back to sleep, they couldn't stop them, right? If it was an adult, they could find an excuse, such as drinking tea or something. But in front of two children, they couldn't. While the three of them were still in a daze, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took a detour and left. "If I knew earlier, I would have directly come over." Lu Jiro didn't understand Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so she regretfully said. Tonight, she had something on her mind, so she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. Old Man Pai heard Lu Jiro's words and said, "We were tricked. The two brats weren't sleepy at all. They knew that we wanted to talk to them about something. This was intentional. Just now, we didn't directly look for them, so they were taking revenge. They went back to study." "Then what do we do? Chase after them?" Old Man Yao was also depressed. When he came, he already thought of what to say, but in the end, he couldn't find an opportunity. "Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow." Old Man Pai looked at the direction the two people disappeared in, and said helplessly. His mood suddenly became bad. He still had to wait for another night. Early the next morning, during breakfast, Old Man Pai found Old Man Chong, who gave up the time yesterday. They went to the Zhang family to have a meal together. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to leave, he opened his mouth and called out to them. "Xiaobao, I heard from Minister Lu that there are people in the capital who see that your family's business is too big, so they want to deal with your family." Old Man Pai said to Zhang Xiaobao with concern. He wanted to show off his strength and intimidate, a blatant threat. Zhang Xiaobao's face immediately showed an anxious expression. He looked at Old Man Pai and said, "Grandpa Bai, is what you said true? That's over. The business there is not only done by my family, but also by Commandery Prince Li and many other businessmen. If someone really takes care of it, then what will happen to the people in the capital? So many businessmen have been providing firewood, rice, oil, and salt for the people in the capital and the surrounding areas. There is also the cloth for the cloth and the transportation for the ship. If we all praise them, then how will the people live? Especially when they hire a large number of people to do things. If they suddenly have nothing to do, then they won't be able to support their families. Grandpa Bai, you must think of a way. If it really doesn't work, then my Zhang family and Wang family will withdraw all the business from the north of the Yellow River. I hope that when someone takes over, they will give the people benefits according to the rules of my family's business." Wang Wan also had a worried expression on her face. Yes, we can't afford to offend them. Let's hide. Grandpa Bai, thank you for telling us this in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been prepared at all. I will go back and tell my family and see if we can bring the farmers with us. I hope that the people who take our position will treat the people of Sanshui County well. The people of Sanshui County are good. The four old men listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's grievances, but they didn't feel that they were afraid at all. This was a threat. No wonder the Zhang family found so many businessmen to participate in the business when it was done. They were working together. One move could affect the whole situation. Besides, Wang Wan's words meant that if the Zhang family and Wang family left Sanshui County, then no one else could have a foothold in Sanshui County. The people were all good people. The question was who was good to them. Old Man Bai did not make a sound. He had wanted to scare the other party, but in the end, he was scared by the other party. These two kids were very clever. Last night they were tricked and did not sleep well the entire night. This morning they did not manage to take advantage of the other party. They were at a disadvantage. Old Man Pai closed his eyes and started to reflect on himself. Old Man Yao came out. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't be afraid. No one has the ability to bully your family. There are many people who say such things and have such thoughts, but they have to think twice. Besides, your Grandpa Bai and I, Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Lu will help you. We will help you sell the methane pool for more money. When your Grandpa Lu goes back, I will arrange this matter and let all the rich families in the capital buy it. You can't ask for money for the methane pool. You can ask for the rest of the money. Oh, thank you, Grandpa Lu. Cuckoo and I will make something for the 4 grandpas to eat at noon. Blowfish sashimi. Zhang Xiaobao covered his chest with his hand and said gratefully. Xiaobao, the blowfish dish is not necessary. Mandarin fish is fine. Let your Grandpa Lu try it. Braised or steamed, you can do whatever you want. Old Man Chang quickly expressed his opinion. Lu Jiro suddenly understood why Bai Go and Yao Chong liked the 2 children so much. It was indeed interesting. The 3 important ministers were suppressed in a single meeting. Not only did they not take advantage of them, but they also suffered a big loss. It was just like their own grandchildren. As a grandfather, he was happy to suffer a loss. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, the furniture your family sent to me is very good. It is very comfortable to use. But other people don't know and bought fake goods. When I go back, I will tell them to throw away the fake goods. Just tell me which one you want to buy. I will write to you. You can directly send the goods from Luzhou. Good things must be known to others. Lu Jiro said another condition. Just now it was the biogas pool. The 2 transactions were settled. Wang Wan didn't say anything. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She meant to ask, do you want to trade or not? Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and said to Lu Jiro, Grandpa Lu, in fact, the biogas pool is not only suitable for people and pigs. It is also suitable for chickens, ducks, and geese. Grandpa Lu, let me tell you something. The thermometer made by our family can be used to hatch poultry. It can be used to hatch pigeons. It is very convenient to use. You just need to see the temperature of a chicken hatching an egg, and then write it down. Then, you can accurately follow the temperature with the thermometer. It is a little hot or a little cold to see if it can hatch faster. It is also convenient to test. Also, the thermometer can be used not only on poultry, but also on livestock and people. If it is too hot in the mouth or under the armpit, it will be too much for a normal person. If it is too much for a normal person, it will be sick. You have to find a doctor. In a while, I will ask Cherries to write down the detailed method of hatching so that Grandpa Lu can use it at home. If other people want to use it, you can buy it. 10 strings of coins for 1. If a village buys one, the whole village can use it. It can't be cheap. If it is cheap, the glass is worthless. Zhang Xiaobao took out the method of hatching poultry in exchange, and also sold a thermometer. The 4 old men looked at each other and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The method of hatching was indeed important. If it was coupled with the thermometer, as long as the people wanted to, they could hatch poultry at home. Hatching many at one time would save time, and it would not delay the hen from laying eggs. Lu Jiro was really convinced. Just like what Bai Cho said at the beginning, don't treat Xiaobao and Cuckoo as ordinary children. Sure enough, this kind of hidden struggle, compromise, and exchange of interests was only used in the imperial court. Now it was actually used in front of 2 children. Furthermore, it was at a disadvantage. After all, one could not treat children the same way one treated adults. One could be hostile to adults, but one could not treat children the same way, right? Chapter 580. Zhang Xiaobao really handed over the hatching technology. The 4 old men were very happy. They didn't care about the technology for fun, but they were serious about people's livelihood. Of course, it was the same for weapons. Although it was an exchange of interests, the Zhang family and Wang family didn't get more help in terms of economic income. The biogas pools, high-end furniture, and thermometers could be sold without others marketing. The reason why Zhang Xiaobao was willing to exchange was mainly because of the appearance of thermometers. Even if no one exchanged with him, he would take out the hatching technology for everyone to use. In this exchange, Zhang family and Wang family got a kind of hidden help, an opportunity for the upper class of Tang to help stabilize. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan settled the matter, but someone felt uncomfortable. After breakfast, when others were busy, Cherries moved a stool and put it beside the canal in the yard. She sat there, holding her chin with her hands, and looked at the fish swimming in the water motionlessly. "Sister Cherries, what are you doing here?" Xiao Hong, who had also eaten breakfast, was preparing to lead the poultry army out for a walk. When she passed by, she saw Cherries' appearance and came to ask. "No, nothing, just sitting. Your furry is getting smarter and smarter. In fact, it can bring the team back even if you don't release it." Cherries and Weiwei turned their heads and looked at Xiao Hong with envy. Xiao Hong smiled and said, "That's not good. If Furry does it, I will have nothing to do. I'm now thinking about how to summarize the breeding of poultry and then write it down." Xiao Hong suddenly realized something and said, "I know. Sister Cherries has nothing to do, right? Everyone can hatch. Sister Cherries, you have nothing to do, right?" No, it's not bad to be idle. I'm not so tired. You go and do your work. I'll go back after sitting for a while." Cherries looked very wronged. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. "Aya, Sister Cherries, don't worry. Go find the young master and the young lady, and you'll have new things to do. I won't go first. Let Rongrong lead the team out. Wait for me." After Xiao Hong finished speaking, she turned around and ran. She came to the shed specially built for her, ordered someone to open the door, and called out the big goose Furry. She squatted down, hugged Furry's neck and said, "Furry, you take them out today. Remember to listen to people and don't run around. Come back at noon. I have something to do." In the Zhang family and the Wang family, in addition to the magical young master and the young lady, the most magical thing was this goose. It could be said to be 1 in a million. It was very smart. Especially after following Xiao Hong for several years, it could understand Xiao Hong's meaning very well. After hearing Lil Red's words, it chirped twice to show that it understood. At least, that was how Lil Red understood it. "You go out with Rongrong. Wherever it doesn't let the ducks and geese go, don't go to that place. It's easy to be dangerous." After instructing Rongrong, Xiao Hong also told her subordinates to do the work. They didn't dare to oppose. After making a promise, Xiao Hong ran back to Cherries. She pulled up Cherries, who was still staring at the fish in the water, and walked to the young master and the young lady's courtyard while saying, let's go to the young master and the young lady for work." "I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good." Cherries flinched. Even if she did feel that she had lost her job and fell from a high position, she still didn't dare to tell the young master. "What's wrong? We are the first people to follow the young master and the young lady. Let's go." Xiao Hong dragged Cherries away with all her strength. "The kindergarten is built here. Find the children nearby and divide them into classes according to their age. Then arrange Xiaobei and the others in so that more people can play together." Zhang Xiaobao drew on a piece of paper and said to Wang Wan, who was sitting next to him. Wang Wan was sorting out the very messy way of educating children written by Zhang Xiaobao. She turned her head to look at the things that Zhang Xiaobao drew and said, "Are they all for fun? Don't let others teach them to read? You've already taught Xiaobei and the others. What about the other children?" "That's different. The other children need half a year to adapt before they can be taught how to read. Xiaobei and the others are raised from prenatal education. The nutrition is also different. The other children may not be able to keep up." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao mentioned the younger siblings, The image of the children appeared in his mind. All of them were healthy and healthy. This was the happiest thing. But didn't Xiaobei and Xiaobei also follow? You have to admit that there are geniuses such as Exhilarating, Lure and Weiwei. But didn't you say that all children are geniuses? But I don't have so much time to explore every child. I can only give them a popular education. When there are more kindergarten teachers, then I'll talk about it. Right now, I'm just letting them play. Playing is also a way to develop their intelligence. Help me think of other fun games. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he started drawing on the paper again. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, "Make a set of chimes and hang them there for them to play with. The sound it makes is different. Perhaps it can develop their musical talent." "Okay, get someone to do this," Zhang Xiaobao agreed. While the two of them were discussing education, Xiaohong dragged Cherries over. Cherries didn't seem to dare to face Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She hid behind Xiaohong, lowered her head, and didn't make a sound. Seeing the two of them come over, Zhang Xiaobao, who had stopped drawing, asked curiously, "Why are you here?" "It's nothing. Just walking around," Cherry hurriedly said. Xiaohong tugged at her and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, you've handed over the incubation recipe and the thermometer. Sister Cherries has nothing to do." I see. How can she have nothing to do?" Zhang Xiaobao was even more puzzled. Wasn't the incubation matter fine? Why was it fine? "Young master, in the past, only Sister Cherries knew how to incubate. Others couldn't. Now that there's a thermometer, others can practice and be like Sister Cherries," Xiaohong added. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both understood. It turned out that Cherries felt that her dominance in incubation was being threatened. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao behind her. She came close to Xiaohong and Cherries. She looked at Cherries' evasive gaze and said, "Masters in any field are not only because of their proficiency, but also because of their research spirit. Look at Pomegranate. No one can shake her position. Even if we teach everyone the method of growing fungus, no one dares to say that they are better than Pomegranate. Look at what she's growing now. She has tremella and 3 kinds of mushrooms. She should be studying how to grow ginseng now. Any industry is actually a field like the sea. What are chickens, ducks, and geese? They're just 3 kinds of ordinary poultry. Yes, only 3 kinds. There are more kinds. In the future, there will be disease prevention. Cherries, you'll give the poultry you hatch to Xiaohong when they grow up. When all kinds of diseases appear, you'll find that it's not easy to raise them. Let me tell you a short story. There was a person who used his family's martial arts to attack people with his hair. He tied his hair together like a whip. It was very powerful. Others called him the magic whip. Later, long hair was not allowed in that place, so weapons like fireworks appeared. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted and began to tell them a story that was very old for him. After telling the story, he asked Xiaohong and Cherries, "Now you understand, right?" Cherries, who was still confused just now, suddenly had her eyes lit up. She nodded and replied, "I understand. The whip is gone, but the god is still there. I know what I should do. There are more birds and more animals that hatch with eggs, such as snakes and crocodiles. I'll ask the doctors to prepare a soup for them to eat. I'll find all the hatched eggs I can find and study them. When the time comes, others will only know how to hatch eggs. I'll still have something to do." After hearing Cherries' words, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and had to sigh. Zhang Xiaobao's grasp of psychology was really extraordinary. Cherries regained her confidence with a story. Then she said, "That's right. Cherries, in fact, in our hearts, you've always been the best at hatching. No one has ever been able to replace your position. As for disease prevention, you should discuss it more with Xiaohong in the future. This is the domain of the two of you." Cherries, who regained her confidence, finally showed a smile on her face. She looked at Xiaohong gratefully and said that she would go back to think about it immediately. Then, she pulled Xiaohong and ran away. After the two of them left, Wang Wan turned her head and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that we have to worry about the people in the inner courtyard again. If there's a first, there will be a second one. What should we do? Publish a book. Let them write what they know. If they write more, print it and sell it. They'll get a part of the money from the sale, and they'll also have to sign their names. Use this to encourage them to continue working hard." Zhang Xiaobao thought of a way to encourage them, and things immediately went according to his plan. The Zhang family had their own printing equipment. When a book of chickens, ducks, and geese hatched and corrected appeared on the table in Cherries' room 20 days later, Cherries smelled the ink on it with all her might. In just a few days, the news that the young master and young lady had written a book for Yingtao had spread throughout the inner court. When they saw the words, "Author Zhang Yingtao" on the book, the people in the inner court began to make a summary of what they had done as if they had gone crazy. They also hoped that one day their names would be printed on a book. That would be a kind of glory. Those who did the same thing would communicate with each other and discuss how to print their names on the book when the time came. Old Man Pai and the other 3 people each had a book in their hand. When they opened it, they realized that hatching wasn't that simple. There were many details in the book, and if any of them were not taken care of, the eggs that could originally hatch chickens and ducks could be spoiled. This should be the first book written by a person who signed a death contract, right? Old Man Chong said as he touched the cover of the book with his hand. Chapter 581. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan published a book for Cherries, which not only affected the people in the inner courtyard, but also shocked other people who knew that the Zhang family published a book for a maid. Some people were surprised that the Zhang family treated their servants so well. Most of the time, even if a maid did something wrong, the master would be responsible for it. However, the Zhang family didn't do that. The book was indeed signed under Cherries' name. While they were envious of Cherries, they also dreamed that one day they could also print their names on paper and let the world know about it like Cherries. This kind of person couldn't be said to be short-sighted. After all, the things they came into contact with were different. There were also people who were far-sighted, especially those who had many servants at home, who were amazed by the maids of the Zhang family. If a maid could do this, then what about the master? As soon as Cherries' book appeared, it caused a stir in Shuzhou. People who were preparing to hatch their own birds had to buy a thermometer and a book to learn. When they felt that the thermometer was convenient to use, they remembered that it was written in the book that in the beginning, people used their hands to feel the temperature. They couldn't help but admire the maid who wrote the book. That kind of life was the most difficult. Presumably, she had suffered a lot. How did the pair of hands that could accurately feel the temperature of the air grow? In an instant, Yingtao became a godlike figure in the hatching industry. When everyone hatched their own birds, the first person they thought of was Yingtao. They knew that there was such a servant girl. She created the precedent of artificial hatching and stood at the peak. Seeing that her sister Cherry succeeded, Xiaohong was happy and began to organize her experience on how to free and take care of the bird. She planned to let the young master and the young lady see if there were any omissions in a few days. Then, she would follow Cherries and publish the book. A book that Cherry had poured her heart and blood into was actually only 40 pages long, but this 40-page book was actually sold for 30 copper coins. The demand could not meet the demand. The Zhang family continued to print and sell this book and the thermometer to more places. When the rare second snow fell in Shuzhou, Old Man Pai once again found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, I want to discuss something with your family. If you publish a book in the future, you have to tell us first. Some books can be published, but some can't." "I know. I will discuss it with Grandpa Bai in the future. You can read the content first. If you feel that it won't leak important secrets, then publish it." Zhang Xiaobao understood Old Man Pai's words. In fact, even if Old Man Pai didn't say anything, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't write anything that needed to be kept secret. He wasn't a fool. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation, Old Man Pai was relieved. He was really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao's family would write about the fireworks production. Selling books wouldn't make any money, he said. In fact, Cherries' books are restricted now. Anyone who buys them must keep it a secret. They are not allowed to spread it outside of Tang dynasty. Everyone who buys them must leave a record of their place of origin. If the same hatching method appears in other places, then once we find out who it is, we will not let them go easily. This can't be controlled, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Still, we have to control it as much as possible. That's why we don't want you to casually publish books, Old Man Pai said firmly. Okay, in the future, we will only publish books with simple content. Grandpa Bai, how about this? We will build a big technical college in the coastal area. We can let people from Japan and other countries come to study. 100 people will form a class. If there are fewer people, we won't open a class. Every person will have to take out something equivalent to 100 strings of coins every month as a training fee. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something and asked Old Man Pai. Old Man Pai was shocked. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao as if he was looking at a traitor. If he didn't see Zhang Xiaobao every day, he would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao was replaced. Xiaobao, are you sick? Quickly get your family's doctor to take a look. What are you talking about? Do you want others to learn all the good things? Old Man Pai was angry. Zhang Xiaobao knew that he couldn't not explain it clearly, so he said, Grandpa Bai, I'm not sick. Even if we find people to learn, we might not be able to teach them all the good things. That's what I think. Zhang Xiaobao explained his idea to Old Man Pai in detail. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Old Man Pai suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't as cute as he used to be. He wasn't as kind, at least when compared to other countries. Don't do it yet. Let me discuss it with the others first. Old Man Pai, who was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao's plan, didn't continue to talk about publishing books. He turned around and went to find the other 3 old men. This is Xiaobao's idea? Ruthless, really ruthless. After hearing Old Man Pai's words, Old Man Yao evaluated Zhang Xiaobao. Old Man Chang was also very surprised. How did Xiaobao come up with this idea? He actually used good technology as bait and then tricked people from other countries to come over and learn. That's not all, but he only has half an hour a day to teach others the technology. The rest of the lessons are all about ideological education. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the technology to be taught must be things from Tang. There are things from all over the country. If they want to save time and trouble, they have to buy them at a high price. After teaching the beginner part of the technology, which isn't so accurate, the intermediate and advanced parts will be taught depending on the situation. Then, if 100 people come over, the tuition fee will be 10,000 strings of coins. This doesn't include the cost of food and lodging. If you add the cost of buying materials, then it won't be just 10,000 strings of coins. They will have to spend at least 40,000 to 50,000 strings of coins. If they want to buy cheaper materials, they will have to look for materials. The time wasted will cost them a few months of tuition fees. Old Man Chang didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao, who was usually so pleasant, would have such a ruthless side. This plan was too vicious. If they could really learn useful technology, then it would be fine. However, the technology was right at the beginning, but later on, it would lead them in the wrong direction. What kind of consequences would this have? What kind of consequences will this have? It will make them waste more money when they return to their country. If they can earn 40 to 50,000 strings of coins in one go, it won't just be a matter of 40 to 50,000 strings of coins. If the experiment is successful, we can use this strategy in more places. Old Man Lu also expressed his thoughts. He was very much in favor of this plan. There were so many countries in the surrounding area. If every country sent people to learn, how much money would they earn in a month? If this money was earned by others, it might take a long time to see the impact on the country. However, if it was earned by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, then it would have an effect in a short time. From what Xiaobao and Cuckoo said, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family used money, they used a quasi-cash flow method. The speed of making money with money was very fast, and then they immediately invested it in infrastructure. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that when he casually thought of a trick, it was approved by the four old men. He didn't even know if it would succeed. Perhaps because of the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the Tang Empire's approach to the outside world had changed. They no longer taught all the good things to others. After all, the Zhang family did a good job of keeping the prescription secret. After the people of the imperial court saw that technology could make a lot of money, they also became stingy in some aspects. After Wang Wan knew about this, she was also very happy. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that we really changed something. We should control the technology and try not to let it out. Otherwise, in the future they will all say that our technology is theirs. Just thinking about it makes me angry. If they used it, then they used it. Why did they have to brag about it with great fanfare? Xiaobao, think of another way to help me vent my anger. It's best if you can trick them into giving us all the good things. Today, I will allow you to use all your tricks to trick others." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in a daze. He didn't expect that Wang Wan, who usually didn't show off, would have such a strong desire for revenge. She took out the future to take revenge on others in advance. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to tell her that the future generations would have their own good fortune, but when he thought of her family's situation, he couldn't say it. She also had to take care of the future generations. "Do you really want to do this?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Yes. Hurry up. Don't tell me you don't have a way." Wang Wan replied expectantly. "In fact, it's very simple. That is, use renewable resources to exchange for non-renewable resources. You just have to use the method that other countries used to deal with us 100 years ago. You should know how to do this without me saying it, right?" "Yes. You can play here. I'll go organize it." Wang Wan was happy. In fact, with her intelligence, there was no need to ask Zhang Xiaobao about this kind of thing. One reason was that she had developed a habit of leaving the scheming to Zhang Xiaobao. Another reason was that she wanted to obtain Zhang Xiaobao's support. Seeing Wang Wan run to the side to think of a way to harm people, Zhang Xiaobao also began to make plans for his father. Originally, he had planned to stay in this place for 2 years. Now that the bridge had been repaired and the local farming had started, it was likely that Li Longji would change his father's location. The best place was Luoyang. He would first familiarize himself with that place before moving to the capital. He just didn't know who would be able to snatch the position of provincial governor. Being a county magistrate and the provincial governor of 2 provinces was still not enough. Other people could be the provincial governor of 7 or 8 provinces. "Little young master, I'm back." When it was time for dinner, before Zhang Xiaobao could figure out what to do, Ernie ran in from outside. He had gone to Shandong to transport my fan stones. He had bought all the places that produced my fan stones. He had been running back and forth. Su Si was the one overseeing the situation there. He had transported a large amount of my fan stones to be used in Wangjiang Restaurant. Wangjiang Restaurant would integrate all kinds of services into one in the future to help Li Sun earn more money. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't lack gambling and erotic services, which Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very disgusted with. Since gambling couldn't be banned, then it was better to earn the money of the rich. As for erotic services, there was no way to stop it, unless one could really abstain from sex. "Little young master, what should we fix this time? Is it still steam?" Ernie asked when he saw the little young master deep in thought. "There's no need for steam. Let's use a hot spring." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and said, "But we didn't find any warm underground water here." Ernie was puzzled. "Can't we just boil the water and soak the my fan stones?" Go and find someone to do it. When it's done, let me know. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Erniu. Chapter 582. It was unknown what the old man Pai and the other three were thinking. 2 days after Zhang Xiaobao came up with the idea, the old man Pai and the others really worked together and sent the idea to the capital. It seemed that they were really going to do it. After Lu Jiro continuously obtained good things, she also wanted to take a look at the bridge. The 4 old men greeted each other and formed a group to go to Wangjiang County. With the departure of the 4 old men, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's lives returned to relative peace. They didn't have to worry about government affairs anymore. Li Sun did not come over to disturb him. He was busy cultivating. Cultivating near the hidden mountain was different from other cultivators who wanted to develop their cultivation towards luxury. Li Sun's cultivation only required that the place was big enough to poop. The commoners in the villages near the hidden mountain who had nothing to do were all gathered by Li Sun to help him work. They didn't get paid. The commoners weren't angry because Li Sun said that after the path was built, he wouldn't find people outside to maintain it. He would choose people in the surrounding villages who usually couldn't find work to maintain it. Li Cheng, who was in charge, didn't know what Li Sun wanted to do. While the commoners were busy, he found Li Sun and asked for advice. "Young master, if others came and saw this path you built, they would probably laugh at you. The place is not small, but the hidden mountain here is not as good as Lake Tai. Why don't you make the path more luxurious?" Li Sun had always been asking Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan what they wanted to do. The design of the path was also proposed by the 2 of them. Today, he was finally asked by someone else. He pretended to be profound and coughed and said, "You don't understand, right?" Li Cheng nodded his head vigorously, looking like he was waiting for guidance. However, he really didn't understand why the path was built in such a remote place, and it was so simple. If you don't understand, just ask. Don't keep it in your heart. Let me ask you, why do people live? Li Sun acted like an expert. Why? Li Cheng asked. It seemed like he was asking someone else, but it also seemed like he was asking himself. Too difficult, right? Then why are you alive? Li Sun asked again. Li Cheng did not answer immediately this time. Wei Wei lowered her head and thought. Li Sun was not in a hurry. He watched the people help him cultivate while waiting. Li Cheng thought for a while and replied, "Young master, I was sold into the manor when I was very young. I sold myself. At that time, I didn't want to starve to death. At that time, I lived to eat and fill my stomach. Later on, when I followed young master, it was different. I was able to make others look up to me. Sometimes, I relied on young master's identity to bully others. Later on, I ran to Sanshui County. When I saw that the restaurant was making money, I wanted to make more money. Now, I don't know why I still want to live. Young master is rich, and so am I. Maybe it's a habit for me to live. If you think about it this way, it seems that even if I die, it doesn't matter." After listening to Li Cheng's words, Li Sun nodded in agreement. "You're not bad. You don't want to continue to climb to a high position. But I can't. I also have to be responsible for living. I'm afraid that if the goal is too small, it will be achieved in a few days. So, I set a big goal for myself. I live to let the people of Tang live a good life." Li Sun's voice was not loud, but Li Cheng could hear Li Sun's determination. This goal was too big, but what did it have to do with cultivation? Without waiting for him to ask, Li Sun told him, "Other people's businesses are a waste of money and manpower. Fixing a good one is a waste of money. Even the luxurious decorations inside cost money. Most of the land occupied by a business isn't used. The people who do the work in a business are also not working hard. It's a waste. Even if it's my own money that is wasted, I won't be such a person. As long as it's my thing, I will find a way to make it produce money and use the money on the people." "Young master, isn't it faster to make money by Lake Tai? Even if I don't go there, I can still make money. How can I not come here? What I want is not the prosperity of a certain place, but the prosperity of the whole Shuzhou. Li Sun waved his hand hard, which meant that the whole Shuzhou was included. Li Qing watched from the side and suddenly realized that the former little prince had really grown up. It was time for him to get married. Li Qing, although the Zhang family and the Wang family are still in Shuzhou now, they won't care too much. They just gave me an idea and gave me the opportunity to build Shuzhou. It was also their idea to build Xingzai in Qianshan and make it simple. Then, that's why. It's because my business is not a decoration. It's going to be a zoo and a botanical garden. As long as there are animals and plants that can be raised here, I will find a way to raise them. Don't worry about the entrance fee. You know the entrance fee, right? Everyone can look around. There will be people who will introduce it to you. If it's too luxurious, the people won't dare to come and see it. It's good to be simple. The people nearby will come and see it. After seeing it, they will help me promote it. When there are more animals and more famous, more people will come. Naturally, there will be rich people. The animals in the zoo and botanical garden will be made into dishes for them. They are willing to eat even if it's expensive. The local people can also sell souvenirs here, especially local specialties. Then the people will have money in their hands. They want to live a good life. The economy will gradually develop. Then we can collect entrance fees, right? Raising animals also costs money. Li Qing suddenly became smart. Before Li Sun finished his words, he had guessed it. After he interrupted, he realized that he had interrupted young master. Li Sun didn't care. Seeing that Li Qing could think of this, he nodded happily and said, "Yes, that's the arrangement. The house of the business is simple. When the rich people come, we will rent it to them. They can tear it down and build their own houses. The rent is enough to maintain the zoo and botanical garden. My identity is obvious. Even if they want to curry favor with me, they will have to spend that money. With them, there will be a market here. This place will gradually become prosperous. We will also build a tourist attraction in Qianshan and let them invest. At that time, do you understand?" Yes. At that time, young master can stay at home and collect money. Your identity as the Commandery Prince of Tang and will be more stable, Li Qing replied. Wrong. At that time, I will leave and continue to be the Commandery Prince in another place. If I exchange the prosperity of Tang, which is Shuzhou, for 2 or 3 large and poor places like this, Imperial Uncle will be willing. After all, I have collected too much rent here. The more prosperous it is, the more the court will lose. Li Sun was now addicted to building places. The poorer a place was, the more he wanted to go and develop it. Young master, you are so devoted to the people. I admire you. I will ask people to do it quickly. Li Qing had heard Li Sun's words and admired him. Compared to Qianshan, where Li Sun lived, the winter in Qianshan was not too cold, but the capital had already snowed 3 times. At this time, it was impossible to transport beef and mutton from Yenzhou and other places in the north. The price of meat in the capital would increase. However, today was different from previous years. Although ordinary people could not eat meat casually, the increase in price was relatively small. It did not double or more, but only increased by less than 50%. The high price of beef was not only because there was not enough of it, but also because it was not allowed to be casually killed. Usually, when it could be transported from other places, the restaurant owners would think of ways to kill a few, especially in winter. As for mutton, it was purely a matter of transportation. As a result, the price of pork also increased by 40%. Those who could not afford mutton changed to eating pork. Sauerkraut was now popular. As a result, the price of pork increased a little, but this was not a big deal. With a pigeon flying from Shuzhou, the savant's restaurant immediately launched a new dish, braised pork with red wine. After that, the price of pork increased again and again. This time, the imperial court finally realized that something was wrong. The price of pork actually caused the transportation industry to prosper. The price of the hay that the livestock ate also increased. If there was not enough hay, there were still soybeans to eat. Following that, the prices of other goods also rose. This was the effect of a single popular item on the market. The abnormal concentration of consumption made the areas around the capital seem prosperous, but it also gave people the feeling that a storm was about to come. Li Longji in the imperial court with a sullen face asked the ministers who were shivering in the cold outside what to do. At this time, Lv Yenzhua came out. He did not forget to scheme against Zhang Zhong. After explaining the cause and effect of the matter, he pointed the finger at the savant's restaurant. Not only did the savant's restaurant sell it, but they also taught the method of cooking. The savant's restaurant belonged to the Sanshui Zhang family, so why did they have this dish? It was because the Zhang family had wine. If others wanted to make it, they could only buy wine from the Zhang family. Other kinds of yellow wine were also fine, but yellow wine was not easy to preserve. If a large amount of yellow wine was produced locally, the food supply would not be able to keep up, and the consumption would be too large. It was different if it was diluted with a high degree of alcohol. The taste might not be as good, but it was still a delicious dish. No matter how expensive it was, it could not be compared to beef. Therefore, in this novel situation, more people ate it. Lv Yenzhua's intention was to arrest Zhang Zhong, and the two officials who followed in his footsteps were also impeached at the same time. In the end, very few people responded. The other officials did not cooperate. Some were already numb to it, some had businesses at home, and some had furniture and tea leaves that were given to them by others. Li Longji really wanted to use this opportunity to warn the Zhang family. This was too much. He already knew that the pigeon that flew over had given them a recipe. Even if they wanted to sell it, they could not do this. However, when he saw that the other officials were silent and only a few people were present, Li Longji did not dare to make a move on Zhang Zhong. This year's Shu province's rent and tax discount was 280,000 strings of cash, and this was after the dam burst. The Minister of Works, Lu Jiro, had also gone there to learn about the technology. Coupled with the bridge and the unfinished construction, it was impossible to transfer Zhang Zhong back, let alone arrest him. Without him, the Zhang family and the Wang family would not do anything. Li Longji sighed inwardly as he leaned back. He felt a warm sensation on his back. At this moment, he remembered the comfortable and warm chair he made was sent to him from Lu Zhou's place half a month ago. When he saw Lv Yenzhua's expectant gaze, Li Longji pretended that this did not happen and continued to talk about other things. Hence, the morning court passed in an atmosphere where Lv Yenzhua and the others were sullen and the other officials were relieved. After the court session, Li Longji wrote a letter to Baigo, Yao Chong, and Lu Jiro. The meaning was for them to solve the problem and help the chair to sit on the leg of the pigeon that belonged to Shu province that was sent over a few days later. When Old Man Chang's family received the pigeon, they immediately sent it to Wangjiang County on a fast horse. When the letter arrived, Lu Jiro was leading the people from the Ministry of Works and her nephew to observe the bridge. It's back. The Emperor has given the order. I don't know what the Zhang family wants to do, but why did they have to send a recipe at this time? They could have sent it in the summer. Isn't this a scam? Old Man Pai said to Lu Jiro after reading the letter. The four old men who wanted to stay had no choice but to take a carriage and rush back at the fastest speed. Their destination was the courtyard of the four little fellows from the Zhang family and the Wang family. 1, 2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump. Old Man Pai's group of four really didn't come to the wrong place. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were playing with a group of little fellows. They were just jumping with their legs together. After jumping and jumping, they jumped to the entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao looked up and saw the four old men coming. He smiled and greeted them. "Four grandpas, have you seen the bridge? I thought it would take another 2 days to come back. I wanted to see more, but I can't. I'm slandering that meat made with wine. If I don't come back soon, I'll be slandering to death. Old Man Pai looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaobao's face that seemed to really know nothing. Ah? So Grandpa Bai wants to eat red braised pork made with wine? Isn't that simple? I'll get someone to make it right away. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. No, I can't eat it. Pork is too expensive, and so are other things. Xiaobao, shouldn't you say something? The Emperor is unhappy. Look, the letter is here. Old Man Yao shook the paper in his hand and asked. Zhang Xiaobao secretly laughed and turned to look at Wang Wan. Wang Wan gave him a look, which meant that he should deal with the trouble he caused himself. Now turn around, it's time to jump back. Turn. Okay, 1, 2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump. Zhang Xiaobao let the little fellows continue to play. He gave the maid a look, and the maid continued to shout. Only then did he take Wang Wan and the 4 old men to a courtyard specially used for resting. Zhang Xiaobao and the 4 old men found a table and sat down. Wang Wan went to make tea. Under the gazes of the 4 old men, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. Actually, you can't blame my family for this. Can't my family make a new dish? You have to be reasonable. The main thing is that many people around the capital are not cooperating. It's just a little tiring and lazy, especially those who have zhuangzi. They think that it's too messy to raise zhuangzi. Otherwise, why would the price of pork go up? The meaning of Zhang Xiaobao's words couldn't be clearer. This was such a good technique, but it was actually resisted. The people in the north were lazy in winter, mainly because it was cold. But wasn't the coal and firewood very cheap in Huayuan County? Cotton cloth was introduced, and the price of linen in and around the capital dropped again and again. What's there to be afraid of wearing more? Can laziness lead a good life? The most infuriating thing was that those who have zhuangzi wanted to avoid such a good opportunity to increase their income. Raising pigs was dirty, so the price was raised a few times. See if they still dislike it. Your family is forcing the cow to drink water. No one said that we want to punish you. We just want to ask if there's any way to make up for it. Lu Jiro was a little embarrassed when she said this. Her family also didn't raise zhuangzi. It was cold in winter, so they didn't want to touch it. If they raised pigs in summer, the smell was too strong. Now they knew that the smell would be reduced by using the biogas pool. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the 4 old men didn't come to punish them, so his tone softened. Grandpa Lu, actually, my family didn't expect that one dish would be like this. We actually sent more than 10 dishes. I'll make braised pork ribs for you to eat later and boil crab meatballs with marrow. Grandpa Lu, quickly contact someone and tell them about the biogas pool. I don't believe that they don't raise pigs. Even if they raise pigs, they can only do it tomorrow. Now that the price of pork in and around the capital is too high, the price of pork must be reduced. What can your family do? Old Man Yao was most concerned about the present. What else can we do? Just take out the pork from Sanshui County. Chapter 583. Another pigeon flew to the capital from Shuzhou. This time, Savant's restaurant presented a new dish of chicken and duck, with a few simple herbs. The recipe was written very well. Compared to pork, it seemed to be more beneficial to the body. It slightly diverted some people's attention from pork. Immediately after, Sanshui County and Huayuan County sent a large amount of pork to the capital. Most of it was frozen, and a small portion was live pigs. On the first morning of the pork, the city gates had just opened when people saw large carts. Some of them were carrying pigs with their legs tied up, while others were carrying half-frozen pork. As for how much there was, no one knew. Anyway, from the entrance to the end of the road, there were still carts transporting pork. The commoners and the soldiers guarding the city looked at the carts in a daze. They all knew how much pork was worth now. Who was this? Who transported so much pork? They probably made a lot of money this time. They were smart enough to keep the pork until now. After a while, the soldiers guarding the gate remembered to check. As soon as they walked in front of the first cart, they immediately raised a flag. The pattern on the flag was very cute. It was a rice seedling with big eyes. It was holding a bowl of feed in its arms. It held the edge with one hand and took out the feed with the other. Seeing this pattern, the soldiers guarding the gate sighed in relief. If it was real, then they didn't have to check each cart. It saved them a lot of trouble. The commoners in the capital also recognized this flag. It was the unique flag of the Zhang family of Sanshui County. When the wind blew, there was a golden border around the flag. If one looked carefully, they could see that the background of the rice seedling was actually a flood dragon. The Zhang family didn't do anything wrong. Others wouldn't dare to use such a thing. The leader of the guards said to the soldier beside him. The soldier nodded. Yes, yes. Only the Zhang family can suddenly take out so much pork. Go and see if there is anyone you know. If there is, don't check. The other guards nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how long would it take to check? With the arrival of a batch of pork in the capital, the price of pork immediately plummeted. All of the officials in the royal court, including Li Longji, knew just how capable the Zhang family and Wang family were. With just the strength of one family, they were able to affect the price of an entire capital. If not for the fact that Old Man Pai, Old Yao, and Old Lu had also written a letter to the capital, Li Longji would have already made a move on the Zhang clan and Wang clan. How could he allow a single party to control the prices of goods in the capital? There were 3 points written clearly in the letter. The first was to let the officials understand the importance of the economy. Whether it was to keep an eye on the merchants or to raise the status of the merchants, it was up to them to decide. They could not look down on the merchants like before. The second reason was the importance of breeding, especially set breeding. The consumption of food would be much lower, and at the same time, the methane pool could be used to reduce unpleasant smells and increase food production. The third reason was to let the people in Yenzhou and other places in the north use more sleighs when it snowed in winter. There were cows and sheep that froze to death there. Taking advantage of the rising prices of goods in the capital, they could be transported over and become a habit. The last point was the least important but also the most important. It was that the Zhang family and Wang clan could choose a good place to help the imperial clan set up a large-scale breeding farm to control the prices of goods. Li Longji was relieved when he saw the last point. He understood that rather than using it to control the prices of goods, it was more like using it to help him earn more money. This money was not controlled by the officials of the royal court, and the Ministry of Revenue could not control it. In the future, if he wanted to build a house or go out to hunt, he would no longer need to argue with the officials. At the same time, the Zhang family and Wang clan were showing that they were not ambitious. If they could affect the prices of goods in the capital, then they could naturally affect the prices of goods in Shuzhou. It was almost the new year. In order to make the people of Shuzhou more relaxed during the new year, the Zhang family's restaurant launched a series of new dishes. The pigs that had not yet grown up were also taken out to be slaughtered for meat. The price was also much higher, and it was no different from slaughtering the pigs that had grown up. Old Man Bai and the others had been eating for 10 consecutive days. There were 3 meals a day, and every meal had at least 10 dishes with pork in it. Surprisingly, they didn't get to eat the same dish. By the time they were satisfied with 300 dishes, they were already sick of it. When the 4 old men found the newly built kindergarten, a group of children were being watched and played in the yard. From the oldest to the youngest, the children of the rich families in Shuzhou were all in the kindergarten. The oldest was 5 years old, and the youngest was a baby who had just turned 1 month old. However, there were no children younger than 1 year old here. Their families were reluctant to send children younger than 1 year old here. This was not only because the education environment of the Zhang family and Wang clan was good, but also because many families wanted to curry favor with Zhang Zhong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were watching the children play in the courtyard at this time. The marble floor was covered with a carpet, and there were curtains around to block the wind. All kinds of toys were piled up there. Whoever wanted to play with them could grab them by themselves. However, most of the time, the children snatched the toys from others. It was unknown whether it was a good idea to snatch others' toys, or if they wanted to play with others and make a seductive action. Xiao Bao. Old Man Pai did not go in. He waved and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Grandpa Bai, what's the matter? Zhang Xiaobao came out and asked in confusion. Change the dishes. We can't always eat like this. It's not us. We have a special recipe. If we don't want to eat the food sent by your family, we won't eat it. It's the servants who eat it every day. No one can stand it. Old Man Pai discussed. After all, they gave good food every day. Then what do we eat? Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was not bad. They ate meat every meal and they even changed the dishes. Why did they not want to eat anymore? Don't we still have chicken, duck, and fish? Change it. There's something I want to ask. Where is your father going next? When your father first came here, he planned to stay for 2 years, which means that he would pay the rent twice. However, it seems that he can't do that. The bridge has been repaired, and Wangjiang restaurant has been built. There's also the housing of the commoners, and Li Sun wants to use his own money to build methane ponds for the commoners. I reckon that after the new year, your father's position will be changed. At most, he will stay until the beginning of summer. That's because he hasn't arrived yet. Once your family leaves, there will be a lot of positions left. When the time comes, it will be around the beginning of summer. Old Man Pai blushed a little as he spoke. It was really too much of a bully. He went to a place to build first, and when it was done, he was chased away before he could reap more benefit. However, there was no other way. Who asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to build faster? When they arrived at a place, the place would be developed. There was no need to worry about anything at all. Therefore, they could not waste it. Of course, they had to use it as a knife. Zhang Xiaobao originally wanted to wait for a year, but he did not expect the imperial court to be so anxious. There were many good things in Shuzhou that had not been developed yet. If the new officials left, how could they continue to develop? Grandpa Bai, is it time to encourage the local officials to make as few political achievements as possible so that they can stay in the place longer? Zhang Xiaobao asked with sarcasm in his words. Old Man Pai did not know how to answer Zhang Xiaobao's question for a moment. At this moment, Old Man Yao spoke up. It is the imperial court that encourages the officials to continue to be promoted. Your father's next rank will definitely be higher than this. If he goes any higher, he will enter the capital. Grandpa Yao, you also know how dangerous that place is, right? My father is going in to play with others now? Every time he is promoted, my family has to take out the prescription. If he is promoted once a month, then he will only be a scattered official and an idle position. When there is no promotion, will he be conferred the title of king? This time, Zhang Xiaobao was really distressed. He could not always do this. The prescription had to be researched before he could give it to others. The beginning was simple, but the later it was, the more difficult it was. He could not let too many people know. Lu Jiro actually really wanted to get more prescriptions, but he also could not say it out loud. He could only use a negotiating tone and said, "Then let's wait until Xiazhong? I will give your family more time to take up a portion of the business in Shuzhou." Thank you, Grandpa Lu, but can you guarantee that the new batch of officials will still act according to my father's plan? Next time when you go to Luoyang, don't promote your rank. Give them honorary positions. If they are of the same rank, don't give them any real power. Go there and mingle. Although Zhang Xiaobao said thank you, the expression on his face didn't show any gratitude at all. The 4 old men did not know what to say for a moment. Luoyang was a place for retirement. If they really arranged for Zhang Zhong to go there, then they could not let him go elsewhere to do things. Old Man Yao thought for a moment, then said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Why don't you arrange for your father to be a provincial governor in another province, one closer to the capital?" Zhang Xiaobao was also very happy. He immediately nodded and agreed. Yes, okay. It's good to hear Grandpa Yao's words. Then arrange for my father to go to Yaozhou. My father is familiar with that place. Clearly knowing that this was impossible, Zhang Xiaobao deliberately asked. Indeed, the four old men shook their heads without any thought. Xiaobao, your father can't go to that place. Although it's also an upper province, there's the distant Huayuan County there. It's so close to your family's Sanshui County. How can we arrange for your father to go there? Even if we agree, the capital's imperial court will not agree. Change locations. When old man Lu heard that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to arrange for his father to go to Yaozhou, he shook his head vigorously. He definitely could not let Zhang Zhong return to that place. The Zhang family's roots were there. If he connected them, and it was so close to the capital in the future, things would not be easy. Then go to Luoyang. Definitely don't arrange for any actual position. Zhang Xiaobao continued to bargain. Old Man Pai saw that this could not go on, so he could only say, "We'll discuss this matter again. Xiaobao, it's cold. Can you arrange a few more activities, especially the one at Lake Tai like last time?" When the four old men came over, they had actually thought of this problem. It was mainly to learn. After Zhang Zhong left, the next provincial governor could do the same. Zhang Xiaobao really did not think of any activities. It was neither hot nor cold here. It was not like the capital, where he could properly organize. When he heard Old Man Pai's question, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Well, let's see what Princely does." Chapter 584. When the ice lanterns in the capital were lit up one by one, it also meant that the new year was approaching. There was no need to wait until the night of the 30th, let alone the 15th of the first lunar month. The merchants in the capital took advantage of the cold weather to fish enough ice from the river and found skilled craftsmen to start advertising their shop. The weather in Shuzhou was also cold enough to make people feel gloomy and cold. This kind of cold made the people north of the Yellow River uncomfortable. It was not so cold, but it was always cold. In addition, the warmth was not as good as the north. It seemed that whether it was inside or outside the house, it was very cold. Lu Jiro, who came to Shuzhou to study and couldn't go back before the new year, suddenly fell ill. She didn't know whether it was because of her age or because of the air pressure and blood pressure in this kind of weather. Anyway, she still couldn't hold on under the condition that the Zhang family specially provided her with food. When the accompanying imperial doctor, who came with his team to Shuzhou, shook his head and sighed after checking the pulse, Old Man Lu was pushed to a room that the Zhang family had just built for medical experiments. Use the best ginseng to save her life. She has been working hard for many days. The imperial doctor didn't have any hope of saving Lu Jiro. He could only remind Old Man Pai and the other two old men, who were also anxious outside, and ask them to find the Zhang family to use 100-year-old ginseng. He believed that the Zhang family could definitely find a lot of precious medicinal materials, and 100-year-old ginseng was nothing. Old Man Yao really hadn't seen the medical team of the Zhang family, and he didn't know how powerful this team, which had always been regarded as the highest medical team in the Tang Empire, was. Lu Jiro fell down in front of the three old men, and he was so anxious that he really wanted to find the Zhang family to get the ginseng. Yuanji, don't worry. Let's wait and see. Old Man Pai was also very worried. Lu Jiro was not like them. She had already left the court. Even if something really happened to her, it wouldn't have a big impact on the court. If Lu Jiro suddenly died in Shuzhou, it would be chaotic. But he didn't agree with the words of the imperial physician who came with them. If they really needed 100-year-old ginseng to keep them alive, the Zhang family would naturally take it out without anyone saying anything. As long as they had medicinal herbs, they would never be stingy. Seeing that Lu Jiro was pushed into the room, she pulled Old Yao's sleeve and walked to the side, saying, "Yuanji, follow me. From here, you can see the methods of the Zhang family's medical team." The three old men and a few people who were related to Lu Jiro came to a place outside the emergency room. There were 2 glass windows here, and they could see the situation inside from the outside. The three old men, including the imperial physician who had just given Lu Jiro a death sentence, were squeezing together and looking inside. At this moment, Lu Jiro was lying on the bed. A doctor was giving her acupuncture treatment. One needle after another, he continuously pierced more than 20 places, but Lu Jiro still didn't wake up. Moreover, her face was ashen. It's useless, it's completely useless. If it could be done with a needle, I would have done it earlier. The imperial physician shook his head and sighed. Don't make a sound. Old Man Pai glared at the imperial physician with dissatisfaction, then turned back to watch by himself. At this time, the doctor found another doctor, who was also a doctor, and after the two of them whispered a few words, the other doctor immediately ran to a nearby room. When he came out, there were a few people following behind him. When they saw the things in their hands, the three old men were stunned. Generator? Why did they bring the generator here at this time? Old Man Chang knew the use of generators, but he never thought that they could be used in a situation like this. Old Man Pai also didn't understand what the Zhang family's medical team wanted to do, so he watched them fiddle with the generator for a while. Then, someone began to energetically kick the generator. The generator's wires extended out and were placed in a sink. At the top of the sink, there was something like a cover that was connected to a pipe. At the other end of the pipe, there was also a small cover that directly covered Lu Jiro's mouth. After a few breaths, the doctor seemed to be dissatisfied. Immediately, someone brought another set of generators and connected the pipe to the cover above Lu Jiro's mouth. Looking at how skilled they were in doing this, even they didn't know if it would succeed. This was also an experimental project. Right now, it hadn't been systematized, and they didn't have any experience. The nurse on the side kept wiping the sweat of the doctor who was checking her pulse. The atmosphere was very tense. There was even someone there who was pressing on Lu Jiro's chest, according to a certain rhythm. When the doctor who came with the team was about to speak, a miracle finally happened. Lu Jiro, who had already fainted, opened her eyes, and her face was not as ugly as before. Impossible, this is impossible. If a person can be saved by wearing a cover, then what do we need doctors for? The doctor rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and said in a very loud voice, "Shut up, I didn't ask you to come with the team to care about this and that, I asked you to come and learn from the Zhang family's medical team. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you know the Zhang family's methods?" At this time, the one who spoke wasn't Old Man Pai or any of the three old men, but the bodyguard in charge of protecting Lu Jiro. After arriving in Shuzhou, he seemed to be very free and didn't need his protection at all. At this time, when he heard the doctor shouting, he didn't want to disturb the people in the house, so he bluntly scolded him. The doctor shivered, and only then did he remember the purpose of the Imperial Hospital sending him out. One was to help treat the people in the team on the road, and the other was to learn from the Zhang family's medical team after arriving in Shuzhou. After arriving in Shuzhou, he didn't need to personally treat patients. After being scolded by Lu Jiro's bodyguard, he didn't dare to shout as loudly as before, but he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He opened his eyes wide and stared unblinkingly at Lu Jiro, who was gasping for breath under the doctor's instructions, but his mouth was muttering in a low voice. How is this possible? Is this a new kind of curse? He regarded this as a curse used to treat diseases. Usually, when treating diseases, some kind of corresponding curse would be used at the same time as acupuncture and medicine. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, this curse actually played a psychological role for the patient to be able to strengthen the patient's confidence. The Zhang family's medical team would also learn and use it. The doctor's murmur wasn't loud, but the three old men still heard it. They didn't believe that the Zhang family's medical team would use a curse. When they turned their heads, they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just received the news and hurried over, so Old Man Pai hurriedly ran over and pulled the two people over. He pointed at the situation inside and asked, Xiaobao, cuckoo, what is that? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaned in front of the glass window and understood. This was the theory that had just been proposed, but they didn't expect it to be used now. However, the effect wasn't so ideal. It actually required 2 generators to support it, which was far worse than oxygen tank. Grandpa Bai, this actually doesn't have to be used when saving people. Even if it's used during normal times, it's more comfortable to breathe with this thing, but the technology is still not good enough. We have to continue experimenting, and when it's further improved, it'll be more useful. Chapter 585. Lu Jiro successfully came back to life. After seeing Old Man Pai and the other 2 people, she began to say that she had gone to another place. Time passed very slowly, as if she was recalling her entire life. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard these words, but the 2 of them absolutely did not believe that they had gone to another place. The 2 of them came from another place, and at that time, they directly lost all of their senses in an instant. The moment they opened their eyes, they were already in another world. It was very magical. The 2 of them also discussed whether this was in line with science or not. The final conclusion was that it was not in line with science in a narrow sense, but in line with science in a broad sense. The 2 of them defined science in a narrow sense as science based on existing scientific theories, and defined science in a broad sense as science that required research and exploration. The unknown did not mean that it was not scientific, but that the research had not reached that point. As for what Old Man Lu said about time passing slowly, it was because the mind was too fast. Under the situation of lack of oxygen, the human body's oxygen supply would try to supply oxygen to the brain, and for a certain period of time, the mind would be more agile. Yuanji, guess what I saw at that time? Lu Jiro laid on the bed and asked Old Man Yao. How would Old Man Yao know? He shook his head in confusion, wanting to hear more information from Lu Jiro's mouth. Not only him, Old Man Pai, Old Man Chang, and Zhang Xiaobao's 2 people were all in front of the bed listening, hoping to understand what was going on in the underworld. Without waiting for Lu Jiro to speak, Zhang Xiaobao said from the side, Grandpa Lu, at that time, did you feel that time passed very slowly, and then it seemed that the surrounding things were very close to you, but also very far away, and then there were stars in front of you, as if you were in a vast starry sky? When you woke up, you felt that your whole body was numb, even your neck was numb, your hand was still trembling in Weiwei's hand, and the distant scenery and sounds came back to you. Yes, that's right. Xiaobao, how did you know? Lu Jiro was stunned, then nodded fiercely. Zhang Xiaobao smiled a little and didn't explain. Wang Wan continued, Grandpa Lu, did you find that after you felt numb for a while, you found that your breathing was very comfortable, as if it had just rained in summer and there was a gentle breeze? Yes, that's right. Don't tell me you know what hell is like? Lu Jiro was even more surprised. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say anything else. They turned around and left together, leaving the 4 old men puzzled. They were the only ones who were puzzled, but the others were not. The members of the Zhang family and the Wang family, as well as the people in the inner yard, understood what was going on. The more they understood, the more they couldn't say. After greeting the members of the Zhang family and Wang family, they left in a hurry. Lu Jiro's life is too good. She was already at the gates of hell, but she was pulled back by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It seems that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo went to the gates of hell every now and then. Otherwise, how could they know so clearly? Pulling someone and going there yourself, isn't it different? Use the immortal power that you don't need, right? Zhang Zhong said to Zhang Wangclan as he walked. Zhang Wangclan agreed and said, No wonder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo made a generator. It's because of this. There's one in our room and we're waiting to use it. Let's go back and try it later and see how it feels to breathe in that place. Don't. That's a life-saving thing. Maybe the more you use it, the more harm it will do to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Lu Jiro is going to benefit from it. Zhang Zhong looked back at Lu Jiro's ward and said with jealousy. Not only Zhang Zhong and Jiang Wang clan, but the people in the inner yard who served Lu Jiro also felt that it was not worth saving such a person. Why should they save such a person? Therefore, they were even more humble. In fact, they were looking down on Lu Jiro. So what if she was a minister? Didn't she still need the help of an immortal? Some people even whispered in private, "The king of hell wants people to die at midnight." Little young master and little young lady said to stay at midnight. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also whispering. "Xiaobao, what do you think is the cause of this illness? Is it because the food is not good enough?" "I don't think it has much to do with the food. It's mainly a problem with the occupation. It's an occupational disease. How many people don't have cardiovascular diseases?" Zhang Xiaobao knew more about this. Although the officials usually looked good, in fact, their bodies were very overdrawn. The two people slowly walked back to the younger brother and sister's courtyard. Along the way, they talked about the same thing. As for the various reactions, it was very normal. Those who suffered from this illness were basically like this. When they saw the house and the little guys in it, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Since many people can suffer from this illness, it's better to sell them special recipes and prepared medicine." "You want to make money from this? But I think the possibility of you making money is very small. I don't think that so many officials will listen to you and buy it. Do you dare not to give it to them?" Wang Wan was also a little tempted, but when she considered the various matters in reality, she had no choice but to remind him. Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about how much the recipes and medicine could be sold for. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he felt very helpless. Indeed, even if he could produce the medicine to control this illness, he might not be able to sell it for a good price. However, he was unwilling to give up such a huge profit. After some thought, he said, "How about this? Let's not directly ask the officials if they want to buy the medicine. Instead, we'll specially buy a place in the capital and Luoyang to let others know what this place is selling. Then, we'll tell them the benefit. Finally, we'll post a notice in front of the shop. On it, some officials can receive a month's worth of medicine for free. Furthermore, we'll deliberately raise the price and let the officials try it first. Then, the officials will be able to buy it?" Wang Wan did not believe that the officials would be willing to buy it just by raising the price. Of course, they won't buy it if we let them spend their own money. However, we can use other methods. For example, we can give them vouchers of the same value. Using such vouchers to buy medicine worth 10 strings of coins only requires 1 string of coins. Furthermore, they can receive a gift worth 2 strings of coins for free. The cost of this gift is 10 strings of coins. It's best if it's something they need in their daily lives, such as vegetable oil or cloth. It allows them to buy the medicine without actually having to pay anything. It can be used to attract other rich people. Now, we can't earn the officials' money, nor can we earn the government's money like we did in the past. We can only use them to earn the money of others. There are plenty of rich people. Regardless of whether the medicine is really for the illness or not, I believe that rich people will be willing to buy it and use it. The officials will serve as role models. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao happened to see his sister, Little Bei, wearing a thick down coat, running out of the yard while giggling. As she ran, she looked back and immediately said, "Look, Little Bei and the rest are constantly changing their clothes as their bodies rapidly grow. How can they not save more money? TSK, don't drag Little Bei into this. How much money can a few children spend? Little Bei, come to elder sister. Io, whose clothes did you steal and put on another layer? Be careful not to get hot." Wang Wan clapped her hands at Little Bei, who had just run out. Little Bei was running in a daze when she heard the sound and turned her head to see Wang Wan. She opened her small arms and looked back nervously while running over with her little legs. When she got closer, Wang Wan discovered that Little Bei actually had an extra layer of clothes on her body. It was bulging like a ball. Following Lu Jiro's illness, The restaurant between the clouds and clouds here immediately made a special recipe for her. The news was also sent to Beijing. Between the Clouds and the Water also jointly launched a variety of new dishes specifically for cardiovascular diseases. Not to mention other aspects, at the very least, the consumption of aged vinegar increased. In a short period of time, several vinegar factories with poor results ushered in spring. The sales of pomegranates wood ears also increased greatly. At the same time, the demand for meat decreased, making the price of meat more stable in Beijing and the surrounding areas. The people who planted greenhouses were now benefiting. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's operation once again made people feel the power of the tide. Before the arrival of the new year, some people were happy while others were worried. The happy ones were naturally the people who wanted to buy meat and sell vegetables, while the worried ones were the people in the imperial court. Twice, it had already been twice. The prices were actually affected by the Zhang family, who was still in Suzhou. In fact, the officials also understood that it was them who pushed this matter. If they continued to buy meat in large quantities, the price of meat would not fall. But who told them to be afraid of death? After knowing that Minister Liu almost passed out because he ate too much meat, they all adjusted their diet according to the method of Day Hospital. It's not that they ate too much meat, but that they usually have too many thoughts. Why didn't they mention this matter? Hypocritical, it's really too hypocritical. After Wang Wan received the news 5 days before the arrival of the new year, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is not hypocritical. This is not hypocrisy, this is the truth. Human nature is like this. Not to mention adults, even children will often use crying methods to achieve their goals. It's almost the new year, and in the next year, the peaches will appear. That will be the moment when the imperial court is truly hypocritical. Let's see where they will arrange for my father." Zhang Xiaobao seemed a little helpless. Suzhou was originally an upper province. Except for Beijing and Luoyang, no matter where he was transferred, the best he could do was to be transferred to the same level. His family did not want to go to Beijing, and Old Man Pai and the others in Luoyang were not willing to go either. According to a good way to put it, it was called experience. They wanted his father to keep changing places. A bad way to put it was to use his father as a tool and arrange for him to do construction in other places. It was a scheme against each other. Arranging his father to other places that needed him was because the imperial court wanted to use their power to increase the rent tax. However, wasn't he using his official position to open a business? However, this time, he had to carefully study it. Going to Luoyang was an exchange. If they did not agree, then he had to take out the corresponding compensation. He could not just casually arrange it. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were preparing for the greatest benefits in Zhang San's career, Lu Jiro, Old Man Pai, and the others, who had already recovered, came looking for him again. Lu Jiro, who could no longer rush back for the new year, decided to spend the new year in Suzhou. He had received news from Beijing, so he had no choice but to do it. "Xiaobao, are you still playing with Xiaobei and the others?" Old Man Pai really did not want to be the vanguard, but he had no other choice. Who told him to be familiar with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? When Zhang Xiaobao heard Old Man Pai's words, he thought of a very old story, the story of Grandmother Wolf. He reached out to touch his head and felt that he did not look like Xiao Hong. Only then did he relax and reply, "So Grandpa Bai is here." "No, I'm not playing. It's cold, so I'm going back to rest. Cuckoo and I will also go to bed early and take an afternoon nap. Grandpa Bai, are you and the others strolling around? Then make sure to keep warm." After replying very politely and explaining that he and Wang Wan were going back to sleep, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to immediately go back to his courtyard. At this time, Old Man Pai sighed and his body trembled twice. After attracting Zhang Xiaobao's gaze, he said, "It's really cold. It's really cold. This is still Suzhou and it's already so cold." Xiaobao, how cold do you think the capital can be? Zhang Xiaobao knew that he could not avoid it. He also realized that as long as he spoke, Old Man Pai would definitely find an excuse. However, he really did not understand. What did the cold in Beijing have to do with this place? Which year was not cold? So what if Beijing was cold? There were even colder places. Did they think that Siberia's cold current was just a decoration? This time, there was no need for him to speak. Old Man Pai spoke again. Xiaobao, news came from Beijing. It said that suddenly, Yenzhou became frighteningly cold. Originally, they could still rely on sleighs to transport goods and buy food back. However, this year, all the cows and sheep will probably freeze to death. It is estimated that that place will not recover for a few years. If it was just the cows and sheep, it would not be a big deal. However, the people there may not be able to survive. Who knows how many people will lose their relatives? Older brothers and sisters will lose younger brothers and sisters, and fathers will lose their children. Pitiful, really pitiful. Grandpa Bai is right. It is indeed pitiful. Zhang Xiaobao could imagine the situation when he heard Old Man Pai's words, so he echoed. Xiaobao, do you think there is any way to make that place warmer? Old Man Pai asked hopefully. No, my family doesn't have that ability. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. He might be able to think of a solution to other problems, but when it came to resisting the weather on a large scale, even if he worked together, it would be useless. Who could stop the cold current? What a joke! Wang Wan looked at Old Man Pai in a daze. She did not know what Old Man Pai was thinking. Why would he ask about such a thing? The difficulty of climbing to the moon 100 times was not even 1/10,000th of the difficulty of stopping the cold current. That was not something a human could do. At least, in the world she knew, it was impossible to do so. If they wanted to stop the cold current, perhaps there was a way. That was to destroy the ozone layer. When that time came, the ice at the two poles would melt. First, all the people living on the island would be submerged. Then, the coast of the Tang Empire would become an ocean, and the ice and snow on the Himalayas would become a flood. Then, everyone would not have to worry about the cold current when facing the end of the world. Is there really no way? What should the people there do? Xiaobao, why don't you go back and ask? Isn't your father going to Luoyang next time? My father isn't going anywhere. He has resigned. Our families will find a small island to live on and live out the rest of our lives in peace. Now, hand over all the prescriptions that you know. Whoever has the ability can stop the cold current. My family is very obedient now. You don't have to think about my family. Zhang Xiaobao's answer was very straightforward. Other things could be discussed, but this was not something that people should be involved in. If they could not afford to offend it, could they not avoid it? Old Man Pai did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's reaction to be so intense. In the past, everything could be discussed. What was going on today? Whether it was possible or not, he should go back and ask first. At this moment, Wang Wan said, Grandpa Bai, the matter there is not something that can be done by humans. You should change the matter. How about this? My family can come up with something and fly directly from the capital to Luzhou. What do you think? Compared to the cold in Yan province, it's easier to fly. Is it really that difficult? Is there no way? What should the people there do? Old Man Pai saw that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were no longer as calm as before. In the face of such a situation, it seemed like there was no room for discussion. He asked again in disappointment. Since we can't hide, let them come out and hide in the capital. Grandpa Bai, you know about the thermometer, right? If we really encounter a cold climate, the thermometer won't be able to detect anything. There are two ways. One is to let the people there come out and don't wait to freeze to death. The other is to transport coal there. It would be even better if we can find coal there. Burn it as much as we can and don't stop. People will be fine as long as they hide in the house. Just stay in the house. Zhang Xiaobao frowned as he thought about the heating. How could he prevent the people there from freezing to death? He could not count on the heating. Perhaps the best way was to use fireplaces and walls. Chapter 586. When the New Year's bell rang, the transport team from Sanshui County was already on their way. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were unable to eliminate the cold current. The only thing they could do was to send the cotton that was planted early and harvested early this year to Sanshui County to be made into clothes to the northernmost area of the Tang Empire. Originally, this batch of clothes and quilts was prepared to be sold in the capital for a good sum of money. In addition to the quilts and coats, Wang Wan also took a military map of the area and circled a few places on it with a pen. She asked the local people to think of a way to dig in those places. Those were the approximate locations where coal mines could be found. Zhang Xiaobao had thought more than once that it would be great if there was heating. If there was no heating, he could hide in the house and try not to go out as much as possible. Unfortunately, this wish was too difficult to realize. It might be possible to make a small boiler with his family's resources, but if he wanted to provide heating in a certain province or several provinces at the same time, not to mention whether he had the money to support it, even the materials were not available. The only place that could use heating now was probably the marble house in the imperial palace. He hoped that Li Longji would not forget that there were still people who were freezing to death when he was warm. When the steaming hot dumplings were placed on the table, the sound of New Year's greetings rang out among the families celebrating the New Year together. There were still people performing on the built stage. In the midst of the bustle, a group of children ignored the people singing and dancing on the stage. They were led by the maids and servants to play with the flowers. Winter in Shuzhou was not warm. At least this year, it was dry and cold. Unfortunately, there was no snow or ice. Without the snow and ice lanterns, many people who lived in the north were not used to it. Old Man Pai and the other 3 people always had a trace of worry in their eyes amidst the bustling atmosphere. They did not want to mention it during such a happy time, but they had to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were leading the fireworks. Xiaobao, do you think someone will freeze to death in the north? Old Man Pai frowned as he listened to the sound of fireworks exploding one after another. He shouted at Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the commotion, he opened his mouth and directly pulled Old Man Pai and the other 3 people into a nearby room. It was better to talk here than outside. When the crackling sounds of firecrackers rang in their ears, they also shouted to the 4 old men. My family doesn't have a choice either. Didn't they start building a large number of Kong beds a few years ago? I don't think there's anything wrong. When he said this, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he was going against his conscience. No matter how many Kong beds were built, there would still be people who would freeze to death. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Not to mention now, even when he and Wang Wan were still together, when the cold winds of winter came, not everyone could be safe. There were even people who died of heatstroke in summer. Then can you send some cold resistance items over? For example, the things in the shells that your family sells? If you apply it on your hands and face, at least your skin won't crack from the cold. Old Man Pai shouted again. He also knew that there were people who died of heat and cold every year. In the past, he couldn't think of a way, but now that he had Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's things, he felt that he could do a better job. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that anti-freeze ointment could save people's lives, but since Old Man Pai suggested it, he could only agree. He nodded and shouted, then send a few more carts of things over. After the new year, my family will make a special heating product. I hope that the people in the north will have the money to make it. Next year, it's this year's winter, if we encounter such a situation again, it will be better. Zhang Xiaobao thought of an earthen boiler. It was a very simple thing. It was built inside the stove, installed a water circulation system, and connected to the outside with a pipe. It could be heated. It was better than a Kong. A Kang's heat dissipation was too poor, so it wasn't cold standing on it. If the house was bigger, It would still be cold standing far away from the Kong. Zhang Xiaobao had experienced this kind of cold before. When he was sleeping at night, his back was uncomfortably hot and his nose was red from the cold. People in the countryside all used earthen boilers. As long as there was a fire in the stove, it was much more comfortable. Old Man Pai was satisfied. I knew your family would have a way. Can the methane pool be used there? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Old Man Pai was really whimsical. When it was cold in the north, the methane pool's efficiency was too low. Wei Wei shook her head. This time, she didn't say anything, but her meaning was very clear. Forget it. Let's go out and watch the fun. Old Man Pai said regretfully. His voice was directly covered by the sound of firecrackers and fireworks outside. This year's New Year, the people of Shuzhou were much better off than before. Every family had spare money and didn't have to worry about dumplings. Even people who lacked labor at home also had white flour and meat. According to tradition, Zhang Zhong still sent things to the poor this year. He personally sent things to the people next to the state capital. He also sent people to send things to the people further away in hopes that everyone would have a good New Year. At this time, the capital was also very lively. Ever since there was such a good advertising method like ice lanterns, the merchants spared no effort to decorate the capital. As the emperor, Li Longji was also enjoying the happiness of the new year. He had a very beautiful house made of white marble. Even if the outside could freeze people into ice, the inside of the house was still very warm. Fireworks bloomed in the night sky one after another. Li Longji had to come out of the warm house to celebrate with the people. He looked at the ice lanterns on the street in the distance with his clairvoyant eyes, and then looked at the bright fireworks in the sky. The cool and lively atmosphere of the night made people feel like they were in a dream. A cold wind blew, making people shiver involuntarily. Li Longji took the stove that was handed to him. He finally remembered that there was a place in Great Tang where even news could not be sent. Who knew how many people there would freeze to death? He turned his head and asked the person next to him, "Official Gao, what do you think will happen in the north at this time?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've received news that the Zhang family of Sanshui County sent a large number of carriages a few days ago to transport all the cotton-padded clothes and blankets that Lu Zhou just sent over to the north. Counting the days, it won't be long before they arrive. Your Majesty, please look over there. The light there is different from other places. It's the light bulb that the Zhang family sent over here." Gao Lisha replied and immediately pointed at a place not far away. There were colorful lights there, which looked very beautiful in the night sky. It was good to use this to divert Li Longji's attention. Chapter 587. When the sound of firecrackers gradually stopped, the little guys who couldn't bear it went back to their houses to sleep with regret. The performance on the stage was still the same. The people who came to watch the performance were enjoying it against the cold. The servants of the Zhang family and the Wang family went to sleep and busy themselves. The adults set up the table and started to play mahjong. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan proposed this kind of entertainment to their families, it had become popular in the Tang Empire. In the process of entertainment, it naturally became a new gambling tool. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's restaurant became popular under such circumstances. Adhering to the convention of the casino, there were several mahjong masters among the people brought by Lu Jiro. They began to earn money from the Zhang family and the Wang family according to Lu Jiro's instructions. The rules of the 13-card pour who game were simple. There was no need to count the cards and only the slots. Zhang Zhong only used a short hour to lose 2,000 strings of coins to the people sent by the Ministry of Works. Expert. Zhang Zhong had finally met an expert. 3 people against 1. The Zhang family didn't care about this little money. Zhang Xiaobao knew that his father was usually busy and didn't have time to spend energy on this kind of thing. As long as he was happy, it was okay to lose some money. But Lu Jiro seemed to feel that she won too little. She didn't know how much money she was going to win from the Zhang family at the mahjong table. She actually raised her base money again, and it became 100 strings of coins. The three of them looked at each other and won more than 1,000 strings of coins from Zhang Zhong in 2 games. Zhang Zhong's forehead was sweating. The 3 masters from the Ministry of Works didn't seem to be satisfied. Under Lu Jiro's signal, Zhang Zhong's opponent suddenly changed 10 strings of coins. It seemed that he wanted to continue to win a lot of money. This had become a gambling game. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaobao was still helping to pour the water. But as he watched, his expression became unhappy. Why did the taste change when they were just playing? Old Man Pai also noticed Zhang Xiaobao's expression. He moved his mouth close to Lu Jiro's ear and said, "Enough is enough. This is called a scheme. While we're happy, we'll win a few tens of thousands of strings of cash from Zhang Zhong so that we can bargain with the Zhang family." Lu Jiro didn't know what she was thinking. She actually wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Old Man Pai Weiwei shook her head and said, "That's still better than 3 people bullying 1 person. Don't be afraid. There's no such thing as big or small in the casino. Isn't there a master in the Zhang family? Once we've lost enough, we might be able to force the expert to show up and meet him. Now, even if you ask Zhang Zhong to stop playing, he won't do it. Losers are all like that." Lu Jiro was still proud of her plan. "Then I hope your Ministry of Works has enough money to lose," Old Man Pai said meaningfully. He didn't think that the Zhang family would let things develop according to Lu Jiro's plan. How could there be no masters in a mahjong game made by others? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao was angry when he saw the 3 of them bullying his father. Entertainment was entertainment. Everyone had to rely on their own ability. If the 3 of them colluded to beat him, what was the point? If you want money, just say it. Why use this kind of method? When his father finished another 2,000 strings of cash, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and moved closer to his nervous father and said, "Dad, I'm itching to play. Why don't you let me play with the 3 uncles for a while?" Zhang Zhong was also anxious about losing. He knew that the 3 of them were helping each other. He really wanted to stop playing, but he didn't have a chance to leave. He couldn't get angry, so he could only lose the family's money again and again. Although the family had a lot of money, they couldn't give it to others for free. Seeing that his son wanted to play, he immediately gave up his seat with a smile. This move surprised Lu Jiro. She understood the thoughts of people who lost a bet. Usually, the more they lost, the more they gambled. It was really difficult to make them leave the gambling table. She didn't expect Zhang Zhong to give up so easily. He didn't care at all. This could be said to be free and easy. It could also be said to be knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Zhang Xiaobao admired his father the most. It was like this in the past. He didn't fight with his children, didn't fight with his wife, and put his position in the right place. This was the most rare thing. Taking a step back required more courage and magnanimity than taking a step forward. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao sit in Zhang Zhong's seat, she began to feel sad for the 3 people from the Ministry of Works who bullied others just now. She knew very well what kind of person Zhang Xiaobao was. What kind of people were locked in prison? How many times had Zhang Xiaobao been in and out? Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao had a smile on his face when he sat down and shuffled the cards. He seemed to be very relaxed. His small hands were rubbing the cards, making it seem like he didn't know how to play cards. When the others finished arranging the 34 cards, Zhang Xiaobao slowly arranged his own side. He pushed it forward and waited for the others to play the dice. His opponent was still in the 10th position. As long as they could win, the 3 people from the Ministry of Works were even prepared to bully a child. One person grabbed 13 cards. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent had just 1, so he grabbed an extra card. After the 3 people from the Ministry of Works set up their cards and were moving back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao's card was not set up at all. He only used his hand to quickly touch the cards from left to right and smiled as he waited for his opponent to play. This action stunned the people watching the game and the three people at the table. What was the meaning of this? He didn't look at his cards? Then how were they going to play later? He grabbed a card and casually played another card? East wind. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent first played the cards in his hand. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent was about to draw a card when Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Don't move. I won. Peacock flies southeast." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already taken his opponent's tile while the others were still in shock. With a whoosh, his tile was erected. Before the others even knew what a peacock flying southeast meant, he had already added the east wind tile into the mix. When the others saw the face of the cards, they were speechless. He won as expected. Zhang Xiaobao's opponent was stunned for a moment. He seemed to be in disbelief. He had just played a card, and his 2,000 strings of cards were gone just like that. It's a pity that there are no such rules. Otherwise, I could have won more. Let's continue. Come, three uncles, please let me win. Zhang Xiaobao took the chips that represented money over and said with an innocent smile. Hiss! The three people from the Ministry of Works sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Their hearts skipped a beat. An expert. They had met an expert today. Not only them, but the spectators also realized that if Zhang Xiaobao had set up his cards at the beginning and his opponent played, it would have been fine if he won. However, he didn't set up his cards at all and just touched them. Could it be that he knew that his opponent could play this card? Doubts were doubts, but the game still had to continue. Lu Jiro called someone to her side and gave him a few instructions. This person came to the side of the three people from the Ministry of Works and whispered something to each of them. The three people nodded one after another to show that they understood. When they shuffled the cards this time, the three people deliberately shuffled the cards a few more times. Their 6 big hands couldn't block the cards and shuffle them so that Zhang Xiaobao's small hands wouldn't move randomly like before and push the shuffled cards into their hand. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. His small hands were still so unhurried, and the smile on his face didn't decrease. He did do it on purpose just now. He wanted to show off his strength to the three people first. That kind of trick could only be used once. It was unexpected. If he used it again, it would be discovered. Just like the previous game, Zhang Xiaobao didn't even look at the cards that were caught. He touched them with his small hands, and when he was done, he picked out a card from the pile. When he opened it, he said, 5 pikes, bang. The opponent happily took the 5 pikes and casually threw out another card. Zhang Xiaobao went up and grabbed a card. Zhang Xiaobao also grabbed a card. Just like the first card, when he threw it out, he said, 3 pikes, bang. The opponent happily took the card again. Several times in a row, Zhang Xiaobao's opponent only grabbed a card once. The rest was up to Zhang Xiaobao's opponent and opponent. Seeing that the opponent and opponent's cards were getting fewer and fewer, Zhang Xiaobao once again grabbed a card. He showed the card and said softly, "Word touch, all of the same color. Unfortunately, I still can't win." This time, he changed to 10 gears. The opponent lost 2,000 pikes, and the opponent lost 1,000 pikes. Now, it was the three people from the Ministry of Works' turn to sweat. What's going on? Does Zhang Xiaobao know what other people will play? Lu Jiro thought she saw a ghost and muttered in disbelief. Old Man Yao was also puzzled. It was strange. Zhang Xiaobao didn't look at the cards at all. Even if he wanted to send someone to stand behind and report to others, it was useless. While they were still trying to figure it out, the third round started. Zhang Xiaobao was still using the highest 10 cards, which was the limit. Once he had 14 cards in his hand, he played a round of cards. In the second round, when he was drawing cards, he played a hidden bar, which struck a chord in the hearts of the 3 Ministry of Works members. It was over. Each of them lost 2,000 pikes. This was already agreed upon. The hidden bar counted as the pikes. If they followed other rules, they would lose even more. Now, they could only follow the same rules as before and try their best to lose all the cards this time. That way, it wouldn't count as a bar, and a yellow card would be a yellow bar. But how could this idea be realized? After a few more rounds, after Zhang Xiaobao threw out an open bar, he picked up a card and pushed it. He said with a smile, "I won. Flowers on the bar. Thank you, thank you." According to the rules, flowers on the bar wouldn't be doubled. But even so, the three parties lost 4,000 pikes each. Not only did Zhang Zhong win back what he had lost, but he also made a lot of money at the same time. Before the four old men could think of a good idea, they played a few more rounds in a row. In the end, the three people from the Ministry of Works lost every round. No matter how they signaled, it was useless. After Zhang Xiaobao won another round with 2 open bars, a hidden bar, and a self-draw, he asked with a smile, "Uncles, do you still want to play? Your chips have already been exchanged with money. Why don't you pay the money first, or write a written agreement before playing? Otherwise, what if you don't admit to it?" "Xiaobao, we're just playing for fun. What's with money? Taking the chips is actually just a start. Don't really count the money." Old man Lu wiped his sweat and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Don't count? Then it seems like someone has already gone to exchange the money my father lost. Those few pikes were all exchanged for chip." Zhang Xiaobao blinked his big eyes and said with a puzzled expression, "Exchange it back. We'll exchange it back immediately. Hurry up and exchange it." Old man Lu blushed. After saying that to Zhang Xiaobao, he glared at the people beside him. Just now, he was afraid that Zhang Zhong wouldn't admit to it after losing, so he immediately exchanged the chips he won for pikes. Now, he was shooting himself in the foot. However, he really had no other choice. Zhang Xiaobao won at least 30,000 strings of pikes in a short while. His opponent lost the most, more than 40,000 strings of pike. Where was he going to get this money? Zhang Xiaobao nodded helplessly and said, "Grandpa Lu is the most reasonable one. Xiaobao has learned a lot again. Forget it, there's no need to put so much thought into it. How about this, let's play poker, a smaller one. This time, you're not allowed to go back on your word. It's not like playing mahjong where you have to spend a lot of time counting the tiles." Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Old man Lu wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. The expert didn't appear, and only Xiaobao was able to beat up the three people who worked together. What a mistake, what a mistake! Now that they saw that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to change to another game, the three people from the Ministry of Works who had already lost shook their heads vigorously like rattles. They didn't realize that they spent a lot of time playing mahjong. Most of the time, after a few rounds, Zhang Xiaobao would win. They didn't know how it happened. "Xiaobao, don't bully others. Come over here and eat." Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had scared the others, so she could only come over and pull Zhang Xiaobao to another place. Otherwise, with him around, the others wouldn't be able to continue playing. Zhang Xiaobao also felt that it was meaningless. The opponents were too one-sided. They didn't even know how to remember their cards, and they definitely wouldn't mess up their cards through the back and forth. Otherwise, with three people working together, even if you clearly knew what the next card was, you wouldn't be able to stop them from winning. If you messed up the rhythm by touching a card, they would immediately adjust by eating. After waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to leave the table, Old Man Pai moved closer to Old Man Lu's ear and said, "How was it? You still haven't used your money to buy the chips. Otherwise, you would have lost all your money." An expert. I didn't expect Xiaobao to be an expert in this field. With this ability, the Zhang family doesn't need to do business anymore. If we let Xiaobao out to gamble with others, the money will continue to flow in. Old Man Lu looked at the cards on the table and said softly. He still didn't understand what was going on. It seemed that the experts under him were not good enough. They still had to train. Otherwise, if they encountered someone like Zhang Xiaobao, wouldn't they be beaten to death? The bustle of the 30th day gradually faded away. By the 5th day of the new year, Zhang Zhong didn't care about other places. Suzhou began to resume its normal work. The people also began to work hard for the new year. It wasn't just Suzhou. It was the same for Luzhou. After the new year, those who were supposed to go out to sea still went out to sea. Those who were supposed to transport goods also began to organize people to transport goods to various places. The fishermen on Cheongzhou Island formed teams of a few people to go fishing further away. The trading fleet that was going to Luzon also set sail. This year, they were going to hire the local people to grow enough white fold cloth and bring it back to Tang to sell. This was all because of the cold weather this year. At the same time, it was also the reason why the white fold cloth was widely promoted in various places. Lighthouses were still being built in further places. Whenever they encountered an island or a bigger reef, they would have to build a lighthouse on it. One was to guide the ships, and the other was to show the ownership of that place. On the farthest lighthouse, there were still people guarding it during the new year. The patrol ships also patrolled back and forth on the 30th day of the new year. Occasionally, they would stop and send blessings to the lighthouse keeper. When the 15th day of the new year was approaching, the lighthouse keeper on the farthest lighthouse was waiting for the lantern festival to eat. The people who were taking turns to look at the sea with their clairvoyance came to watch. Just when they thought that nothing would happen today, they suddenly saw a few ships in the distance. The ships in front of them carried the flag of Tang. The ships behind them didn't have any flags. It seemed that the ships of Tang were running, and the ships behind were chasing. Not only were there more ships chasing, but they were also bigger than the ships that were running. Quick, send a signal. Someone is bullying our Tang fishing ship. Who's tired of living? Quickly inform the patrol.